suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill! Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Aspas in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide close out Tatsumi.
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, the true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion, Devara, abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Devara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Devara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu kontra kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain Dew, mantapkan pengembaraan. Kau boleh. Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust.
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun. Steady, bro.
Lancarkan kembali gengmu.
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Unstoppable.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali.
Mountain Dew! Mantapkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh!
Kat mana pula ni?
Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure!
Dapat pun. Steady, bro!
Rancakan suara gengmu.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Legendary.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love back, but can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We'll get stars, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Day 2 of the Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifier brought a fresh group of contenders onto the stage, each looking to take their first step towards qualification. Republic of Korea opened the day against Singapore, remained composed under pressure, gradually regaining control before mounting a comeback to secure a 2-0 victory. Myanmar followed with a dominant performance against the United Arab Emirates, with a convincing clean sweep and one of the most commanding performances of the day so far. Philippines delivered one of the most convincing performances of the day, overwhelming Mongolia with relentless pressure and complete control. India and Kazakhstan provided a very different challenge, where momentum constantly shifted between both sides. Neither team was willing to give an inch. Indonesia rounded out the day with confidence and discipline to secure a clean 2-0 victory, finishing day 2 on a strong note. And as more contenders emerge, every victory becomes more valuable, every match more important, and every step closer to representing their nation on one of Asia's biggest stage.
Day 3 is here and the competition is about to reach another level. Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, where the fastest game time record continues to be broken. Statements have already been made, but the story of this tournament continue to be written. By the time that we are over, you will be at the edge of your seat. But the competition has not awaited for anybody, as 3 new regions enter this stage: Laos, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. They make their qualifiers debut. You know, some teams have looked dominant, and some have exceeded expectations, and others are still waiting for the right moment to change everything. Now, with the 3 new regions, the bar has already been set high. Laos, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia will have to prove themselves on this very stage. And so we ask, can they make a massive impact the moment they arrive? Any one of these matches can change the landscape of this tournament. And at the end of the day, after all the action, there will be a team that everybody will be talking about when the day is done. Day 3 starts now. Casters, lead the gorge.
This is day 3 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. I'm your desk host for today, Sagi, and we welcome two same faces coming into the broadcast from yesterday, our casters of the Gorge, Holler, and also Adam. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Happy to be here. I mean, excited to continue on with the momentum that we've all kind of built up within the teams itself. They've kind of played very well. And I think going into day 3, I think that there's some surprises because we've never seen these guys play.
We've seen a lot of games yesterday, definitely, and all sorts of types. The fastest ones, the most interesting one, with split pushing and such.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to be expecting a lot of the same things today, or maybe even better.
I think definitely yesterday has been a roller coaster. We had fast games, consistent games coming in from Indonesia and also Philippines, but we also had tempest games and also very heated up matches, especially from Kazakhstan, and I think definitely that spirit will be carrying on forward into day 3.
Yeah, actually that was the biggest thing, right? We saw two extremes, like again, quickest games, and then like the tempest, really long games.
Yeah.
Like we just want like middle games, right? I think my heart would be best in that situation when we're kind of just able to kind of mosey on at least into day 3 here.
We were expecting that maybe split pushing meta would be the fastest one, supposedly, but something else managed to get the fastest one afterwards.
I think the true story coming here for Philippines, right, is that whatever they play, they can play with style and mastery and pushing it on to a fast end. But then you come over to the Indonesia side. They still have yet to falter a single elimination on their side for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that speaks volumes about some of those teams where they're able to kind of pick almost any sort of hero. But I mean, here come the standings. I mean, we're seeing a bit of a shake-up and maybe a little bit more solidified positioning, at least in Group A.
Oh yeah, check out Group A, right? Indonesia and Philippines, brothers, but also rivals, both sitting comfortably in Group A. And we know for a fact, if you are first and second place, you qualify directly to the main event. But judging from the remainder of Group A, 0-1, 0-1 coming in from Pakistan, Uzbekistan, and Mongolia, sadly, still yet to find that rhythm that they're looking for. And in Group B, Myanmar debuted yesterday and had a fantastic first series, 2-0 against UAE. And Nepal, they played on the first day. So we are still looking to see them more coming into today as well. Group C, Kazakhstan and Vietnam. To be honest, Kazakhstan really shocked me yesterday as they defeated India in one of the longest games in our entire tournament thus far. And to proceed to clean house against India in the second game, they really did really well. And in Group D, Republic of Korea played their first game against Singapore and it went really well for them. It was back-to-back clean games coming in from the Korean squad. And for Syria and Sri Lanka, they both had their series as well. So right now, Hong Kong, China has yet to find their first game coming into the Asian Games qualifiers.
Yeah, and I do agree with what you said about Group C just now. The game between India and Kazakhstan seems to be one of the best that we've seen so far, and we're going to be expecting more or less the same for today.
Yeah, today I would say that we won't be covering any Group D games. We will start off with Uzbekistan and Pakistan's first game in Group A, and then the debut of Jordan in Group B afterwards against Kyrgyzstan, then Nepal and UAE. Following that will be Vietnam and the debut of KSA, and finally Laos debuting in Group C against Kazakhstan, which had a fantastic series from yesterday.
Yeah, and while I think all of these games are going to be good, I think that the main highlight, at least for myself, is going to be Jordan versus Kyrgyzstan. That's going to be the second matchup that you're seeing here. I think that, again, Jordan potentially has that, that ability to surprise Kyrgyzstan right now. We're also seeing, they might be of the same level. So if we're talking about a very competitive game, this is probably the best series to watch today.
Just like the same surprise that we got from Kazakhstan, between Kazakhstan and India yesterday, I think we might see one of the same things here because we don't know what they're good with right now. So we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting games for sure, and I want to see, are they going to be bringing a totally different heroes or maybe more or less the same, such as what we've seen in the first 2 days?
I think so far where we saw the first 2 days, right, a lot of new heroes coming in were mainly the meta picks, right? But then when the Quay comes in, you get extra hype for that Quay, and we have seen some good Quays and some bad Quays, but the good Quay is definitely in our mind.
Yeah, the good Quays are the only ones I really remember at the end of the day, let me be very honest, because they are incredibly game-changing, right? And I think also, too, like what Philippines was doing, you were talking about the split push one, I think that that's something to address. They have that in the pocket, you know, in the back pocket, so to speak. They're able to kind of spring that up on any other unsuspecting teams, maybe. But again, it's all about just kind of utilizing and maximizing from the heroes that are available here.
Exactly the case, right? So for that to actually happen, right, I think utilizing the correct hero is actually one of the best strategies they can actually use coming in from these respective regions. But talking about a hero here, I think in Honor of Kings, we love free stuff. You know where you can get free stuff? Definitely log into the game itself and get the new Bai Chi skin for free. You just gotta complete some missions here to get this Playground Hunter skin. So log in here and right now and just complete the mission so you can claim it for free.
That's all you have to do. Just log in and participate, and you will get it for free. Who doesn't love free stuff, Solar?
No one at this table. I think we're all about the free stuff, right? And I think that that's going to be great. Just kind of being able to kind of, you know, again, you're going to be playing anyways. You're going to be just logging in. So you're going to get it essentially for free. We're going to, you know, it's a great reward for all of the players that are out there. And they do this quite a bit with a lot of the free skins. It's pretty amazing if you think about it.
Yeah, it was really amazing. It's definitely something that you actually want to have in the game. But what I want to have right now and the audience is the teams coming in for the first series. They will debut with this walk-in.
Stepping into the arena, a team that continues to build their story on the international stage. They are here to show the fighting spirit and determination, ready to take another step forward in their journey. Please welcome Uzbekistan!
And standing across from them, a team still hungry for victory. Despite facing setbacks, they refuse to back down and are determined to come back even stronger. They're here to take control and leave no room for hesitation. Make some noise for Pakistan!
Literal chills here coming in for both of these squads, as I want to see how our day 3 unfolds. What better way of doing it than to introduce Uzbekistan and Pakistan in our first series of this Group A.
We want to, well, start with a bit of a banger here, right? I think that both of these squads are definitely going to be in the mood where this is probably the most important one for them, right? Because it, again, sets the tone for the rest of the time that they're going to be here. But Uzbekistan, walk me through them here.
Yeah, these are the players for Uzbekistan. We have Mahmoud, Farouk, Umijan, Ismail Bek, and Akbar. We do know that they play very well, and this is going to be their second game in the entire qualifiers. I do believe that we're going to start to show up with different standings afterwards, because it's going to start to get saturated amongst the rest of the teams.
Now, despite the fact that they actually suffered a loss to Team Philippines yesterday, but I still think that they actually played decently well, and they had like pretty good draft coming in with their ideas. So going up against Pakistan, which may be a more level playing ground for them, might be something that can actually showcase their real strength.
Yeah, and I think it's just more of like, the draft is there. It just came down to execution where the Philippines kind of just got the better of them. But let's check out the other squad. It's going to be the team from Pakistan, Muhammad, Anwar, Hassan, Muhammad, and of course Uzair in the roam here. So this is going to be a squad that we want to see a little bit more of. Do they have the potential to take down Uzbekistan? Of course.
Yep, definitely. And we do know that these teams are going to be very good, right? Because we do know that they have been selected locally as best as they can. And with Uzair on the line playing Rome, he always goes to the front, very bravely checking up all the vision in the brushes, making sure that his team feels much more comfortable.
Oh, I have to agree with you, because so far that we did see that both of these two teams, they have their ideas, they have their ways of skirmishing. It's just that the opponents that they faced yesterday was a league above of their own. So coming into towards today, when you have an equal playing ground coming in for both teams, that's where you can actually shine. And when you shine, it rewards you, because they are, to be honest, looking for that third place to go for that last chance stage.
Yeah, that's definitely the direction, right? Get yourself in. Obviously, you want to be first or second. You just kind of get shoot in. You're going to just kind of move on. But third place is going to be the next best thing. Every team is going to be aiming for that. Obviously, that's going to be a bit of a hurdle in and of itself. But we're almost in the draft. It looks like Uzbekistan are going to pick blue. They're going to be going first.
Yeah, drafting is the most important part before every matches start. It's going to ensure that the entire team has a much more comfortable play if the drafting goes well. Being on the blue side for Uzbekistan, they're going to be picking the first hero. But for the red team, for Pakistan, they're going to be able to take 2 good heroes instead of 1. So they're going to be able to counter whatever first hero has been picked by Uzbekistan.
That's the pros and cons that you mentioned there just now for the blue and red side, right? For blue side, it's always about landing the perfect first pick. You set up the bands, you set up the picks, and then maybe you look into something like a Guan Yu, a hyper carry like the Chano. And then on the red side, we've seen some of the combos that are actively picked up, the Fatih Yuhuan, the Zhang Fei Chano. All these are available picks for both of these squads to actually venture and look into.
We haven't really seen like a Dolia first pick though. And most teams generally have been, the ones that you've named, plus Yukio is another popular one.
Yeah.
But is that something that, like, if you were the team and you had first pick, what are you picking first?
Okay, since we're playing with 85 heroes in the Asian Games version, I think a strong jungle and side lane is really important coming in for teams. Hence, we see a surge in Ukyo Tachibana here. For me, I would definitely put more focus on that Ukyo pick that you just mentioned here. But let's jump right into the draft here coming in from Uzbekistan and Pakistan, both from Group A, looking for their first victory in the first match of Day 3.
Actually, that's a very good point, Sagi. In this current patch that we're going to go with, Dolia probably don't have one of the best combos that she can do. But probably the closest one would be Dune, but I'm not sure if that should be the primary focus right now. Ukyo Tachibana definitely is one of the best jungler for sure, with a very fast rotation speed, very fast jungle clearing speed. And I'm not surprised if they're going to go with Ukyo right now, but there's quite a lot of other heroes still open here.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go the Yukio. I think they're going to go the tried and true. This is something that they definitely like to prioritize as much as possible. Get Farouk kind of going, because in the series against the Philippines, it was very difficult. They didn't have any space. Farouk definitely suffered because of that, because he wasn't able to kind of get going. And you need to kind of balance farming and kind of going for those gank attempts. Farouk never was doing that. He was just farming in that last series.
And he wasn't really given a lot of chances, right? Every time you tried something, your other half gets invaded coming in from your opponent here. So it actually puts a lot of pressure coming in from Uzbekistan's jungler here. But I'm liking the response coming in from both teams. We have Ukyo Tachibana being locked in by Team Uzbekistan. And then coming from Pakistan, you lock in the stable picks here. The Chano, the Lapu Lapu, some of the premier picks thus far in this tournament.
Oh, having Zhang Fei, Fateh, and Ukyo in one side of the team is going to be very good for Uzbekistan for sure. We do know Zhang Fei's win rate is actually quite up there, and having Lapu Lapu going up against Zhang Fei is going to balance things out, plus an Atta on top of it. But we do have to remember, if Fateh already has his Doomsday, Atta will be melted quite easily.
Yeah, and you definitely need to take him down. I think he's going to be very tanky, kind of somebody that you need to prioritize, because once he gets in those fights, yeah, he's just tanking everything up, but he's able to kind of just create so much chaos. And adding him plus the Lapu Lapu, now you have like a way, like so much disruption that you have to kind of answer that. So this is, again, Pakistan, they're looking for that team fight.
It's like those two stone walls just looking at you coming from Team Pakistan on the hands of potentially Anwar, Muhammad H, or Uzair, right? Because this Atta, yes, it's a strong pick, but it comes into another strength where you can flex it into the jungle or the clash, and depending on the matchup that you want to be playing with.
Yeah, and as of now, they definitely need a very good mid lane, something that has huge amount of burst, or maybe a long-range capability to do lane clearance if they want to be much safer, because we still have Garuda on the line that can be taken, and it seems like Pakistan is focusing more on the farm lane.
And I like the fact that they actually banned out the Fang coming in, because Anwar was one of the first few players to actually pick up the Fang and had a decent performance on towards it. Even if they lost, he still actually had a fair performance, I would say.
Yeah, definitely had a great time. Definitely was able to kind of control. You don't see it too much from the jungle, but they will plot that one out whenever they need to. But you were kind of talking about, Adam, the Zhang Fei being this high pick rate. It's actually 6-2. It definitely has a great win rate. A lot of the heroes like this, but you know, on the Pakistan side, they actually went with the Lapu Lapu first. Why would they prioritize that over the Zhang Fei?
Good question, actually. Probably because Zhang Fei might have a little bit of a problem for not just anyone can use Zhang Fei, right? Because we do know that Zhang Fei has to collect the madness, it's called madness, the stacks, before he can actually use the unbridled outburst. So I do feel that sometimes having a hero that doesn't need any prerequisites, something that you need to have first before you can actually use your ult, releases the problem of, okay, I need to go first. You guys take care of yourself. I need to go to the jungle and collect my passive before I can start the war with you guys.
It's funny because I thought you were just going to say he was the Philippine national hero and that was going to be it. But your analysis was much deeper and definitely more
I'm sorry.
appreciated.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you want.
I mean, Adam definitely made his marks there. That's why Zhang Fei is such a high and prior pick here. You can use your ultimate, head back to the jungle, pick up some stacks, and then you will have another ultimate ready to go. But let's jump back real quick into the draft for Uzbekistan. They pick a very, I would say, late game centric mid and farm lane where you have the Zillia, the sanctification that you mentioned from yesterday. Once you hit level 15, you can also provide it to one member coming in from your team to break the level cap until level 25.
Who would it be?
I think likely the Lady Sun, or unless this game is a grand snowball, you can also give it to Farouk, potentially on that Ukyutachibana.
Yeah, I think both of them very prime targets, right? Once the Lady soon gets going, also it's going to be incredibly scary late game.
Why not Zhang Fei?
Sorry?
Why not Zhang Fei?
Because they want to win.
Oh, okay. I see nothing wrong with that though. Because we all know that Zhang Fei has high win rate, right? Because that might be the cause of victories.
We have seen some clips where the Zillia player misclicks on a roamer and giving them the sanctification, and it's pretty funny. I've yet to see it in a pro game, but I doubt it would actually happen.
All right, why you gotta arrow me out like that, okay? It was just one time. I have really fat fingers.
Oh, it was you? Okay. I mean, to be honest, it's because the Sanctify button is on top of the region button. It replaces that part.
Yeah, it does replace that part because it's sometimes when your fat finger is really easy to mess it up. But you know who's not going to mess it up? These two teams, they are coming in towards the Gorge in Game 1 of our Day 3 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Casters, you're live.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into this one, of course, first game, set the tone, right? I think that both of these squads, the way that they're going to want to play is being aggressive. On the other side, Uzbekistan, Farouk, he needs to step up from what we saw, at least from yesterday.
Yes, for sure. And it seems like Pakistan really is going to be very, very aggressive right now, and that they are going to start raiding towards the bottom side.
Yeah, they're going to be aggressive. This is what you want to be, especially as Pakistan. This is, like, the counter movements are happening by Uzbekistan because they saw that, hey, Pakistan was looking to evade. Now we're going to do the same thing on the opposite end.
Yep, very smart coming from Uzbekistan. But we do realize that the Lady Sun has been sent towards the clash lane instead of the farm. And Mahmoud is actually going towards the farm lane instead of the clash. And this means that Mahmoud is not going to be able to get the Firehawk because Firehawk is, well, you need a range hero to be able to get it. But maybe this is part of the strat, right? Because they do want to get the Tyrant afterwards, and maybe they favor the presence of Mahmoud better than Ismoy back.
Yeah, and also, like, because if Mahmoud, Fatih, is in kind of a, I mean, it's not the worst lane going up against an Atta, but it's still not, like, the best for him. So I think that if you're going to be like, okay, just let him just kind of mitigate, take as much farm in the bottom lane as possible, then now you're looking for an advantage because you have the range versus, again, the melee here.
True. And also, having Fateh going up against Shano is actually might be an okay thing too, because Fatih's basic attack is actually sort of rangy if he have his stacks. So he just spam his skill around and use basic attack from far and hopefully get the last hit on every minute. I think it can work. It makes sense a little bit.
Yeah. It's a nice little audible, if you will, just changing things up. Because again, you want to kind of keep Pakistan a little bit on their toes, right? They were expecting a certain matchup. It didn't happen that way. Now, how does Pakistan respond? And it looks like they're going to be just, again, aggressive onto Mahmoud.
Yeah, Muhammad really sending out all the wolves as much as he can. They're still trying to focus to get this extra resources coming in from Uzbekistan. Who's going to get the last hit? It's going to be Akbar, it seems.
I think you stole that away, right? I mean, that's great for them, right? Pakistan was doing their best. They were looking for the steal, and it looked like Ismailbek wasn't even there to kind of, help out. But Akbar is stealing things away, because that technically was theirs.
But it seems like Uzbekistan decided to send Ismailbek down to the bottom lane. Probably they feel like, oh, you know what? Maybe we should stick to what's common, to what's normal, and might have a lesser amount of headache instead of trying to make this work. It makes sense. And right now, 600 gold in fund for Pakistan shows that they're doing the gold sharing technique much more efficient than Uzbek.
Yeah. And if you're kind of seeing exactly, I mean, Anwar's actually soloing. He might go for the top side. That 4-minute mark is 30 seconds away. So if they're looking for a potential gank, Mahmoud is not going to be the easiest targets. Has a decent amount of mobility to get himself back to safety.
Yeah, right now it seems like they're going to start to prepare themselves for the presence of Tyrant after this. And it seems like Atta is going to try to fly to the mid lane, but he cancelled it out. He's going to maintain his presence in the top to continue fighting against Mahmoud. Try to clear the minion as fast as they can. 5 seconds before the Tyrant spawns in.
Yeah, it's all about clearing the ways before you make any sort of move. I think that both of these two teams, again, incredibly important in this game. Losing this one will put you very far back into the groups. You would definitely struggle from that situation. So this is a moment where you're kind of like, okay, we got to play safe. And now the Tyrant, in about half, he goes right in. He goes to the back line. Muhammad trying to do a little bit of work on this one, but the Tyrant is already being picked up by Farouk. Mahmoud is going to trade his life away. And now Akbar is on the run. He's a little bit low, so he needs to be careful. The Scepters are doing a decent amount. He's barely going to get away, but on the side, it looks like Farouk, he too will live.
Well, I thought that was going to go very well for Team Uzbekistan because Akbar actually managed to use Umbrella Outburst very, very well. But eventually, Mahmoud probably overextended just by a little bit and gets caught up by Muhammad N. So I do feel that they still need to be careful with that formation right after an initiation of an attack.
I think the idea was definitely right by Mahmoud. Like, he wants to be on that back line.
The timing's good.
Yeah, but he's not really tanky enough. I mean, he doesn't have the items to really be the fatigue of what we expect mid to late game. So now, on the side, the Raging Sea, he's going to flash on forward, but it's not going to be enough. Who's there taking some tower shots, somehow survives, but Hassan, coming from the side, takes down Ismailbek.
Wow. We can see now everyone is quite proficient with their respective heroes here, and we do see that the Hassan is playing quite aggressively. He actually went all the way to the back of the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, trying to get an edge and snipe him from far, and Ismailbek becomes the casualty. I feel that Uzbekistan is on the right track, but also they need to be more aggressive to go up against Pakistan, because Pakistan is really all over the map.
All over the map. Great ganks. I mean, that was a great one by Hassan, and now a couple of knockbacks on the Umbrella Outburst has to use defensively, and they've got the mini stun on the Fate Rewind. It does look like he's got enough speed. He goes 86 miles an hour, and he goes back in time.
Yeah, they're still gonna be right in front of him. They do know that Akbar has activated the Umbrella Outburst. Definitely gonna wait for the situation to calm down just a little bit, for the Junpei to be smaller again, and now they're gonna start to do a little bit of rotation towards the mid.
All right, 1.5k advantage by Pakistan. They've definitely been rotating, being the more aggressive of the two teams, right? So Uzbekistan on the losing end thus far, but when you have heroes that are all kind of mid to late game-ish, like they're fine as long as they're not like losing T3s by like the 12, 13-minute mark, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. Still okay, still on the right track, to be honest. 2,000 gold in front within 6 minutes is still doable for sure. Hassan is in the vicinity. He's trying to put all the mark onto the Uzbekistan players, and I feel that they're going to start to be much, much more aggressive after this. Pakistan always preparing to trap them inside the brushes.
And that's what you want to do. When you have a lead, especially as Pakistan, you want to be kind of exerting that dominance. You have a slight edge. It's still very early, and that obviously Uzbekistan can come back, but still, you got to take what the team is giving you, and right now it looks like they want to go for Umijin. Oh, the Raging Sea completely whiffed. I've done that, so I feel bad too, is there.
But, well, he managed to force the flash, but it seems like they're going to try to force the one out, and Anwar is going to go down. It's going to be an easy one for them. He's trying to use a teleport, but not realizing that there's too much of Uzbekistan's players close by him.
Yeah, and the stun was actually saved until the very end, and now Mohamed H is looking for a little bit on the revenge tour, the Overlord being picked up by Uzbekistan. But basically, Anwar got caught looking, right? He was definitely not focused. He probably should have just canceled the teleport and just got to safety.
True, and it's very unfortunate for him for sure. 2,000 gold in front. We do know that Uzbekistan is going to try to get closer economically with that takedown towards Anwar. They're definitely going to be much closer now. Having this Vanguard for sure going to help them to push the minions faster. But how are they going to try to benefit from this? What is their next objective? Are they going to start to group up nearby the Tyrant area or not?
Yeah, and actually 8 minutes in, the Tyrant has respawned again. It seems like Pakistan are making their way to it. So this is, again, they need that damage buff to turn to a little bit more net worth. They were going to pick that one up very easily, and they find Akbar caught looking again.
He did not manage to use his Umbrella Outburst. You know, there's no time, he's too quick. The amount of damage is too high, but you can see on how Farouk is still in front.
Yeah, Farouk, he's just going to go in for this one, but at what cost? He's going to be taken down, and now with that ghost ship, the dash away not going to be enough. A double strike going the way of Mohamed N as he snipes him out.
All of this happening while Mahmoud is still up there. He's not coming down just yet. Maybe they're planning to use him as a distraction. Maybe his sole focus is to just push the top lane as much as he can, and maybe forcing one of the Pakistanis to actually go towards that.
Yeah, and it's like a very disjointed fight. The rest of Pakistan were looking to group up, and I mean, you win that team fight, and all of a sudden your mid lane is completely decimated. Now you have to defend with your T3s. This is such a rough spot for them because, again, they lost the single team fight, and now they want to go back in. Hassan, he's going to use the Fate Rewind. He's going to get on to the other side of this one. Umijin taking a lot with those scepters, but Umbrella Outbursts have been expended as well, but they got 0 value, no kills.
Yep, definitely a high amount of damage coming out from them, but unfortunately the Jump Fate already lost his madness. He doesn't have his Umbrella Outburst anymore. I do feel that is a very good chance for Pakistan to force something out of this destruction.
Yeah, the Universal Law, but he's been pushed back. The old man is in a bad spot. He's going to be taken down. Hassan will as well, so they did get the revenge on him, but Akbar is going to be taken down. They continue under the crystal. A little too dangerous to flash away. Mohamed N is going to stay alive, but only 2 members left on both sides.
A very good team fight coming out from both sides of the team. 4,000 gold in front, and they will be able to get the tier 3 tower. It seems like Uzair has almost been taken down, but he still managed to run away. Mahmoud, he's going to force it out with the flash.
Yeah, just a great play. I mean, just being able to just kind of springboard. He was able to Frogger on forward, find Uzair, who was very low. He was just like a very easy path to find him, and now the Overlord going to be started here.
It seems like this is going to be the best option for Uzbekistan to go with the Overlord instead of the Tyrant, because they do need to clear the lanes quickly. They are 2 tier 3 towers down, which is a bad news.
Yeah, really bad news. But the Overlord, who's going to take this? Farouk just barely takes that one away. The Fate Rewind up for Hassan. He gets on back to safety, but Uzbekistan, that was actually very close. Now, without some of those the mid and the bottom T3, those avenues, you know, to your base are wide open. Like Uzbekistan, you need to find something. You need to find a pick. You got to turn this game around.
I agree. They do have the Shadow Vanguard in their hands, so they can send the Shadow Vanguard towards any other lanes right now. But Mahmoud really needs to be careful. Everyone is all over him right now. Mahmoud is going to try to run away, but there's no space for him to go. This reminds me of the game yesterday between India and Kazakhstan. This fight, back and forth. Yeah. You don't know who's going to win.
Yeah. I mean, but Pakistan definitely in the driver's seat in this one. They have a bit of an edge, especially when you don't have those T3s. it makes it very difficult for you to get outside your base because those lanes are constantly pushing, right? Yes, you have the Vanguard. That's going to give you a little bit of breathing space. But we're only talking about 12 minutes in. I mean, this is a late game lineup by Uzbekistan. They're not going to see the late game.
That's true. Knowing that the Trinity Towers destruction is going to cause the minions to be bigger. There's going to be one big boy minion in the mid lane and the bottom lane. So I do feel that Uzbekistan is going to have a little bit of a problem unless they can somehow manage the lanes well with Mahmoud.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of it revolves around Mahmoud. I like it that you pointed out because he is definitely the guy. When they're going for those team fights, I mean, they lost that one big team fight in their jungle, and then Mahmoud wasn't even there, right?
Yeah.
So he was looking to split push. But now, I mean, when you're looking to take any sort of fight, you got to go 5-on-5 or 5-on-4. Maybe you get an advantage.
Especially when they have Atta being used by Muhammad. Mahmoud needs to join just to melt down Atta with his Doomsday. And Mahmoud have not yet have any Doomsday for now.
Oh, but they decided to turn this around. Mahmoud getting a little bit low. Muhammad N gets the snipe. The Umbrella Upper is not going to be enough. They found Farouk as well. The Universal Law will do some work, but the triple strike already happened by Muhammad N, and they will look to end this game as they just need to wait for those minions. But this game has been Pakistan from here on out.
For sure, Pakistan is really on the momentum right now. Minions coming in the mid lane. And I think they're going to try to force the win right now.
Yeah, the Raging Sea finding Umijan as well. He's going to be back, but Ismobek has already been taken down. They're going to take the Crystal, and Pakistan will strike first. They're going to take game number 1.
Congratulations, Pakistan, with their first point. Almost losing it just now because of that last war, but you know what? It's not bad, Saki.
It was really not bad, especially for the fact that Pakistan came back from a loss yesterday. Their performance today is actually really good. The way they play their early game skirmishes, that Tyrant fight that we talked about at the first 4-minute mark where Muhammad N, he got that first kill on the channel and everything just went so well from there. And there's a player that I need to really prize, Hassan on the Hano. He really carried the early to mid game super duper well for Pakistan.
Yeah, and that's what you want is the Halo, right? With those scepters, you're poking and you're also taking a lot of damage, but you're not dying, right? He used so many favorite wines to clutch himself on out of there, staying alive more than anything else. Key as that mid laner.
Yeah, and we really love to see these fights coming out from both sides of the team. Back and forth. We can see on how Uzbekistan is not backing down. They keep on trying to defend as best as they can. But it seems like they really do well when Mahmoud is around them, just like what Holland said just now, right?
I think it makes sense, right? Especially when you saw the fact that Uzbekistan, during the high ground approach coming in from Pakistan, they actually had a way to find those team fights to make themselves come back into a rather comfortable state. But it was those big team fights in the late game where Muhammad N was just too darn far ahead on that channel that really allowed them to have an easy access going for that win in this game 1.
Yeah, and also Uzbekistan, the way that when they take fights, it didn't seem like everybody was, going in together. Like it was a little disjointed. I think the synchronization of that initiation needs a little bit more practice, I would say, to kind of make sure that they're doing it at the same time.
Especially when they have Zhang Fei in their hands.
True.
So that makes it so much more important to go along with the Umbrella Outburst, with the timing, with how close your teammates are towards you. Because as soon as he initiates something, everyone needs to follow up. But again, Zhang Fei is not really that easy. You need to collect your passive first to get it maxed out, and then you can only join the war so that your team are ready to follow up with you.
Exactly the case, right? We did see a few good Umbrella outbursts coming in from the player himself, but those were reactive ones. Yes, you use it, you get like a 3 or 4-man pushback, but the problem is, how does your team actually follow up in that play? That's the important part.
Well, speaking of important part, KDA to me is definitely very important, and Muhammad N, 8-0-4, absolutely dominant on this Chano. And there's a reason why Chano is like the most picked farm laner in the Asia Game Qualifier here.
Yeah, it's a hero that really can clear a lot of minions at the same time. Consider it as a high ground. You can also, rewind back the time for the towers to come back up in case it goes down. There's a lot of things you can do with Hano.
Yeah, hey, Chano-Hano combo coming in from Pakistan was really interesting, but I want to give props towards Uzair and also Muhammad H. They were really solid in the front line. Those ghost ships, those raging seas were the, I would say, building stones, stepping stones coming in for the main carries to do damage without any worry.
Yeah, and actually it made Muhammad and Hassan, the way that they were able to step it up they did so much and they had such an impact that it made Anwar's life a lot easier because he didn't have the greatest of games. Yeah, he was farming and all that, but he died 3 times. And you know what I mean? When everybody else is stepping up, it makes your life a lot easier. You don't have to have that burden, so to speak, of carrying it every single game.
Yeah, that's why it's a team game, right? So it's very important to have everyone in this together, having the same goal. But looking at this itemization, I feel like not everyone is super well aware on how to properly counter heroes like Atta or maybe like something like Baiji, something that has a lot of HP, which is the item, to me, Doomsday, the most important thing to have going up against HP-based heroes. And seems like no one is doing these kind of items right now.
I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like Umejan maybe on the Ziya, you could go for the Massive Agony that can deal percentage health damage, or for Ismolbek, maybe instead of finishing the Shadow Ripper on 3rd item, maybe try to get the item called Daybreaker first to actually get more damage ramping up. But maybe that's something that can revisit back in the players room later on. But let's check out the stats real quick. I do think that the 2 players coming in from Pakistan, Hassan and Muhammad N, look at those damage numbers. That's crazy.
That's absolutely crazy. And that's kind of why they were so dominant in this game. They were able to just poke and prod through everybody, right? Who can kind of get on top of that? You're expecting Umejan to, you know, Universal Law, clear waves and everything, but every single time he would kind of stand out there, Hassan was on top of him. It just made Uzbekistan's lives so difficult in this.
Yeah, and at the same time, Muhammad N has that confidence to go to the front and deal this amount of damage. It's also because of the presence of his teammates. He has Hassan, who's always throwing the spears non-stop. He has Uzair, who always opens up the vision, always ready to dive in with his flashes, with his Raging Sea. It does seem like they have this chemistry very, very good.
It's good teamwork, right? As we see, everything is lined up one by one. You have Muhammad H and Uzair, the two front lines, setting up the team fights, and then you have Hassan chunking out, softening up the enemies coming in from Uzbekistan and making sure that the channel gets to pick up the quick and easy takedowns coming in, which leads to this smooth gold shot allowing Pakistan to get this easy W in this game 1.
Yeah, I think you rightly termed it smooth, because generally speaking, that was a smooth game by Pakistan. The way that they were able to play this one out, nothing was really catching them off guard. They didn't lose anybody unnecessarily. They were staying within the team, playing and picking good team fights. When they saw that Uzbekistan was out of position, they capitalized on them and punished them.
Yeah, and we can see on how they are in complete control from the beginning, although we do see on how Uzbekistan tried their very best to try to defend, and somehow they do have their moments, but maybe it's not enough, or maybe it's just a little bit too late because the tier 3 tower has already gone down, and it makes it so much more difficult for them to defend after the minions are coming out.
And to your point as well, I thought this fight was going to go super well for Uzbekistan because of how they found that 2-man Unbridled Outburst and managed to chunk them out. But later on, it was so evident that Pakistan, especially Hassan, the mid-lane priority that he acquired allowed them to find more success towards the silent. And this was a bit of an oopsie coming in from Anwar. He was trying to use a teleport shrine, but he got caught up by 4 members coming in from the silent team Pakistan.
Yeah, I've definitely done that myself. Use the teleport and people are hitting me and I'm like, oh, I didn't know, I didn't react in time. And unfortunately for Anwar, he faced the same fate in that sense. But these team fights, just the way that Pakistan, again, they always had the numbers advantage, prioritized the right target, found people that were out of position like Umejan, made him pay, taking it down. Now you've got a numbers advantage, and it's with that power play, it's incredibly easy to continue on with that team fight.
I agree with you. The teamwork, the formation, the way they focus fire towards one hero, one after another. But this is when they actually tried to do the same from Uzbekistan. But look how Muhammad N has been free hitting. The positioning from him is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and Muhammad Hayes just flashing in, forcing out the flash coming in from Umejan is Molbek, making sure that they can't really do DPS for their team. So it goes to the same thing. Pakistan moves as one, which allows them to team fight better and gather much resource compared to their opponents.
Yeah, and I like that, the whole moving around as one. But Muhammad N, with the MVP 804 dominant performance by him, his positioning was great. If anything, Uzbekistan needs to see exactly where he is. Maybe you go all in on him instead of going for Hassan, who again can kind of just shake off all of that damage.
Actually, out of all people who should be looking for Muhammad is actually supposed to be Mahmoud, right? And Mahmoud was trying his very best, but every time he goes in, he gets pounded left, right, and center non-stop. So I do feel that maybe the whole team needs to work around on how do we go in and get Muhammad together at some point.
It's the timing that you're referring to, right? Like, make sure that Muhammad N doesn't get that free hit that you were referring to back in the replay, because look at this guy. 36% damage now, but only taking 10% damage in that entire game. He was positioning super duper well and safely and landing all those major damage that you were mentioning about.
Yeah, and Adam, you were kind of pointing out, you're like, okay, the team in general has to improve. And it's almost like that team project that you have, everybody's at fault here, and there's no direct fingers pointing that we need to do for a specific player. Anybody you want to point out, maybe?
No, not anybody in a specific way. No, I didn't say that. But at least if everyone is at fault, you know, they're at fault together. That's the most important thing. Chemistry, right? So they need to go to
they need to see
cinema more.
More cinema.
Yeah, exactly. I know you're great now. I know.
We're on the same wavelength.
So what kind of movies do they watch in the cinema here that you actually
team bonding?
Recommend them to, you know? Like, what kind of movie actually promotes team bonding?
I think horror would be nice. Because you need to...
horror?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how it makes sense. I'm just throwing out words at this point.
Okay.
Maybe horror makes sense, you know? It's like, let's say we three of us watch a horror movie together, you know? And now I'm scared I might like be like, save me, you know? Like,
that's
Adam would be like, no. And then we lose the synergy, right?
No. And then you get the talking points later on when you're conversing with your teammates, like, that's the guy that was scared in the horror movie film.
Okay.
No, we just want to find out which one in your group of friends are the one who's gonna go check that room. When you know there's someone like an entity or a ghost inside that room. Right? There's always that one person in your group who's gonna be the one who goes in and check, while the rest of the team are gonna go run away.
So you're implying that roamers or tank players have to be the first one going into a horror movie film's room to face check for the team, right?
Identify their roles.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
This is
I'm not opening that door. I'm just going to volunteer and just say that I will let somebody else step up to that one. I'm not that brave.
We'll be the backlines. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday we were talking about sacrifices, and today we are talking about like horror movies and who face checks us first. But we do have to give a sponsor shout out. Go towards our official venue and hotel partner here. It's going to be Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel. This is going to be the official venue coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. We bid our sincere gratitude towards Marriott Petaling Jaya for sponsoring this wonderful event.
Yeah, actually, during the break, let's do this. Right?
Okay.
Where one of us is going to be tested. We're just going to open random doors. Who's going to be the guy that opens it and sees something? Maybe. Let's find out exactly.
Let's not do that. I don't want.
We don't want to get kicked out.
I love my heart. I don't want it to spike up out of nowhere.
Okay.
I really appreciate my longevity of my life.
Anything but toilet doors.
Yeah.
That's a different type of
we
horror.
We have boundaries, sir.
Different type of horror.
Oh my. Now, we are coming back into another minute. Once this countdown is up, we will be heading back into the second game pick and ban between Uzbekistan and Pakistan here. I gotta give props. Uzbekistan's draft is actually pretty amazing. It all makes sense, but the execution is what they actually need to lock in on to potentially force a game tree against Pakistan.
I mean, they're going with blue yet again, right? I think at some point you probably want to pivot off of it. I don't know why that they're so honed in on picking first. I think that there's definitely an advantage when you're picking second, especially against the team where you had that one game. You tried it out. That was your strategy, right? Now, are you going to go back to the same one? Probably not a good idea here.
Maybe there's this mindset of what do we call early bird gets the worm, but sometimes it doesn't really apply that way too, because you're only getting one worm. You're not getting two better worms, and while being able to react to the first worm, heroes.
Yeah, I do agree with you, and I have a different idea on towards this. Aside from playing meta heroes, I know meta is like the best in slot for some of the heroes provided in this specific patch, but maybe try something that you're comfortable with. Maybe that's what it's able to bring out the confidence coming in from Uzbekistan.
Well, there we go. It's gonna. Our answers for this one is gonna be the Dolia. Ooh. It looks like they've got something brewed up for this. Now, Pakistan, on the other hand, they're gonna go with the tried and true with the Lapu Lapu. They really like this hero, but they're also gonna pick up the Dharma.
Dolia first pick. I don't think we've seen this quite recently. This is going to be very interesting because we do know that we're going to be able to expect a hero that's going to be doing a combo with Dolia. It's going to be Kaiser. The invincible warrior is going to be 14 seconds instead of 7.
And that's very scary, right? If you don't have burst damage, you can't take down this Kaiser here. And for Uzbekistan coming on the blue side, that's a pretty blue draft. Blue Dolia, blue Kaiser, blue Dhiranjit.
Yeah, just based on theme. They're just like picking colors. They don't even know what heroes they are. They're like, that's a blue one. No,
you're kidding. But for real, like what Adam mentioned just now, you have the Dolia Kaiser. That's going to be a very beefy and strong bruiser coming in from the hands of Farouk. If you can play well, you can definitely find a lot of opportunities to open up the game for Team Uzbekistan. Coming up for Team Pakistan, though, I am loving the hard engage idea, which is the Dharma and also Lapu Lapu. But Uzbekistan also picked up the Direnjir to try to utilize the legal immunity, the CC removal, to potentially play against those two hard engages.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lack of crowd controls coming from Uzbekistan for now. I'm not saying that Kaiser's second scale is a high amount of crowd control. It's not hard CC, it's just a soft pushback, which is not enough in my book. So, assuming that this Kaiser is actually a juggler, we can expect better crowd control heroes on the Clash lane for Uzbekistan, but Guan Yu is already out.
Yeah, so they're going to have to find some way to fight into this. The Pakistan lineup, I mean, the Dharma and the Lapu Lapu, they've got CC for days, it's AoE, it's just everything that you want in terms of control. They're going to look to shore up or like finish out their draft with a lot of damage. Uzbekistan on the other side, they need to figure out a way, again, how to survive the CC onslaught, the giant ults that are coming your way.
And that's a pretty interesting farm pick again, right? We don't know whether this farm pick is going into the hands of Anwar or Muhammad N, because it still serves as a flex pick before we go into that fifth pick. But Uzbekistan, though, this is a really strong draft. You have a Garuda in towards the mid lane, one of the fastest mid lane pushers to gain that priority, and that Fuzi that has really good synergy with the Dolia. You get Sage Might ult twice, and that's the end of the team fight.
Yeah. Fuzi and Garuda is definitely a very good hero to be picked. We do know that Fuzi can lock someone in the same position, and we are still seeing a lack of crowd control. Honestly, I do feel that comparing to Pakistan, right? Uzbekistan's CC is just a tad bit small, and I think they're going to have a bit of a problem handling the amount of CCs that is potentially going to be coming from Pakistan.
I mean, if it comes down to the team fight and they're grouped up, they're going to have a hard time. But if Uzbekistan is able to kind of get the jump in, Kaiser goes in, Invincible Warrior, tracks the crowd, you have the foods with the Sage's Might, you lock somebody down, and then you're kind of building off of that. That's like best case scenario for you. Pakistan need to counter-initiate. They know what's coming for them. They need to stop that as well.
And through noticing these two teams draft, right, I kind of have to give props towards Uzbekistan here. Although maybe, yes, their execution might not be top tier, when it comes to boiling down these drafts, making it so that it benefits their team, I would say that their draft, you have the early game coming in from Garuda and Direnjir, and then the mid to late game, the double out Kaiser, the double out Fuzi to stomp the game. But for Team Pakistan, on the other hand, that's a lot of setup, but if only they can land those setups that you mentioned.
Yeah, we have to remember they do have two different marksmen inside Pakistan right now. I do think that this is quite risky, to be honest. But you know what? It might work because the amount of crowd control is a lot.
Yeah, and I'm going into game two. I mean, you're seeing exactly Anwar. Guys are like everybody's going to be focusing on him as well as Muhammad N. Those are the main two targets. You have Hassan to kind of just to build off of that. I mean, when the big ults are happening by Uzair and Muhammad H, like Hassan, that's like the dream, because the Blazing Brilliance is just going to scorch everybody.
Yeah, and with the Dolia in hand, we're going to be expecting a lot of Celestial Melody is going to be used towards Farouk. We are quite excited for that for sure, because it has been quite a while to see a Dolia and Kaiser combo on any official stage.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen one at the Asian Games qualifier thus far. I don't even think we've seen a Kaiser at that, so this is going to be interesting. The Kaiser, always a big bruiser, somebody you have to respect. And yeah, there are actually some juicy targets on the Pakistan side. So if he's able to get his farm and to get to that backline, he is definitely to spell trouble.
Right, Anwar, Hassan, Muhammad, and all three of them are, well, we could say that a very long-range hero. We're going to have to stand very far back, needs a lot of protection. So can Uzair and Muhammad H really protect them from the potential onslaught coming from Farouk, Mahmoud, and Akbar resetting them? So it's going to be a big of a problem for them.
Yeah, well, I believe, right? I think that seeing what we saw in Game 1, it seems like everybody understands their role. They do a great job, but now they're just going to dive onto Mahmoud, and then he's going to give up first strike, dive in the tower. Pakistan coming out firing.
A very good initiation coming from them. I did not expect coming from Muhammad H just now. He actually committed into the dive. And right now, are they going to try to do the same down at the bottom lane? Because Anwar has just arrived, but it seems like he just wants to go to the Azure Golem.
Yeah, that commitment was huge, right, by Muhammad H. Just diving the tower, not playing scared. That's the biggest thing, right? Like, you think that you can go, but it's like, do we want to risk it? It's like, yeah, when we're able to secure a kill like that, we'll take it any day of the week.
But here's the thing about Dharma, right? It's a hero that is a one-hit wonder. If he misses his ultimate during mid-game or late game, I think it's going to be quite problematic for them, because once he has no ultimate, and then maybe Uzair misses his skill sets, the Raging Sea, then the rest of his team, Anwar, Hassan, and Muhammad N, is going to have a lot of problems because they cannot protect themselves. There's no more crowd control whatsoever coming from the Pakistan side.
Yeah, but, you know, this is a squad that has been nothing but going to the cinema with one another. I think that the trust and the belief that Muhammad H is going to hit every single one of its truths is definitely there. So they're going to make that play 9 times out of 10.
I agree. But if it doesn't work, they have to change the genre. They have to take what they want to.
New movie.
Okay, so having Mahmoud hiding in the brush in the mid lane, probably going to try to capture Hassan. He still has his flash. We have to remember that. Oh no, he doesn't, but they're going to try to force this one out.
Wings of Judgment, Muhammad H, he actually went in on this one. That might have been a little bit of too much to handle, and Uzbekistan making him pay. They're like, okay, we'll take that food to go.
3 ultimates, just for one guy, from Mahmoud, Farouk, and Umijan. We do know that the ultimate coming from Futsa is really, really annoying. You cannot move, and the wings coming from Garuda is just going to, you know, enjoy this free food.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be very happy with that play, right? A little bit of a misplay by Muhammad H, being a little aggressive, but doing things without vision, right? I think that that's definitely underrated, especially in Honor of Kings. You need to understand where people can potentially be. He thought there might be one person, found out that there was more than one, and he definitely paid with his lives. But the Blazing Brilliance doing a little bit of work, but it's on the wrong side. They're going to still take Akbar anyways. On the other side, Uzair was there to help ensure that they got that crowd control.
Again, vision is the topic right here. They're going to go towards the Crimson Golem, trying to force this one out. Muhammad H is very much ready, but he's going to pull back.
Oh, now Anwar taking a decent amount as well. He needs to be careful, but he's going to be focused down. The stuns are real onto Mahmoud, and he somehow, no, he will fall in the end. Uzair trying to stay away, but he too will fall. Hassan now on the run. Muhammad H is shown up. He's trying to keep him alive, and it looks like he does get the pick off on the Farouk, but 3 members down from Pakistan, and Muhammad H is not worried at all. He tried to flash forward. He's going to be picked off as well.
Muhammad, and he's really trying to go in just now. He wants that kill. He wants to help his teammate, but they're going to be able to steal that Azure Golem. But this is what happened just now. The ultimate coming from the Futsa is so annoying, and it really works out very well for them. But look at this Kaiser. He can just go all in and just tank all the damage coming from everyone. And this is how Kaiser's passive works. The more projectile the enemy team has, the better it is, because it blocks every single projectile. But unfortunately for Muhammad, and he overextended.
Overextended. I mean, he didn't expect 2 members of Uzbekistan to just be there, right? Waiting for him. I mean, he tried to be aggressive, which is kind of what you want, because he thought he can make the heroic play of just kind of coming in and saving everybody. But unfortunately for him, just didn't realize that, again, two guys are going to mug you in the alley, so to speak.
Yeah, we can see on how Anwar is really trying to push Mahmoud away. They're just here at the top lane, just for a while, and he's going to fly down below, and it seems like he's going to try to focus on war right now, because all the resources in their own jungle is already empty.
Yeah, taking that away right now. And being aggressive, Pakistan going back to their tried and true of just invading. But Uzbekistan have gotten a bit of the net worth lead. Gotten a couple picks. Anwar needs to be careful. He was sticking around, but he's going to just dash away. And this bottom lane under siege right now.
Yeah, they're going to be focusing on the tier 1 tower. Seems like there's nothing that Uzbekistan can do except maybe touch the minion. They cannot. There's not enough time. But the rotation coming from Uzbekistan is quite scary. It might work if Pakistan actually went through the back of the Tyrant Pit.
Yeah, but I mean, they got what they wanted. The bottom T1, I think that they're going to be very happy with that. They make their way into the mid lane here. There, though, needs to be careful. The Raging Sea's on to 2, though, but he gets blown up. Uzbekistan, when their powers combine, that's what happens. They're able to burst you down.
This is what exactly we needed from the previous game from Uzbekistan. To group up and really play in a close formation and do this very effective focus fire. And it's working very well for them, especially when they're playing with Futse. It feels like they need a hero like Futse to really lock someone down and stop them from moving so that they all group up closely together.
Do you think it's more Uzbekistan stepping up or Pakistan making more mistakes?
It feels like Pakistan do make mistakes here. It feels like a bit of both. A bit of both.
Oh, the flash on forward. He goes with the truth. He decides to change targets, but he's been slacked in with the Sage's Might says, where are you going, my friend? As Umijan takes him down.
Wow, a very, very efficient teamwork coming in from Uzbekistan. They're still trying to group up down at the bottom lane. We do have Umijan nearby. He is very ready to use his ultimate again once more after this, but it seems like the red buff is not going to be stolen by Pakistan.
Yeah, Farouk there had the smite. He was like, I'm not losing this one. I need to keep that. And Farouk doing, again, this is that target. He needs to keep those buffs alive. It helps him with the farm and, of course, any sort of team fight that might happen. But now comes a teleport into the mid lane by Mahmoud.
They're going to decide to group up in the mid lane right now. Tyrant's going to come up in 5 seconds. Muhammad almost goes down here, Holler.
Oh, he's going to eat the Wings of Judgment, and that's going to be enough as they take it. Fuzair trying to use the Raging Sea, but a little too late. The Blazing Brilliance will get the return one, but he too will fall. 3 members down. Anwar trying to stay alive, but he too will fall. Muhammad H is the last man standing. He will deal with the minions. Uzbekistan now feeling it. They're going aggressive.
A very good fight coming in from Uzbekistan. It seems like what was happening in the previous game for Uzbekistan is now happening to Pakistan because Muhammad H hasn't been fast enough in rotating towards his teammates. It seems like his teammate gets caught up every time he's far away. And he already arrived here, but it's only one target. It's not worth it for him to use his ultimate when his teammates are no longer around.
Yeah, and actually we're seeing also the step up in play by Farouk. Right, on the Kaiser, the Invincible Warrior has lived up to his name. He's 4-1-6. This is a guy, again, when he's able to tank things and actually get to the back line, he's going to be scary.
I agree, and the rotation coming in from Uzbekistan is so much more effective now. But I think they need to keep up with this momentum. I am a little bit worried that Mahmoud might go back to his default mode of going to the side lane alone and not being too close to his teammate. See on how Pakistan is very much ready. But Mahmoud really needs to be careful of the path that he's going to choose to walk on.
Oh, and now they're thinking about the right angle. Mahmoud has joined up, but now Akbar taking a lot of damage on this one. The Wings of Judgment on the return. The Raging Sea used defensively. He actually went the wrong way, and might not have been the greatest on targets, but Anwar's going to be picked off, and they find Mahmoud on the side. Ismobek is there to help clean up. Muhammad H is going to be down as well. Uzbekistan with the man advantage.
This is a very good fight. It seems like we finally will have our 3-game series for the first time in the qualifiers. The gameplay coming in from Uzbekistan is very, very good. 2 people got taken down by the Uzbekistan, and they will try to get as much resources as they can and focus down on the Tyrant. They did not go for the Overlord, Holler.
Yeah, we've been wanting a game 3 for the past, 3 days now. We haven't really found it, but this is the day 3. We think that this is going to be there. I mean, Uzbekistan in the driver's seat. The potential for pulling off the victory definitely very high at this stage.
Yeah, right now, you can see on how they're rotating towards the Overlord. They're very well aware that having the Tyrant buff, they can try to zone the area of Uzbekistan. They also are very much aware with the primal bond that they have. They will try to avoid Pakistan from taking this very important objective.
Yeah, but 60 more seconds for Uzbekistan to really do anything. They're going to look to just kind of, again, stick together. Maybe look for a little bit of push, because, again, you're attracting attention and making sure that Pakistan doesn't get that Overlord for free.
Yeah, and they really have to be aware of the positioning coming in from Muhammad. If Muhammad is suddenly very nearby them, Dharma is almost like Javde. He can really turn the game around even though they're losing 5k behind or 10k gold behind. So they really need to be aware of where Dharma is.
Yeah, and actually looking for me, at least the role that I want to kind of go with the head-to-head, Farouk and Anwar. Anwar right now about 2K behind, and it looks like he's going to be out of position as he gets locked down by the Sage's might. Mahmoud making him pay.
A very good flash, and Sage's might. Overlord is going to be focused down by Pakistan. They do know that Overlord is going to be taken very, very quickly, and the disengage, a very quick disengage coming in from Pakistan. And it seems like they are going to have to play defensive for a bit.
Yeah, so good use of space, I would say. I mean, you knew that Anwar was going to be going down. The Rage you see is going to maybe just hit onto Farouk here, but that's just kind of clearing them out. The biggest piece to this is Mahmoud in the bottom lane. Let the man split push.
Yeah, you know what? They did make the right decision to actually go for the Overlord very quickly. They do know that the rest of the Uzbekistan team is very far away. And right now they have to focus on defending also. Pakistan have to find a proper positioning, have to play around with the available brushes around the entire map for them to really utilize what Lapu Lapu and Dharma has.
Yeah, and now they're playing a very defensive game, right? And Uzbekistan, with that lead, about 5K at this point, they're sticking together here, hiding, cowering in fear, so to speak, with these brushes, right? Uzbekistan, on the other hand, are, again, this is the map control. When you have a lead, you want to be pushing it and just shoving it in their faces so that Pakistan has to show up and deal with those lanes.
Yes, and I do think that they're going to have to try their best to play around with the utilities around the entire map, knowing that there's no surprise factor is not going to be big of a problem, because when they play with surprise, I'm pretty sure Dharma will be used at full effective efficiency.
Yeah, but it's harder to make those sort of surprise plays as the Dharma when you don't have vision, right? And you're kind of going in blind, or the other brush might be taken like you're seeing here by Uzbekistan. Like, you can't find the perfect angle because you have less of the map to own.
Yeah, probably have to play around with kiting a lot more. And right now it seems like Pakistan is going to play with the 4-1 formation with Anwar doing the side quest. But it seems like he's going to get caught up again in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but he's got some mobility, but they also find Mahmoud, who's all by himself. He's going to look to just try to run away, but the Raging Sea, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sinks, and they finally take down Mahmoud.
Everything that they have, which is very important, because Futze from Mahmoud has been a big problem all this while. And I think it's quite worth it, because the next team fight is going to be quite far away.
Yeah, I mean, they lost it in the same way that Pakistan, when they lost Anwar, they got the Overlord. In the same way, they're going to pick up the Tyrant. Yes, it's the Shadow version, and they're going to trade away the top T2.
It's very interesting to see this game right now. The way they all rotate is so much more closer and different from the previous one.
They decide to go right in. The Blazing Brilliance doing a little bit of work onto Farouk. Does he have enough shields? And he's going to go down. Hassan has been taken down. They find Muhammad H as well. And Uzbekistan wither the storm, and they turned it around. 3 members down from Pakistan.
A very good fight coming in from them, and I do think that they are on the right track. The way they rotate together, so completely different from before. The gold difference is really leaning towards more to Uzbekistan, 6,000 gold in front. But I do see that on how Anwar is going to try to force this one out. Umijan managed to find that heal, and he managed to survive.
Oh, Umijan just barely staying alive. They find Anwar, though. They get the pull back, and they get the revenge. You say, hey, how dare you go on against Umijan? And now Muhammad, and on the run, runs it to Ismobek, trying to run away, not able to do so. Ismobek making him pay. Uzbekistan hitting on all cylinders. Now they're looking to siege the high ground.
2 of them are down. They're going to try to focus on the tier 3 tower. The high ground tower is going to go down or not. It seems like no. A very good clearance coming in from Pakistan. The long-range clearance from them is very, very effective. That's probably why they have Angela too. They're making good use of Angela, but as of right now, Muhammad hasn't used his ultimate just yet.
Yeah, the wave clear is real, right? Yeah. It just completely stopped that. They might have lost those T3s. They would have been a world of hurt. But now the Overlord, they're like, hey, okay, we need a little bit more push. These Vanguards are definitely a little bit tankier. They're going to have a much easier time to push with those Vanguards.
But however, we still haven't had a chance to see a good and proper ultimate coming in from Dharma, right? I think they really have to somehow play around him, his presence. I feel like he's not being utilized perfectly just yet. It doesn't need to be perfect, you know. Just one surprise for that one guy who's opening the door.
Yeah. I agree. We haven't seen it. He hasn't really made that play, but it could be completely game-altering if he hits the right truth, right? So if he's able to hit that, again, Uzbekistan have kind of largely mitigated that because of the way that they're positioning, very spread out come team fights.
True. And I think that they're also aware with Dharma's presence and what Dharma can do, so they have to spread out quite widely. But Mahmoud is actually quite far. They cannot start the war right now. They have to wait for him.
Oh, Wings of Judgment doing some serious work on the Anwar. He's going to go back, limp to the fountain. The mid T3 is under siege as well. Farouk deciding to go in, turning it on with the Invincible Warrior, finding them all as they try to go in, but Farouk might have gone too deep. The Sages might locking him down. 3 members down from Pakistan. Uzbekistan, they're going to continue to die in the tower. They're going to...
But it has ended now. We'll find out that it has ended. A very good fight coming in from Pakistan. And they tried their very best, but congratulations to Uzbekistan.
It took a while for them to actually end, but in the end, they found the equalizer here. And it comes down to what we mentioned before draft. You might not need to play meta, you just need to play towards your comfort here. We never really got to see a Dolia-Kaiser combination, but today when they brought it out, they really served. Farouk was legendary at the end of that game.
Yeah, so I think coming in from Dharma, he actually tried to use his ultimate towards the dragon, and that's why the dragon went down. But we did not manage to see a proper Dharma ulti towards heroes, or one hero, or maybe 2 heroes. It's not there just yet. So, you know what? It's a good try. In terms of execution, it's a good try. But finally, we have our 3-game series.
We've been waiting for it.
We've been waiting for it.
And it finally was able to do it in this series here. Uzbekistan finding ways to take over this game. I mean, it seemed like, again, after game 1, Uzbekistan, they were in a bad spot, right? But they were able to bounce back in this one. And it seemed like Pakistan was making just one too many mistakes.
I think one too many mistakes starts from the first few team fights, right? They were like getting caught in the side lanes. At first, we were like, oh, whoa, they got the first kill, first strike coming in on the clash lane against the side of Uzbekistan. Everything seemed really well coming in from Pakistan. But later on in the team fights, they just didn't have any answers for Farouk on that Kaiser. And that Futsu coming in from Uzbekistan, those 2 beefy boys, they had no real answers.
I agree. I think that the little bit of mistakes coming in from Pakistan also enabled Uzbekistan to have a good start. And that the fact that they are very much aware of their previous rotation from game 1 and they applied very well in game 2. The quick progress, improvisation and adaptation into the game 2 is so good coming in from Uzbekistan that I think they are on the right track of progressing to be a better team.
Definitely. And we're kind of in uncharted territory because you're like, oh, game 3, now they've got momentum.
Yeah.
They've flipped things around. Like, what do we do? And now Pakistan are on the other side. They're like, hey, I thought all the series were supposed to go 2-0. How dare they win one? And now we're on the back foot. We're going to go to a game 3. This is a crazy situation.
Someone rewrote the script, right? Like, oh, isn't it supposed to 0-2 everywhere? But all of a sudden here, it's like, Uzbekistan, not today. We pulled up with a fantastic performance here. Farouk with that 7-2-12 performance on that Kaiser, being the team's only meat shield and walking and charging front. For Pakistan, they had no real answer for that Kaiser pick. And moving our eyes towards that mid lane role, 4-0-18 on Umejan.
Yeah, 4-0-18 is a high number. It shows that he is almost involved in every team fight available in the entire match. He knows how to use the ultimate very, very well. And again, it's thanks to the presence of Farouk. Farouk is always up front with the Invincible Warrior. Also thank you to Akbar because consistently sending the Celestial Melody to reset the Invincible Warrior non-stop.
Yeah. Actually, that's the one thing. When you're the Kaiser, you're rushing in. You're the Invincible Warrior. Like, you have one job. Get it back to me, right? Let me do it again. Let me keep going.
We all heard that before.
Yeah, right. That's all he cares about. And then, like, once he casts the Celestial Melody, you're like, okay, Akbar, you can go back home. I don't need you anymore, right? You can just kind of move on. But the way that they were able to play well with one another, again, just the cores really stepped up by Uzbekistan.
You have to agree, right? You can see the damage charge coming in for the side of Uzbekistan here. We have Umejan and also Ismoldeg performing a rather great game. And you said almost 100%. He's a 96% coming in from Umejan. Almost involved in every single team fight in this game.
Crazy. and that just shows his awareness, his game sense is there, and he's making good use of it. And he knows that his ultimate not only damages the entire team, also scares them away, scrambles them, put them in positions that they do not want to be.
And you kind of notice that these two teams are actually taking turns in terms of their playstyle, where Game 1, Pakistan played as a one-man unit where they are just moving around the map, scavenging for team fights, pressuring against Uzbekistan. But coming to Game 2, Uzbekistan, it's like they woke up. They came in with a solid draft, they came in with proper execution, every single team fight. They were the ones who were first hands-on against Pakistan instead.
Yeah, I agree.
And actually, if you're looking at some of these stats, I mean, the team fight rate, Farouk, way higher. This is like the highest we've seen, and he needs to be in those fights because he's a difference maker come, any sort of initiation. Obviously, it helps when you're playing a Kaiser, but that is his MO. He loves these type of heroes.
Yeah, and if there's anything that tells us better about how the match went, it's this graph for sure. It's how Uzbekistan really waits up all the way to the mid-game around 6-minute mark. That's when they start to rotate together. 6 minutes is actually a good time because they know that Futzel is already online and they can start to really utilize the Sage Might and make sure that after he puts the Sage Might, everyone else focus fire on that 1%. No matter where or who this guy catches.
I think there was also signs of succession coming in from the side of Pakistan where they found a bit of a comeback when Anwar was like on the bottom side and then he was like getting chased by 5 members, and afterwards we had like immediate answer coming from Pakistan to sneak the Shadow Overlord, and later on it's just the team fighting. It's just so darn difficult coming from Pakistan. You can't answer the Futzel, you can't answer the Kaiser, and the damage coming in from Isbolbek on the Direnji was just so darn consistent compared to the side of Team Pakistan's.
Such a good draft.
Yeah.
Right? If you think about it, exactly playing this, like, you're thinking, oh, the Lapu Lapu, the Dharma, they got a lot of team fight. How are we going to just, like, navigate those ults, right? But it just seemed that we were able to do it. Is just isolate people and take them down.
I think they were walking into their own trap, right? They're like, okay, let's pick up the Lapu Lapu, let's pick up the Dharma, for example, here. But then they forgot. The Direnji comes in, and then we pick, like, BP Boys, and Garuda is too far for you to actually engage, so what's next? Where's the follow-up damage? Because in some of these highlights, Muhammad H actually got a pretty good flank angle. It's just that there's just no real player coming in from Pakistan to actually follow on those final few moments.
That's so true. Even though we can see maybe there has been a little bit of lacking of micro here and there, but in terms of the draft coming in from the coaches, it really makes sense. And they know what they're doing, essentially.
Exactly.
So, I mean, in these kind of Asian Game qualifiers and such, it's not only the players who are being tested, it's also the coaches, right? So the drafting is actually very, very solid, which enables the players to really do well.
Yeah, and you talk about coaching and you talk about drafting, right? You gotta be focusing on to another thing. This is not global ban pick. This is standard pick and bans BO3. 2 bans for each side, and then you make it 4 on the second phase. But once you use one hero and you found success of it, in usual terms of global ban pick, you can't repeat it. But in this case, in Asian Games qualifiers, you can still repeat the success that you found. So for Uzbekistan, maybe, just maybe, they found their real way of playing.
Yeah, I need to apologize to Uzbekistan because they picked first here and it was like, oh, what are they going to do? But with this Dolia and the Kaiser, like, I'm sorry, I was not familiar with their game. Like, they figured it out. This is a great composition. And the MVP, Umijan, I mean, 4-0-18, he did so much damage from the back.
37% is not a small amount for sure. And the damage taken is 12.1%, with the gold 21.1%. Again, his ultimate is not just to find strikes or eliminations, but it's also to zone the area and make the entire enemy team scrambles around to make it a lot easier for isolation, right? Isolation also comes with the Sage Might, making sure that one guy is going to go down. So it all goes very, very well with each other.
Very well thought out, right? The draft coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, every single hero had a purpose in the game and served really well in achieving this neutralizing lead coming in for this series here. Right now, first 3-game series that we are having in our Asian Games qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And I'm excited to see, out of these two teams, is it either going to be Uzbekistan making a reverse sweep or the Pakistan squad coming back strong after that loss.
Yeah, actually looking at the pose from Umejan, he's kind of like, this is something that I want to adopt as well because I don't have an iQOO phone. So it looks like he's trying to be like, hey, trying to manifest the iQOO phone as well. This is a great pose for him to continue on.
Seems like it's also a great pose for you, Holler. So
Yeah. No, I'm stealing this. That's what I'm saying.
Can manifest this.
Wait,
You're
looking
doing
at this pose, right?
Yeah, this is the
Isn't
one.
it? Aside from the phone, is he asking for your phone number? Like, hey, Holler.
Call,
We're gonna have to ask him. What was the thought process behind this pose? Because yeah, that's actually a good one. Like you're pointing people. Like I want your number. Like this is the way you do it.
Yeah. If you want to give any numbers here, give Holler here. Just drop it in the comments. You know.
Right. Because I don't have a phone.
Oh.
I still need an iQOO phone. Just saying, guys. Shout out.
Okay. Well, we have seen the Dolia has been picked just now, right? Are they gonna be picking it again, or maybe Pakistan is gonna ban the hero out?
I think banning it if you cannot really answer it makes a lot of sense. Just like what Uzbekistan did, right? They couldn't handle Muhammad Shahid's channel in game 1.
Yeah.
So what did they do? They threw it up to the ban slot. Arlie and also the channel removed from the pool, forcing Muhammad in to actually pick up the hero like the Lady Sun. Yes, Lady Sun has strong burst damage, but if you can't really play the hero to a 3-4 item power spike, it's pretty difficult to actually carry the game, let alone dealing with 2 big tanks. You have one on the side, like a beefy Kaiser with double ultimate, invisible for 40 seconds just raining at you. And then you have like a Futsu. Futsu for farm lane players. What a headache.
Yeah.
You look at him, he's like, you're in my range. Yeah. Flash.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take that. But I think whenever it comes to this, like the standard bans and this type of system, I think that you want to just continue to play what wins. Right?
Correct.
Let the other team kind of, ban things out or make them, you have to change based on those, but you continue to do what works.
Yeah, which comes to the thing where you mentioned just now, Adam.
Yeah.
It's a very smart approach coming in from the coaching staff of Uzbekistan after game 1. They're like, okay, we couldn't play this draft and we couldn't deal with the channel here. So immediately in game 2, they suck up their ego. They're like, okay, let's ban away the channel, and then they were rewarded with that win. So coming into this final 3rd game between these 2 teams is really important. They're both currently 0-1 in the standings of their respective group. They win, they're closer to qualification. They lose. Oh my, that's going to be terrorizing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they will try their very best to probably do more or less the same. And I agree, with a very much simpler draft with simpler heroes, it makes much more sense and also reduce the potential stress coming in from the players on how to maximize what the hero can do. We do know that Kaiser is very much straightforward. For those who don't know, Kaiser's ultimate Invincible Warrior, it has sort of like a passive inside it where each projectile that he receives reduces a fixed amount of number of damage, such as minus 60. Every projectile is minus 60. So that's what makes him very, very strong. So to counter heroes like Kaiser, you need like a burst hero with 1 projectile only. So what they pull off just now is very good. Even Dharma's punches will be reduced, the damage, each of the punch. So it was a very good pick. Arlie as the first pick is not on my list.
It's a very confident pick, right, coming in here, Holler. Especially Arlie requires so much mechanical prowess as we've seen. We've seen a lot of picks of Arlie, but yet to find a successful, aside from the one that has been showcased by the Philippines marksman.
It looks like the food's going to be picked here with the Kaiser. Again, it ain't broke. Why fix it, right? Continue to go on, and it's going to be a nightmare for Pakistan now.
They have to ban Dolia, right? They have to ban Dolia. Or maybe the 3rd pick is going to be Dolia for Uzbekistan, unless if Pakistan steals them right now.
Well, they could, but if they do take it away, they can't really pair it up with any single hero here. I would say that Dolia is not the best pairing with Arlie here. So Uzbekistan, they have a choice. Mid lane, farm lane, or pick the Dolia here. If they pick the Dolia here, great. You can really round up your draft, but you'll have a trouble coming into the later stages here. Well, like you say, if it's not broken, why even fix it here? 3 of the same heroes coming in from Uzbekistan's previous game draft as they are bringing it towards this game.
Yeah, they're going to stick with it, but not having the Dolia, again, it's great for Farouk. I think it definitely has a lot of value, but
it's gone.
I mean, they would have picked it already. I think that, the Foots, at the end of the day, you probably could have picked the Dolia and the Kaiser there, and then save the Foods for later. Because, I mean, the chances of it being banned or even being picked, probably very unlikely.
Or maybe even the Garuda, right? Because I think that Dolia is the most likely to be banned out, because the only reason why Kaiser works just now is because of the 14 seconds of Invincible Warrior instead of 7 seconds. I feel that missing out on this Dolia is a huge waste.
It's gonna be a very big punch towards the Uzbekistan draft, but look at it in the bright side. You don't have a Dolia. You have another potentially Zhang Fei or Lapu Lapu that could even beef up your entire team composition, so the early will have an even big trouble in handling those late game team fights here. Who am I gonna hit? There's so many big beefy boys in front of me.
Or maybe Yarya to replace the missing Dolia, because Yarya can be played, right? So she can also always follow where Kaiser is going to be going, and I think that might replace what they need to make it tankier. But then again, they're going with Lapu Lapu with much more crowd control.
A lot of control. I mean, they have, the Garuda is still there. The last one, obviously, the farm laner. But the Kaiser is the type where... Now, this is a little bit of a different roster because it's not the same thing in terms of just how much burst they're able to do. Pakistan are able to have something that's a little bit tankier themselves. The Hino is a bit of a problem because it shakes things off with a Fate Rewind. So they're kind of, again, out-sustaining the potential punches being thrown by Uzbekistan here.
And I'm a bit worried right now because previously, like you mentioned, right, there was no Hino coming in from Team Pakistan to really counter against this. And what does Hino learn? A lot of frontline and middle range heroes here. And you look at Uzbekistan's draft, Sponsor You, Lapu Lapu, Kaiser, and also Fuzi, they're all very mid to early range, like very short range. So the moment they come into the team fight, the Hano's gonna have a field day with those spears.
True, I think he's gonna be able to make good use of all of these melee heroes. And we do know that Hano is a very good sort of a bit of a tanky hero. He can sustain with Insatiable Tome, given that he has enough magical life steal. I think it's gonna be an interesting one. It seems like a balanced pick for both sides.
Actually, it's definitely more balanced. Looking at these things and not looking at any other games that we saw, we know that Uzbekistan can run this roster, right? This is something that they ran last game. They played very well, but just looking at these two, again, rosters from an isolation, just in a vacuum, I'm kind of gearing towards the Pakistan side.
Yep, and here we go, our first ever 3-game series between Pakistan and Uzbekistan. It's going to be very interesting for us to watch for sure, and an early fight between all of them in the center here with the spears being thrown out, hitting all three of them. The stacks are hitting. It's going to stack up on them with a huge amount of damage if they line up in a straight line.
So in this one, the Fatih is going to be in the jungle. So this is a little bit of a pivot in that sense, where you have the Byron more classic in the Clash, because they're not, Republic of Korea, who like to run the Byron in the jungle. But this is one, it's a little bit more different in that sense, because Anwar, again, if he's able to get that farm, the Fatih can be a late game monster and just tear up teams.
I agree, and what's more important is that the Fatih can always move around the map compared to a Clash Fatih. So he has this freedom to try his best to make good use of the Sacred Tree Blessing, but it seems like they're starting to poke each other just a little bit down here at the farm lane. 300 gold in front, which is not too big. This is very early for us to judge, but this is where we try to see if there's any gold sharing technique that is being used by any of the teams.
Yeah, and actually Hassan is kind of just babysitting Anwar, gold sharing, if you will. He's continuing just to kind of stick with him. But Hassan is the type where, in game 2, didn't have the greatest of games. Yumijan definitely got the better of him. I think that this is one where we're talking about the mid-game, really setting the tone, right? Hassan needs to step up in this one.
I agree, and we do have Farouk trying to rotate towards the Clash lane, trying to get the teleport very, very soon so that he can help the other lanes. There's not going to be too much of a difference in terms of economy right now. This is still very, very early. Both sides of the team have their jungle items and their roam items very, very well. And not much of a difference. Everyone is playing quite passively so far.
Yeah, still early. I mean, the roams aren't even level 4, right? Once they hit 4, I think that you're looking to maybe take a fight. You can get a little bit defensive. Both of those roamers like to just kind of start things off. They've got some great ults ahead of them. But if we're looking at the other side, now this is where Uzbekistan are changing things up. They're being a little bit aggressive. Maybe they look for some sort of steal as Mahmoud has kind of inched his way into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and having Uzair, who's playing Zhang Fei right now, he's going to try to use the Umbrella Outburst. This is what we're going to be focusing on probably the entire match, where are they going to be following out with the Umbrella Outburst quickly in a close formation? If we remember in the game 1 just now, Uzbekistan was using Zhang Fei, but did not be able to utilize it fully and do a proper follow-up with that Zhang Fei. But this time in the hands of Pakistan, I'm pretty sure they're going to try their very best to follow up in a closer formation. If that doesn't happen, it's going to be a problem.
All right, okay. I always joke about Zhang Fei and everything because Cloud is actually a Zhang Fei main, but I used to be, right? Like there was a time that people didn't like me, and that's another thing. But
okay.
when I play the Zhang Fei, the biggest piece was that you never want to be the initial initiator. You always want that counter initiation. You want the fight to happen, and if you're looking at the Pakistan lineup, you have the Byron, you have the Hassan, and even the Anwar. These guys are looking to start things, and then you have that perfect counter initiation. So this draft plays into Zhang Fei's hands much easier here.
I see. So that's what goes through a Zhang Fei main.
Yeah,
right.
I used to be. I've moved on. I'm a much better person now.
But we want to see that a kiting gameplay is going to be, it has to be done by Muhammad, by Anwar, to pull all the Uzbekistan heroes in a straight line, hopefully, so that Zhang Fei has that one golden moment for him to use his ultimate.
Yeah, but this is that golden moment. He's only caught onto one on this one, but now with that Wings of Judgment, Farouk is doing a little bit of work. He's the invincible warrior trying to chase after Anwar, not able to find it, but they find Muhammad, and they do get the snipe. 3 members down from Pakistan. The Fate Rewind, he gets on out of there, but now does he want to go back in? The Scepters are still going to be there. Hassan needs to be careful. He has no ult. Mahmoud decides to, but Akbar gets picked off as well as Farouk. He gets the double before he goes 6 feet under.
Double strike before he goes down is a way to go for sure. And he was confident that he can get all of them just now for a bit, and he still managed to go down probably because of the damage, AoE damage coming in from the Tyrant. He should have not been in that vicinity a bit too early just now, but this is what happened, right? The ultimate coming from the Zhang Fei actually hits only one, and he did not manage to fully utilize the kiting that has been done by his friends, but a bit too long for Hassan to try to get them all out. Probably too early, Fate Rewind.
Yeah, a bit too early in this. I felt like Anwar wasn't really finding the right targets as well. There was a lot of low members from Uzbekistan, and you could see that Farouk was chasing after Muhammad N. Definitely the great targets. You gotta just, anytime he's prioritized, Muhammad N has to think about running away, survival, as opposed to sticking around and doing that damage.
Yep. Right now, Muhammad N is going to try to farm as fast as he can. Pure Sky has been bought by Muhammad H. Futza is going to fly towards the mid lane. Overall, it seems like no one's going to be taking it for now. Muhammad is going to try to poke with the availability of the Parasola. They're going to try to rotate back towards the mid lane. They're not going to force it down right now. And Uzair already has his madness.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the net worth, though, I mean, Uzbekistan, 1.5K. This is definitely their game thus far. They've, again, sticking to their tried and true. These are definitely the heroes that they're most comfortable with. And that's what you want, especially in a game 3, when everything is on the line, you're going to play essentially your main.
Yep, and this is what where they want to be, right? Because the advantage here is going to be pushing them more towards an aggressive gameplay. And that's what seemingly Uzbekistan is quite comfortable with. If you remember the last game, game number 2, 6 minute 30 mark is where Uzbekistan starts to stick together. That's why they start to rotate together with the Futzer. Are they going to do the same this time?
Oh, they flash forward. The Sage's Might on top with the Wings of Judgment. They're throwing everything at him. Do they have enough? And Muhammad H is going to go down.
It works every time. Even though they wasted, or well, not wasted, they used 3 ultimate just for one person, but he still goes down. And no one from Uzbekistan is eliminated for now, so you know what? It's okay. And it seems like they're going to start to try to get the Azure Golem. The stack has been marked by Hassan. Hassan's still going to go in. He's so confident at this point because he has Fate Rewind, but this is a golden moment, but they're going to pull back instead.
Yeah, I mean, the Umbrella Upward had been committed, the Fate Rewind as well. Pakistan are going to get away, but, I mean, everything just to stay alive, I don't know if that was the greatest of plays for them.
Yeah, I feel like they should have maybe committed to the fight if they want to use
Mahmoud, Sage's Might, they have him locked down with the Raging Sea on top of that. Who's there, not able to get away, and this is why the Foots Mahmoud has been so good.
This is why I feel like Uzair shouldn't have used his ultimate just now. just for him to run away because Hassan still had the Fate Rewind, right? Maybe the understanding of the timing is a little bit wrong, but let's see how it goes right now.
Yeah, I mean, now he's got to build up the madness, and they find yet another. Anwar is going to be picked off. And Muhammad N, what are you doing? Trying to light step away. The bottom T2 is down. Hassan now has to flash. He gets on out, but Uzbekistan continuing. They're going to lock him down as well, but it's way too deep. With the Wings of Judgment, they're going to tenderize him. But with these Vanguards, it looks like Uzbekistan are going to disengage.
They decided to pull back very quickly. Very good decision-making coming in from Uzbekistan. They don't want to overextend. They know their limits. They pull back. And coming from Umijan is really looking like someone who doesn't care about the cooldown of his skill sets, right? The Wings of Judgment has been used so many times that he doesn't care. He doesn't care if is this the right time. No, he just want to make sure that the HP of Pakistan heroes are as low as possible.
Yeah, I think also it's more of like, when it's ready, he's just going to go, right? They're looking to fight every time his skills are off cooldown, and that's what you want. As opposed to, remember how day one, I think it actually was with Cloud, we were like, oh yeah, you know, when are they going to use the Zhang Fei Umbrella Outburst? He's like saving it saving it for like Christmas or whatever. Like he was not using it, but now he's going to spend it on here. He finds two. Mahmoud is getting a little bit low, but Farouk taking the Tyrants. They have the stun onto his air. They have a little bit of control. Mahmoud is continuing to do it. Just rain terror on, but he finally goes down, but they trade away for 3.
You gotta admire Hassan's bravery right there. He really tries his best to go to the back line and try to spear everyone. But there's not enough or chemistry or timing or proper timing with his team for him to have enough time, enough distraction to keep on poking everyone non-stop. But it seems like maybe his entire needs to help me more.
Oh, the Raging Sea only onto the minions. It's going to be dodged away, but they space them out. They're going to take the mid T2. And I think it's, again, just when you're talking about synergy, man, they just need to see more movies together.
I agree. They gotta find someone to open that door first, you know what I mean? Yeah, having Farouk still trying to steal all the resources coming in from Pakistan jungle side of the top lane, I think that's gonna really suffocate Pakistan from all the resources, and it's gonna really hurt their economy.
Yeah, but one thing to note, Farouk was actually just hit level 13. Anwar has gotten the better of him thus far, at least in the experience department. Net worth, we need to see and check on this one because, again, Farouk, once he hits those items, he's scary, right? I mean, Hassan, Muhammad, and both need to really respect when Farouk is running right at you.
I agree, and I think that the fact that Farouk's damage is very high, this is going to be affecting quite a bit. And it does seem like the net worth is leaning a little bit more towards Farouk, and it's not too much, it's by a couple of hundred, but you know what? That's 1 or 2 small items.
Yeah, it's small, but over the course of all of the different roles, there's definitely going to be an edge. And now the bottom T3 potentially under siege, it looks like Uzbekistan are going to just wait a little bit longer. We're going to go with the Vanguards here.
And it seems like Pakistan is quite aware of what Hassan is capable of doing. They need to play around him to give him much more space, to spend time throwing the spears non-stop, to really poke the damage out of Uzbekistan, to, you know what, level the ground of what Umijan can do with Garuda, right? Because Garuda is a lot more easier. Just use the Wings of Judgment and shoot from far. So they need to help Hassan to do the same.
Yeah, but Pakistan playing very passive game, right?
Yeah.
Usually, as a Haino, you want to be up front throwing those scepters, right? As you were rightly pointing out, I think that you want to be doing as much as possible. Anytime he's not throwing out those scepters, it's a feels bad, you're losing moments. So
True. What makes Haino good is the scepter itself. If you're not really utilizing at max, then it's not really a good Haino.
True, yeah.
So,
I mean, what are you? You're just like a range creep at that point, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying that to that point, but it seems like they're going to start to force something out. It all depends on Uzer's ultimate. If Armada Obers doesn't hit too well, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Pakistan.
So they need, again, they either initiate. Muhammad H has got to be making that play. Hassan maybe bait something out so that the fight happens, everybody jumps in. But Uzbekistan understand, this is very simple of the game plan that they want to do. So for their own team fight, they've been very cagey in terms of when they actually go in.
Yeah, look at this Wings of Judgment. It hurts so much, and Muhammad H almost went down. Just a little bit more. I was expecting a bigger fight to happen, but it seems like Uzbekistan chose to pull back, sending Mahmoud all the way to the top lane to start re-pushing the minions again.
He was so close to dying. I mean, he dies there, the wheels might have come off, right? Because Uzbekistan would be able to push. They had that man advantage, if you will. But they're looking to kind of, you know, again, they want to push them away, but this Wings of Judgment is so difficult to deal with because it just, again, spacing is absolutely real. Uzair is on the side. He's not going to pop his ult on this one. And they're doing a little bit of chip damage on the bottom T3, but Uzbekistan playing a very patient game here.
The zoning power and the presence of Garuda itself is just so scary. And again, Umijan doesn't hesitate to keep on using the Wings of Judgment over and over again every time it is available to be used. And just focus on him. I'm sure he's going to be using it once more because the cooldown on this thing is too short.
Yeah, way too short. I mean, every single time that it's been available, he's been just, you know, weathering the storm. Like, he's done so much damage. He's 307, didn't die in the last game as well. So he's just like, this is his jam, right? The Indonesian national hero. Just give him the Garuda, and he's going to let the team shine as well.
Exactly. And knowing that there are 7,000 gold difference right now between the two teams, I'm sure that Uzbekistan will have a huge advantage. But if there's one hero who excels at turning a game around, it should be Zhang Fei. It should be Dharma, but there's no Dharma here. There's Zhang Fei, and I think it's enough. As long as they put a good timing into the ultimate of Zhang Fei to go hand in hand with Fatih and Ardi.
Yeah. One thing I am worried about is that Uzbekistan, yeah, they're playing patiently, but at some point, Pakistan, they're kind of, you know, their lineup is geared definitely toward the late game.
Yeah.
Right? You give them space and farm and time, that's going to be bad for you, right? Yeah. So if anything, Uzbekistan, in the next 5 minutes, you got to close out this game in this series.
Yeah, I agree. They really need to focus down here on this last push. This might be the last push, but it depends on how brave they are going to go in. It all depends on this Wings of Judgment first.
Yeah, Wings of Judgment doing some work again onto the just onto the minions, excuse me. But it looks like Uzbekistan doing a lot of the spacing, poking and prodding, but they're not able to overcome and to get onto the high ground. Pakistan's defense has been immaculate thus far.
I wonder what's stopping Akbar from going all in every time minions goes in, or maybe the Vanguard goes in, because we were expecting the presence of Umijan with the ultimate that he kept on doing and doing over and over again. We were expecting that's the right moment because they have to run away and they will be lacking of a couple of heroes. But it seems like the longer they wait, damage from Umijan is gonna start to decrease a little bit as the items of Pakistan is gonna add up more and more as the time goes by.
Muhammad and Hassan, these guys are going to be scary, right?
Yeah,
come late game, right? And there's, I mean, I don't know exactly how close they are, but by biding your time, you're playing into the hands of Pakistan. They want to go, you know, as slow as possible. And now the top T3 will be going down. The Fate Rewind going to be used, but it looks like the Umbrella Outburst with that pushback. But they've already gotten Hassan. He's going to be down for the count. They take the tower down yet again. The Stampede doing a little bit of work as well. They find Akbar. Baruch had been taken as well, and it looks like the hole is going to be okay because Muhammad A goes down. The double strike going the way of Anwar. They find him. The pushback on. Do they have enough? And it looks like Uzbekistan are going to take game 3 in the series.
Congratulations, Uzbekistan, for taking game 3. 2-1.
Our first 3-game series here coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And what to add on towards that, it was Uzbekistan coming in clutch with a 2-1 reverse sweep of all things.
It really came back to their heroes, right? They just picked their comfort heroes and then let them shine, right? They were so comfortable on them, and then the way they were able to just kind of like wait things out, not overcommit, play patiently, and go in when they knew that they were at their strongest. Really well played by Uzbekistan.
And they actually managed to prove that who needs Dolia? If they're very good with Kaiser, they can really pull it off. And the fact that they actually excel, even though Kaiser doesn't have that long invincible warrior, it still works out very well for them. And you know what? I'm happy for them. And also, Pakistan also show actually a very good game from game number 1. It's just that they did not manage to bring that momentum, that aggression, the early game aggression into game 2 or 3.
I think they suppressed Muhammad H really well, especially as a farm lane player. You can see Muhammad H tried to play early, try to get as much lead as possible, but it comes down to team fights. That's the stressful part. When you have so much front lines against a farm laner, you have so much trouble in actually taking that one by one before the fact that Ismoilbek has already torn down your entire team and coming for you in those team fights. But talking about early to mid game, Mahmoud on that Futsu, man. He's been getting so many of these clutch plays.
Yeah, it was just like complete lockdown. Anytime you went out of position, it's like, yeah, you've got your ult, yeah, your front form. It doesn't really matter. We're going to lock you down. The rest of the team are there to just like take you down with him, you know? So like the way that they were able to play, finally, I mean, there's a reason why they picked the Futs first.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason why every time he uses his ultimate very close to Garuda, Umijan, is because he needs that help, right? To really get the hero that he's locking in to go down as fast as possible. And I feel like the timing that he chose to keep on using the ultimate is just so good, Sagi.
And to your point as well, right? We were praising like everyone in the team, right? I think this is actually a collaborative team win because if we were to break down like Uzbekistan's performance, right? Mahmoud was finding insane catches in the first few minutes just to build the lead for the team, and then you see in towards the jungle side, Farouk was just being this meat shield for his team, finding those big moments and finding to make sure that Ismolbek and Umejan was always given the enough room to actually play in those team fights. And then you see Akbar, he was very active on that Lapu-Lapu, engaged, flashing in, repositioning his Raging Sea with a flash to make sure that Pakistan did not have the room to even do damage when you have a Fed Arlie on the hands of Muhammad N.
Yeah, it completely caught people off guard. You know, Akbar's engagements, his initiations were very good. I mean, Umejan was like, he's so, like, you know, he was tried and true. He was very, like, always on the backside, always doing what he needed to have done. But he stayed alive. That's the biggest piece. If you get taken down, all of the damage taken away, I mean, who's going to, like, yeah, you have Ismailbek, but like you're kind of lacking in that department, right? So by him just staying alive and everyone from Pakistan very vulnerable, they had a rough time trying to just get on top of this Uzbekistan lineup.
I agree. The damage coming in from Umijan has been unstoppable, and there's no answer to it, right? Because the distance for his ultimate is so far away, and the fact that how he always controls the Garuda's Wings of Judgment very, very well, he predicts the movement of everyone to maximize the damage.
And you can also see, yes, Umejan did an insane game from the Garuda, but check out Hassan as well. With how many of these frontliners and middle-range heroes coming from Uzbekistan, Hassan's spears were just doing so much damage in those team fights. But unfortunately, in the end of the day, as much damage as you do, but when there's no finisher coming in from Muhammad N or Anwar, it's just not enough.
And it also feels like Hassan would have been a lot better to deal more damage if his teammates actually, you know, try to provide more security around him, or maybe I'm not sure if I saw it right, or maybe Hassan went in too early. But most of the time when we saw him going in, he's usually alone, but trying to fight a lot of people at the same time, which we want to see it work, right? Because he was throwing spears and he was hitting everyone.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw Hassan go to the movie theater all by himself, so he's kind of prone to do that. But I think it also plays into what Heino likes to do, which is be that frontliner, throw out those scepters, and then anytime you get jumped, you fate rewind on back. But unfortunately for him, Uzbekistan just had too many answers. They were able to get on top of him and to really kind of, you know, to counter the playstyle of the Heino.
And to your point as well, right, the reason why we don't see much of the front lines here playing with Hassan is actually due to the fact that Uzbekistan in the early game, they utilized Mahmoud's Futsu's ultimate, the Sage Might, to penalize Muhammad H for playing too overly aggressive, making sure that this Byra, that's supposed to be the early to mid-game strong force coming in from Pakistan, he was shut down so damn early, making sure that this game was out of his reach.
Yeah, and this is the goal graph of our last game just now. And it just shows on Uzbekistan's domination. I will have to say the word domination because they win the war, they win the fight from beginning early on all the way to the end at a constant rate. Would we say that is there any mistake from that? I don't think so. The fact that they are so careful to try to end the game shows that they respect and they don't want to do any mistake.
Yeah, and that speaks volumes about a good team, right?
Yeah.
Knowing when to go in, not to overcommit, because then when you do, that's when you get, you know, punished. You throw your lead away, right? And I think that the way that you're even seeing with this goal graph is like, yeah, there's some dips. We lost a couple members, but we're like, okay, let's mitigate the bleeding, so to speak. Stop, regroup, get our guys, resupply, and then come back in.
And I like the push coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, right? It's always 3 waves in, 3 waves in, and these are the first few moments in the game that actually put Uzbekistan on the map for Game 3. Check out what Farouk did. He single-handedly zoned Anwar and made sure that Muhammad and had to swap with the Parasol into a bad position, into the face of Ismolibek. And as of this point, these were the most mentioned. Hassan won against the world, but it's not enough. You're already too deep into territory, and you are forced down. But still, Hassan got a double strike, but it's too darn late.
Yeah, it was too late at that point. Anwar was already out of there. He wasn't looking to fight. But you were talking about this, the Mahmoud Sage's might. Every single one of them to lock him down. And then, like, Muhammad is like, sorry, brother, you're on your own.
And there's always that Umi-chan behind him, right?
Yeah.
Always ready with the wings of judgment, which makes it so much more annoying. And I feel that the rate of learning or the rate of adaptation coming in from Uzbekistan from Game 1 into Game 2 and 3 is so high. How they managed to really get used to this close formation, moving around together with his teammates. It's just mesmerizing.
Yeah, and you gotta give them props, right? They came out of a very difficult game against Indonesia yesterday where they were just cleanly defeated coming in from the Indonesian team. But today, coming in towards this series against Pakistan, losing the game first and coming back 2 games strong,
right?
You gotta give them props. The mental game is super duper good coming in from the Uzbekistan staff and coaches.
Yeah, the resilience, that's the biggest piece, right? And of course, it looks like the MVP is going to be Ismail here. 407. 30% of the damage.
Wow.
We didn't speak too much of him until he got some of those eliminations, but I think that he was always the guy that was lurking in the shadows, being largely untouched in this one.
Yep, I agree with that. I actually saw that on the stats too just now. This is why they are using heroes like Garuda, Lapu-Lapu, giving the amount of space to Ismailbek. And Ismailbek keeps on doing all this damage thanks to his teammate, right? Because of the confidence and the comfort that he has to really produce those large amount of damage.
Yeah, and how much he just stepped up. Ismailbek really just like the MVP style, the way that he was able to kind of just outclass, like the team. Uzbekistan really stepped up of him. Dare I say, we call him Islargebek from now on.
I get what you mean. The door is over there. Okay, come back. I mean, you definitely, aside from the joke itself, it definitely makes sense, right? Because you have to compare from Game 1. He was against the MVP performance coming in from Muhammad H's channel. And that was a very big difference, right? Compared to that performance that you actually have. But coming to Game 2, his DRNG was solid. Game 3 is more like on the console you in the final few moments when Umit John was taken down by the enemy team. He stood up.
Yeah.
He took down every single enemy member and forced down the game end. That's how you consider MVP performance.
Yeah, you gotta step up at the right moments, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, when a team needs you, Game 3, everything on the line, now's the time. He showed up in spades.
Again, the how fast they actually adapt from Game 1 into Game 2 into Game 3 almost makes me feel like a proud dad, even though I have no connections with them. It feels like the way they improve in such short period of time is just too good. And I wish this to happen to all of the rest of the team. Because the whole point of playing the first game and try to learn as much as possible is to try to apply to the next few games.
Makes sense, right? And especially we did talk about like, meta this, meta that. Some teams like to pick the Ukyo-Tachibana, but they can't really execute it compared to some of the stronger teams like Philippines, Indonesia, Korea. They did really well. But when it comes down to teams that have less experience or don't have enough games, when they bring out the comfort heroes like what Uzbekistan did, it really warms my heart. It's like they can play the game and in their own level, and it shows just now in Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, and actually just being able to overcome the jitters that was Game 1. Because it didn't look great, right? And you're thinking, the wheels completely fall off. Are we able to, do we just lose all momentum, any sort of motivation going into that one? But the way that they were able to bounce back, again, you were like a proud dad. I too will join that train into the proud dad moment because, again, I think it was incredible on that one.
Okay, the proud dad moments definitely have to hear what the Suns have to say, right? So let's check out Mara on the stage to see who she has on the stage to actually interview and let us know more about that amazing comeback. So Mara, your time to lead the gorge. Program? Oh, we're back.
Hello.
Seems like we have a bit of issue on the interview here, so we'll probably give Mara and Deployer more time to actually prepare for that segment here. But back towards the topic just now that we actually were proud fathers. I mean, we're not fathers of the Uzbekistan players here, but it just feels like a proud dad moment when you see like, 0-1, and then it comes back to a 2-1. It's like your ranking. It's like, man, I'm like 2-3 games away from 2000 peak. and then just all of a sudden that one game pushes you up. That warms your heart.
Yeah, and the fact that they actually managed to pull it off with the heroes that are comfortable with, like what you said, it shows that you don't really have to force what you can do. There's no point in doing all of these flashy heroes if you can't. And the fact that you can do more with so much more simpler things, I think it proves a lot of things, right? Across the board.
Yeah, so comfort definitely is there. And then also the fact that, after game one, it's like learning, right?
Yeah.
You don't look at the losses as a bit of an issue. So you're kind of able to overcome with some of that experience of all that losing, so I see.
It's good adaptation, right? And I just got news that Mara is now currently ready with the player on the stage. So Mara, again, we need you to lead us to the interview, just like how we lead in the Gorge.
Team Uzbekistan bags their first victory of the tournament. Congratulations, Umid.
Thank you so much.
I have to say, your game 2 Garuda, the burst damage was so scary. That was such a job well done. Now, this is your first victory. And how is that like for your team?
Это ваша первая победа, и какие у вас ощущения?
Ощущения просто замечательные. Мы просто не верили в себя вначале, но потом все это пришло, вот мы выиграли этот матч. Всем спасибо, кто болел.
I feel amazing, and first, the team don't trust themselves. So after that, they come back.
So in the beginning, the team was still looking for that trust within each other. And then now they've achieved it. And we can see that as we saw in game number 1, your opponent, Team Pakistan, was firmly in control. But then you got game number 2 in a dominant fashion and ultimately taking the series. What made the difference?
Первую победу пакистанцы, они взяли верх. И после этого, что у вас поменялось, что вы взяли камбэк?
В первом матче мы просто боялись, ничего не делали, просто боялись заруинить игру и проиграть. И это повлияло на то, что мы не смогли как прежде сыграться.
The first game, they actually tried to understand their game, and then it's not happening. After that, they scan them and then take the win.
And you did a job well done. We saw the way you trusted each other. And you know what? We would love to see your Garuda a lot more in the next series. Now, for sure, Uzbekistan is cheering right now. Would you like to greet them and send a message to the rest of the world?
Узбекистанцы, они рады то, что вы выиграли, и что вы хотите передать своей стране?
Hammaga kattakon rahmat. Bizga ishonmay kelganlarga ham kattakon rahmat. Ko'rganinglarga ham kattakon rahmat. Shu iloji boricha mana shu 3-o'rin bilan dalishi mana shu Yaponiyaga slot olishga harakat qilamiz. Dalishi bizga balet qilasizlar deb umiddaman. Kattakon rahmat.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for Uzbekistan. We will try to get second or third place to get to the Japan. So we will be great to see how Uzbekistan support us.
Well, we're only on day 3 right now. A lot can happen, and we wish you luck for your next matchup. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're going to be talking about that more with our casters. Lead the Gorge.
I can feel the happiness from the screen over there because Umi-chan, he was just all smiles on his face. He's like, you know, that win was so good that the smile just naturally comes out of your face. Like, you know for a fact that you came back from the series and it felt good. It felt so good.
Yeah, that's got to feel amazing, right? You're down and then you win and then get into the winner's interview and then just going on stage like that, I mean, everything, like, you're representing your region as well. So there's a lot of pride, everything that you want. I mean, I was very proud of you, Michan, as well.
You were smiling, man.
We were smiling all the way to our ears because he was, and we know how much it means to him for sure. And the fact that they actually made a very huge comeback with a very insane amount of gameplay, I think they deserve to be happy.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you want to be cheering on, especially when you come back from a game such as that. 0-1 down, and then you come in 2-1 swoop, and you are now putting yourself one step closer to potentially the main event or the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, and actually it took us a while, 3 days to finally get to a game 3, but I think it was worth the wait at the end of the day because that was pretty epic at the end of the day.
That's true, and I do feel that they are on the right track. If they continue this momentum, they continue with this kind of mindset, it's going to be very, very helpful for them. But you know what's going to be helpful for everyone is that if you guys all have iQOO 15R, official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Honor of Kings Qualifier. These are the devices that has been being used by all of the professional athletes that's up on the stage.
Yeah, I'm trying to locate my finger to where I can point it better. Like, there we go. In the middle.
I'm like trying to grab it.
That's
okay.
No, they'll eventually call it if they're interested.
yeah.
But of course, if you're interested in a good gaming phone, do check out iQOO 15R. But lads, that was an amazing series. I think one of the best ones that we actually had story-wise. Like yesterday, we had like Tempest Dragons, but out of the series story, right? I think this was the best one because it involved three game series, our first one ever in 2026. Asian Games Esports Qualifier Honor of Kings, and then it came into a 2-1 fashion, reverse sweep style.
Yeah, the comeback, that to me is the biggest one, right? Being able to come back, it's one thing to be like 1-1-1 and then kind of trade it and go around, but I think that the momentum, it shifted, right? Pakistan was kind of reeling after that game 2, and they thought that things were going to be very easy, but let's be very honest, nothing is easy here.
Yeah, I was expecting that Pakistan's going to be steamrolling in the game 2.
Yeah.
Because they were actually being able to end that game 1 in such a style that it seems like, you know what, Pakistan is very solid. They know how to end the game very, very well, and they know how to really utilize their benefits. But eventually, somehow, Uzbekistan's mindset resetted so quick, and they improved. We come talking about this days and days, but it's just so good.
Because it feels good coming in from an esports side that you see teams strive and they look for success, and they actually won. But coming into the next series, we'll be having Jordan going up against Kyrgyzstan for the match 2 of the day. But we'll need to go for a short break before we bring you more Honor of Kings action.
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned. Together, we share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine!
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom ke mana? Mountain Deep!
No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire. I'm alive 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up 'cause it's our time to shine.
We're back from a short break into the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. This is day 3 and we just witnessed one of the best VO3s thus far that it actually brought it to a 3-game series here. But hey, my name is Sagi here and with me on the desk is our casters of the Gorge. Please welcome back once again Holler and also Adam here. Welcome, boys.
Thank you for having us. I think that let's continue on from the good games that we saw already in the first series of the day, continuing on and hopefully into this one as well, because again, it's all about those good vibes, making sure that the teams are actually going to be prepared, and we just want competitive games at the end of the day.
What are the odds that the next series, this very next series, is gonna be 3 games once more? I think there is a chance for that to happen. It's gonna be like quite close to between Jordan and Kyrgyzstan. It's very interesting.
Yeah, before we go into the exact matchup here, we need to remind everyone at home or on Honor of Kings that a big patch is coming in. The biggest one coming in on June 17 on Honor of Kings. The grand venture here. If you've seen social media on Honor of Kings, you've probably seen some teaser already on what exactly coming in for the newest patch. For new heroes, new sprite links, new modes, consignment market, all of those will be available on June 17.
Yeah, and actually just... I mean, kind of to your point about how the fact that we had our first game 3, I felt like, I mean, it took us 3 days to finally get to that game 3. I don't know if we, you know, the first 2 days have been a curse or like a blessing in the sense that, like, you know, we've had nothing but 2-0s, right? And this today, I think that we might have some of the most competitive games. I think we're going to see the most game 3s today. I might be calling it now.
I agree, because we need to keep it consistent, right?
Of course.
Day 3, so 3 series of 3 games.
I like it.
I agree.
Wait,
are you excited for
So day 5 is gonna be 5 series of BO3s? 15 games.
I think it only works for
It doesn't rhyme. It
third
doesn't.
day.
It needs to be best of 5. That needs to be best of 5 for day 5.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too, you know? But without further ado, let's welcome our first two teams coming in for this exact tournament. Jordan's first experience and Kyrgyzstan looking for their first win with this video teaser here. Let's welcome the teams.
Known for their ability to adapt and think on their feet. Their unpredictability makes them dangerous, and their composure could be the key to unlocking victory. Ready to turn uncertainty into opportunity? Please welcome Jordan!
This team has already felt the pressure of the battlefield, but early setbacks don't define them. They step back into the arena with something to prove, and every round becomes a chance at redemption. Please welcome Kyrgyzstan!
This will be the first game that Jordan will ever have on this tournament here. First experience, first appearance per se. And Kyrgyzstan is looking for their first win. This is going to be a very important game because every single game sets out the entire storyline, the results coming into their group, which will formulate how they will actually go into the main event.
So this will be the Jordan lineup. We're gonna be having Muhammad, Mahmoud, Yazan, Ahmad, and Salmeh. So it's gonna be the first time for us to watch how they are gonna be fighting against each other and how each team are gonna be performing. So Jordan is gonna be a bit of a mystery. We are gonna be expecting a lot of unorthodox picks, or maybe they might be attached to some of the earlier picks that has been made by other teams since they have been watching them.
I would hope to think that they would have their own meta and not be too heavily influenced of what we've seen thus far. It seems like a meta has kind of already been defining, it's being kind of coming in, but I do feel like Jordan, hey, bring what works for you, don't change anything at this moment.
I think that's the case that we've seen since the previous series, right? Like, meta defines the game, but if you can't play the meta well, sometimes defaulting into an easier execution heroes or team compositions actually favor you more if you don't have that experience. But for Kyrgyzstan, do you think they have that shot?
Yeah, well, let's just introduce them here. It's going to be Kyrgyzstan here, Jamalbek, Dastan, Kunovic, Azat, and Marlin, and they're going to be a team that we kind of saw. We haven't seen them, you know, again, able to kind of define the meta themselves, but this is a team that's still kind of finding their footing, if you will.
Yeah, we have a very good example from Uzbekistan just now. Maybe sticking to what you're comfortable with and what you're very good at is probably the best than trying to match up your energy with other better performing teams that maybe you've seen a lot of very good Ukyo Tachibanas, so maybe we should practice that too within 1 or 2 days. I don't think that could be the best thing to do here. Maybe just go with whatever the best that you know.
I think Ukyo Tachibana as a pick, right? It's really amazing. Strong early game damage, invasions, or even the mid game burst damage, right? But the problem is, execution is really hard and you fall off if you don't find a lead. Hence, teams do pick it up, but once they fail to execute it, it's really punishing in the BO3 setting.
Yeah, actually, Ukyo and Chano have been the most picked heroes going into day 3. So, knowing that, I think that, you know, almost every single blue side team, when they're looking to pick first, has really kind of leveraged off of that. Those are the two main heroes. So, like, it's one thing to pick your own heroes that you're comfortable with, but understanding the meta of what other teams are looking to do, maybe you look to ban those out early.
I agree, and we do know that there's only a couple of heroes that usually needs to be banned, especially heroes like Dolia can really reset some heroes like Kaiser that makes Kaiser a beast. But it has been proven that maybe Dolia is not the biggest problem. Maybe it's understanding your opponent that makes the biggest difference.
And the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers is also another type of tournament where it applies the same style. Meta always starts to show in the first few days, but as you inch on towards the last few days or the middle of the tournament, you start to see more patterns, more strategies coming out for different teams in their pick and bans.
Yeah, and as we go into day 3, this is the first time Jordan is going to be on stage. Has that helped them where they haven't played the first 2 games and to kind of, let the other teams play and get a little bit more intel on them? Or would you rather them play up front and to kind of just shake things up from the beginning?
That's a very good question. For me, for these 2 teams, especially for Kyrgyzstan, right? Like, let's say you're Jordan. If your first opponent is like Philippines or Indonesia from another group, then you might be feeling a bit worried because you've seen how well they play. But considering the fact that Kyrgyzstan has yet to found a win, and they are also striving for that, so both teams are probably at equal grounds and they are mentally prepared for one another.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually agree with you, and definitely the pressure is off, right? Because we do know that they are performing quite well, and look at them, they're very happy, very confident up on stage, and we are not going to be surprised if they don't really have that pressure on them too much, so maybe that could be the edge that they need.
It's just about the little things, right? Going into this one, I think that you're seeing both of them, as long as you're kind of, loose, you're able to play your game, right? You don't want to get kind of nervous. You don't want cold hands. You want to just kind of be warmed up and ready to go, do your stretches and all that. Making sure that you guys, watch as many movies together as possible so that synergy is next level.
It's all about synergy. I feel that everyone can really relate to this because synergy, bonding is one of the most important things, and maybe some of the players out there don't have enough of that.
Yeah, I think it's about how long you train together, how well you know the game, how well you know the practices of your own teammates here. But another synergy that's going to be really important will be the synergy of heroes in the draft between Jordan and Kyrgyzstan here. As we see on Jordan here, they're on the blue side with Mai Shunui and Ukyo Tachibana, both locked away. Strong enablers locked away. Kyrgyzstan, considering the banning out their Arlie, and the second one will be the Zhang Fei that has one of the highest pick rates this tournament.
Yeah, so Kyrgyzstan picking in the Ukyo. So this is more of like, hey, I'm going to attack this team, right? I know that this is something that they want, plus we don't want it ourselves. And they're basically making a statement going first here. What is going to be that pick? It's going to be Dolia. Let's go.
It seems like they are quite inspired from what has been happening from the previous game. Maybe everyone's starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, maybe it's not just Dune, maybe Kaiser works as well. And then they're going to try to implement it right now. But I'm a little bit worried. If they have never done this before and they are sort of forcing it out right now, it might backfire on them.
It may backfire on them because at the end of the day, you still need certain hero mastery and also the teamwork to actually pull off certain compositions, which are rather different in terms of execution here. So for the side of Kyrgyzstan, they took very strong 2 side carries, Xiao Qiao and also the Chano as their 1-2. But I'm liking this from Jordan here. The Yuhuan Dun as their 1-2, and then adding on with a Yuhuan as their mid-game carry.
Oh, they're so good with the Dolia as well, right? Their ults are amazing. The Dune and Dolia, the combination that we've seen time and time again. But adding the Yuhuan adds another interesting wrinkle. A lot of sustain. So Kyrgyzstan right now, I mean, the Venomous Staff, anything to kind of limit that healing is going to be key. And also, like, you got to understand that the fights are going to go long.
Yeah, for sure. And we do know that Chano and Xiao Qiao, Diadia has also been picked out. Usually Diadia is a hero that we use to counter fast-moving assassins. But in this case, they're going up against Dune Jungle. I'm assuming this is going to be Dune Jungle, right? Because sometimes people use Dune at Clash as well. But having Yuhuan and Dune in the same team as Dolia can reset both of them. Anyone is fine. Because even if Dune is going to go down, even if he loses his unyielding might, he doesn't have his passive. He also have Yuhuan healing from the Unending Sorrow. Also, the pool coming in from Dolia.
Which is a good, I would say, synergy, right? Coming in from Jordan's first 3 picks. It allows all of them to have good sustain and good combat ability, especially with the Yuhuan and the Dolia combo, the double Unending Sorrow, that's going to be a good backline flanking machine because we've seen how this combo has been played in the previous few patches here. You give the Yuhuan gold, and he's going to be jumping all the way to the backline and assassinating heroes like the Xiao Qiao or the Chano.
So the Kyrgyzstan lineup to me is very squishy, very kind of like, you know, keep everybody at arm's reach. You know, let the Dune come in and just maybe isolate one person, but that's all they're going to throw into this one, right? So how that positioning, I mean, yeah, they need a frontliner, but they don't want to commit. Bai Chi is like the perfect pick to kind of round this one out.
Yeah, I agree. Bai Chi is also a very tanky hero. They are lacking tankiness, and Bai Chi is the perfect one right now. It's also like the equivalent to Atta because it scales his skill sets from HP and HP alone. He doesn't need to buy like a physical damage item to make sure the damage is high and whatnot. And I think that Bai Chi is going to be helping out a lot in terms of soaking up all the potential damage coming in. But Marco is the best counter to Bai Chi, I think.
Well, you need Marco Polo to actually have a lot of items. I probably assume like the Sproxforge Doomsday into Daybreaker. Then you can start being a threat to the Bai Chi. But that's another Elaine Dolia combo. More Dolia combos coming in for Jordan here.
Yeah.
Okay, for me, if you have a Dolia, it's good to have a lot of combos with her, but if you have too many, it starts to be a bit messy for the Dolia player, especially for Jordan.
Yeah, I think this is also one where you're kind of like, oh, you know, if all of the teammates are like, give me the Celestial Melody. No,
give me the Celestial Melody.
Everybody's fighting for it. It's going to be like, they're like pigeons fighting for food at this point. Like, because I think that come team fight, it's going to be key. And this is definitely, they're talking about synergy. Everything was revolving around that Dolia first pick. I like that in a draft. It's really kind of sets the tone, at least in this one.
Imagine if Dolia goes down first in any team fight, right? And she has no time to react with the Celestial Melody whatsoever. We do know that the Dolia's ultimate is very good, but I'm not sure if it's this good until they have to force out for the heroes that fits with Dolia.
Well, you only gotta tell, right? Because at the very least, if all things go wrong, just find the carry, find the one that can actually benefit from the double ultimate for the maximum value here. But the maximum value coming in for both teams will be either Jordan finding their first debut win, or will Kyrgyzstan come out on top and equalize their score in their respective groups.
Thank you so much, Saki, as we get into this game. But Adam, we know the draft in a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Who are you giving the edge to with just the heroes alone? Don't think about the players.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
It's Jordan's heroes. Okay. I feel like their composition is so much better because of the balance that they have from the Dune's tankiness up front, and Dune is jungle, by the way, so it's going to be very fast rotations coming from him, and the itemization is going to be helping him out to be much tankier than before. But hang on, I love the fast rotation coming in from these three, and they're doing this gold sharing thing together, and hopefully they're going to rotate back to mid lane with the Yuhuan. But yeah, having a healer up on top of that, also a damage coming in from Marco, that's going to be buying items like Sparkforge Dagger and Doomsday to melt down the tanks, such as the Bai Chi.
Yeah. But it's going to take Ahmed a little bit more time to get there, right? Yeah. Marco Polo definitely is a late game hero. Needs time before he really gets going. But I don't know if you saw that, but Azad actually used his flash to go forward. It looked like it was a bit of a misclick.
Yeah.
And I mean, now he has to play a little bit more timid. Yeah, you have your Sonic Signal and you have ways to get on out, but something to take note of as it starts the game off on a little bit of a wrong foot.
Yeah, maybe he accidentally pressed that, but definitely something that you don't want to do, especially up on the stage. But seems like both sides of the team are rotating quite quickly together. They sort of have the same pacing, same sort of movement and idea. And it seems like no one is going to try to take too much of a risk.
Yeah, no, again, just very early, right? This is the first time that you're on stage as Jordan, right? You don't want to make any sort of mistakes. You're going to go as farm as efficiently as possible, use the gold sharing, let Mahmoud get his farm before you really want to fight. What we've seen from past Dunes in other games is that he falls off or he doesn't do very well when he doesn't have those tanky items.
Yes, and we have to remember the combo coming in from Dolia and Dune is so effective because Unruly Blade's cooldown is very short, which means, in turn, Celestial Melody's cooldown is going to be short.
Yeah, definitely short. This Spike Tail, like, literally, the four-man taunt! Oh, that was so great, but at what cost? The Death at Sunset, what are you doing, my friend? Muhammad now on the run. He was trying to go for his own four-man Death at Sunset highlight reel, but it looks like they're both going to disengage at this point.
Wow, what a great layways coming in from Jamal back. We would love to see more of that after this, and hopefully Kyrgyzstan is going to be helping him out to deal more damage. That is the perfect timing that he did. It's just that his teammates are not ready for that. Probably there were no communications prior to that movement.
And also, it's still really too early, Nick. I mean, you don't really have items. You're not doing so much damage. It's so early in the game. It was an amazing taunt, but it's kind of like, okay, I think it was more of a flex more than anything else. Like, hey, this could happen at any moment.
I think he was just testing the waters.
Yeah.
You want to know what's the perfect distance of the flash plus the layways together.
Yeah.
So he can do better of this. You know what? There's nothing wrong with that. He's working very well. But he's going to rotate back to the top lane. And we all know that he doesn't have flash. But he still has his ultimate. They have to be ready, prepared in 10 minutes. Tyrant is coming up.
Yeah. And when that happens, I mean, nice wind slash onto 2. Mahmoud taking a decent amount himself. This Dune is going to be a problem, assuming he's able to get some of these items. He dodges a Honey Sweet Breeze, and he's all by himself. And here come the cavalry from the side. They're just going to push them away, though.
Okay, the objective is going to be the Tyrant. They have to focus down on it right now. But will Nakoruru be able to find that one?
He's looking to go. They find it. First strike. Ahmed just going right on into this one. The Bitter Farewell is going to be used on the side, trying to just mitigate, but Salome is going to be taken down. They find Zamo back. He's not tanky enough. The Death and Sunset doing some serious work. The flash away, and a double strike going the way of Azad. He's on the run. Mohamed not going to dive the tower.
Wow, what a clean wall coming out from them, and they're going to be focusing down on the Tyrant. It's going to be a good one, but replay of what happened just now, this is where the wind slash almost hit the rest of the team, but they still try to start to force because they know the layways is going to come out from the Jamalback. But again, there's no enough burst damage coming in from the entire team after Jamalback actually went in with the Baichi.
Yeah, so Ahmed actually had the Fever Barrage. He did a decent amount, but then he was getting focused. He got the Celestial Melody off of Salome, Fever Barrage on over the ledge just to go to safety, but then he got caught around because he was sticking around a little too close to the sun, so to speak, and he got burned.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they need to help waste more skills from Kyrgyzstan before Ahmed goes in, because Marco Polo is a very a hit or miss. If he goes in, it either works very, very well or it doesn't work at all. So they need to make sure that all the skill sets coming in from Kyrgyzstan has been used up first.
It's just that it's just so early, right? He's kind of pillow-fisted at this moment. His shots are really not going to do as much as you want. I mean, definitely late game, right? Yeah. But this is also one where you're like, okay, you need to balance a little bit of the aggression, trying to take things away, but at the same time, you kind of need to just farm here. But this is the aggressive play from Mahmoud. This is going to be great. This is what you want from a Dune. He smites it away and chases them on all the way back. The Unruly Blade almost getting the pick off. The two-man stun with that Honey Sweet Breeze, so at least they got a little bit of damage on their way out.
Mahmoud, he really wants to go in non-stop. We have to remember that Salama always has been helping him, playing around his presence non-stop also to make sure that he can also exit the wall in case he needs to. But we want to see more itemization coming in first. They need to focus down more on stealing resources. Sure, he can try to steal the Azure Golem over and over again, but the objectives ultimately all lies down to whether or not they can destroy the enemy crystal or not.
Yeah, and I mean, you're rightly pointing out the Dune Dolia combination. These two have just been such a good pairing throughout the Honor of Kings esports, like, or any Honor of Kings ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been so good together because they provide so much. The Unruly Blade is like, usually it's a one-way ticket, right?
Yeah,
but now that you have the return one, it really adds a lot of value to the team.
And maybe people don't know this. Celestial Melody's cooldown really depends on that skill that she is resetting. If it's a very long cooldown skill, her Celestial Melody is going to be a very long cooldown. But if it's short, hers is going to be short. So that's how they're going to rotate it.
Oh, the Meteor kill. The Death that Sunset, he has to use that defensively. Mohamed doesn't want to get pulled back, and he does just barely get raked out, but he gets under the tower. That was a little bit precarious for Mohamed.
Oh, this is very interesting. Actually, Mohamed is actually going for Blazing Cape. So it's going to be a very tanky ally.
Yeah, look at how Mahmoud is so aggressive, just stomping on those wolves as well. But he wants the Azure Golem. I love the way Jordan is playing right now.
Oh, it seems like Dasta managed to get the blue buff, but he's going in. He's going to go all out or not. He's going to pull back because he knows that Ahmad is not in the vicinity anymore to give him a helping hand.
Yeah, but he still stole some of the jungle neutrals right there. So I think that he'll be happy with this. But again, contest everything. Like, look at how aggressive he is. Space created, if you will. Wind slash just to zone them away. But Ahmad gets picked off on the bottom side. That's not what you want to see, especially. But now the Honeysweet Breeze onto 2. Muhammad is going to be taken down. And Mahmoud, he's trying to fight all the way, even diving the tower, but a triple strike going the way of Dastan.
Kyrgyzstan managed to punish all of them. There's only Yazan left in the Jordan team. Now let's see what Kyrgyzstan is going to do, which objective they're going to go for. Is it the Overlord? Is it the tower? This is a crucial moment for them to really try to gain something out of this win of this team fight.
Okay, I was saying that I like the way Jordan were playing, and I would like to retract that because they're being a little too aggressive. Mahmoud, you're kind of putting your team out in a bad spot. You're being way more aggressive than you should be. I like a little aggression. That's a little too much. But the rake back, they find Muhammad. The Death at Sunset will get him on back. They're going to dive the tower. They're not scared. Honeysweet Breeze is not going to connect. He gets on out.
But it seems like Kyrgyzstan is almost doing the same thing as Jordan. They might a bit overextend just now, but fortunately for them, it's only Yazan right in front of them. But it seems like they're going to try to force it out once more. Spirit Wolf has been sent out. The amount of damage is too high, but they're still in this fight.
Yeah, Dastan is going to show up and finds the pickup onto Salome. He uses his Celestial Melody before he perishes, so I guess there's that, but they're down a man.
Yeah, they're still okay right now. The minions are still a little bit of more minion for them to finish out before they can try to get the Tyrant as the next objective. But the Tyrant is going to despawn. They have to focus on getting the Shadow Tyrant or the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, so now look at how Muhammad is playing, right? Yeah. He wants to be, you know, just like harrying them, using the Death at Sunset to get him out to safety. Obviously, if you have the Celestial Melody, even Gravy, you can be even more aggressive. But, you know, as Sagi was saying in the pregame, you're kind of spoiled for choice. There's like way too many heroes that need that spell.
Yep. It seems like Muhammad is going for just one defensive item, but the rest are going to be damage item, which is very good because they are lacking damage for the entirety team of Jordan. The rotation coming in from Kyrgyzstan. Are they going to try to force it out on Muhammad?
Yeah, Dastan not scared of Death at Sunset, though. We'll keep him alive. But again, all for alt on this one. And now that space is created, Shadow Tyrant begins.
Yes, both of them are getting one objective each. So there's the differences of Tyrant and Overlord, right? Overlord really specializes in pushing the waves without having to bring the heroes there to waste their resources and skills to try to push the minions. Having a very good Overlord will help you with the Vanguard. AoE damage for the dragons will clear the wave very quickly on each wave without the presence of any heroes. Tyrants give you movement speed and damage for the heroes of the team that takes the Tyrant.
Yeah, but which version, Adam, do you like better? The 10-minute mark happens, which one are you going for?
Well, it's very hard to say. Both are actually good for two different things.
You have to choose one. It's like vanilla or chocolate. You can't say both, okay? You gotta go with one.
If you like to go to war, right? Or if you like to go to have a very good team fight.
I said pick one.
Go with Tyrant. Go with Tyrant. Fine, I'll go with Tyrant.
Good. All right. We got you on one. Get off that fence. All right, let's go. But now Kyrgyzstan. It looks like it's been split here. They both have their own version of it. And now they get the little bit of lane waste on the Honeysweet Breeze on top. With the pullback, they've got Salome. That's a hot streak. They take Mahmoud down as well. 2 members down. Can they get anything else? They're looking to potentially dive, and they get the rake back, but they're not able to get more. But here comes Dastan on the flank. He's trying to go on the Fever Bronze, doing some work. He shuts him down. He says, "Where are you going, my friend?"
I love how they're playing. They really try to dive in non-stop, try to make sure that they get all these targets that they have, and it seems like they're fearless, right? They don't care if they're gonna go down as long as they get what they're trying to get, and it's very effective whatever they're doing. And Nakururu also has been one of the casualty or the collateral in this situation, but this is what happened. Look at how Mahmoud actually went in, tried to tank as much as he can, but there's no follow-up from his teammates.
Yeah, no follow-up, but Azar gets picked off. He barely gets traded out. Yazan ensures he gets it. But, you know, that last fight where you kind of saw that, you know, Kyrgyzstan had a great chance.
Yeah.
But then Dastan going back in, that didn't seem to be the right play at the end.
I agree. I think it's a bit of a waste of the extra advantage that they already built from that fight, but he sort of reversed it back. Well, they're on a streak for sure. They're on a momentum, probably riding too high on that momentum. They're gonna try to tone it down a little bit for now. Mahmoud is gonna try to clear the mid wave, and it seems like Marco Polo and the Dolia is gonna try to rotate back to the back, and Ahmad is not going to try to risk it out. We're still waiting for that one moment of favorite barrage.
Yeah. I mean, he's had a couple here and there. He's done a little bit of damage, but he just hasn't had the items to really kind of be the difference maker, if you will. I think the rest of the team has so much. Like this Jordan lineup, when they jump on top of you, it's scary, right? The Dune is on there, then you have the lane with the Death at Sunset, and it really comes back to Kyrgyzstan of just like weathering the storm. They have their own stuns as well. They need to figure out how to counterplay.
A bit of a waste coming in from Jamalback. Everyone knows he doesn't have his ultimate anymore. Lay waste have been wasted.
Yeah. I mean, it's for shame, right? I think that it's it's going to be off cooldown for a little bit of time. So this is one where you're kind of like, okay, we need to play a little bit more timidly. We don't want to give anything up because this is a pretty big ult for us.
I think this should be the right moment for Jordan to actually go in, knowing that Jamalback doesn't have his ultimate. But it seems like there's not enough information circulating around Jordan. They probably are not very well aware of it, that this is the best moment for them to go in. But it seems like they're going to be switching objective this time, and Jordan's going to go with Tyrant, and Kyrgyzstan's going to go with Overlord. They're trying to rotate towards Tyrant as fast as they can, trying to secure the objective, maybe potentially steal.
Oh, maybe, but it doesn't look like they're going to get there in time. They were just a little bit short. Mahmoud, sorry, excuse me. He did get the smite. He did take away the Tyrant. My bad, as he's looking to just run off.
Yeah, they actually managed to get a Tyrant. The movement speed is there. The extra fighting potential is for sure there. So Kyrgyzstan are not supposed to try to force the fight unless they want to distract them away from the Shadow Overlord that is moving down there.
Yeah, it's all about the pushing. The Shadow Vanguard that's a big bait, right? This mid lane is technically under siege, but it looks like they're kind of dabbling between the top or the top and the mid lane. They're going to focus on the top T2, taking that down, because again, Jordan had to rotate and take the Shadow Vanguard down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're going to be quite safe for now. They're not going to force it too much. 2,000 gold in front for Kyrgyzstan. I feel that...
We should just send in Maro now. Do the interview, right? Are you discouraged now? No, we don't do these in-game? No, we only do post? Okay, but we'll wait for that one as we continue to lead the gorge here. But I do think that, Kyrgyzstan, like the way that they're moving around the map, I like that mobility, right? It kind of, it puts them in a box and it makes Jordan very uncomfortable.
Yeah, for sure. And they really try to dominate the map area of this Crimson Golem, using it as a bait, and it seems like they get one.
Oh, they get the perfect taunt here, and now the flash away, not enough. Ahmad's going to be taken down. That's most of it. The Wind Slash is going to be used, but he too will fall. 2 members down, and they're the cores.
5 of them are still okay. Getting 2 is a huge advantage for them. 3,000 gold in front, and it seems like Kyrgyzstan is not going to force out too much of a next move, but it seems like they're going to catch one. But Muhammad is going to fly away using Death and Sunset. Are they going to go back in? No, not yet.
No, not yet, but he meteor kills on back to safety. The towers are being taken in the bottom lane, so they're molding down, and it looks like they get Salome as he was sticking around that tower, and now they're going for the flank. Dastan looking to go aggressive, almost gets enough, not enough to take on the Yazan, but it looks like Muhammad solo, the Stoic Signal will snipe him out. They take the bottom T3. Kyrgyzstan looking to end this game as you see Yazan trying to hold on. He gets back into the fountain with the flash, but the crystal is under siege. Just one last time. They try to go in, but not enough. Ahmad is going to be taken down as well. Dastan, most of the damage, but they're going to take the crystal. Kyrgyzstan are going to get on the board first.
Kyrgyzstan, with that disciplined gameplay, manages to secure the first point.
It was a very back and forth 5v5 game coming in from both teams, but in terms of skirmishing, in terms of opportunities, I think Kyrgyzstan definitely had the better angle this game. It's something with this channel pick, man, I'm telling you. Every single team has been finding success on this channel from early all the way to late game.
It is such a good hero, and it's one of the top 3 heroes picked in the Asian Games qualifier. It has so much impact, especially as a farm laner. It has everything that you want in terms of just like damage, like the wolves are annoying, the trap, everything. The kit is incredible here.
Yeah, I agree. I feel that it's a very solid pick for sure. Going up, comparing to like Marco Polo is going to have a big problem going up against Chano because the Spirit Wolves are actually blocking the first kill of Marco Polo. So I feel like it's a very good hero.
It's a good point, right? When you're laning against like a Chano, you don't want your Spirit Wolves to be blocking the Resplendent Volvo coming in from the Marco Polo here. It makes it so like, ah man, this is such a bad lane. Why did I pick myself in towards this? And you made a good point in the cast just now. It's like, hey, Marco Polo is a very hit or miss hero. If you hit the ultimate, sure, it gives you a lot of value. But if you miss it, that's where it gets really punishing because you're a farm lane that's supposed to do consistent DPS. If your trigger discipline is not good, you jump in, your team entirely loses their main DPS. So that's the pros and cons of Marco Polo.
Yeah, I also think that like going into game one where everything is on the line, like you want to kind of use the stock standard heroes in the sense that like less mechanically difficult, especially for the farm laner, because everybody else is high flying, they're all over the place with like the Elaine and like the Yuan, all these things. But if you're able to just kind of weather the storm and not be out of position or baited by yourself because of the Fever Barrage, I think that you're going to have a much easier time here.
I think the early game coming in from Jordan was actually really good. We saw some aggressive jungle invades coming in from Mahmoud and the Dolia refresh, but the problem comes into this specific point. The team fights, the flanks coming in from Dastan and the engages coming in from Jamalbek, those are really key. How many times in the game that we actually saw Jamalbek on the Baiji started jumping the team fights, finding the correct targets here? Too many times.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact that how Kyrgyzstan actually controls the composure, even though we have to say that they are very well pressured so much by Jordan from the early on, really shows that they did it very well, right? They know they have the discipline to control themselves, defend, wait, hold up, don't use your skill set, and then bam, everyone goes in. The layaways, the follow-up coming in from Xiao Chao, and we do know that Chano goes in with all the Spirit Wolves. They're just so ready to heal anyone who went down with their HP. Everything was so well done from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, actually, underrated here. Probably will not be MVP, unfortunately, but we see you, Kubanich, in the sense that your Honey Sweet Breezes, like, they completely negated what Jordan was throwing at you. They would go and then that stun would happen and they'd be like, okay, let's disengage, right?
I have a core memory of what you exactly just mentioned on Kubanuich. His Xiao Chao out of that one team fight in the bottom lane where Mahmoud on the Doom was chasing all the way into the tier 2 tower.
Oh yeah.
He was finding so many of those Honey Sweet Breeze to start the fight, which gave Kyrgyzstan a good advantage in those team fights.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what exactly has happened. Kubanich played really well. He pulled back, and he tried to find that right moment to use his skill sets. Azad with the high amount of damage. Holder, what do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, he was clearly the MVP. I think that when you have that much damage, he got 7 kills as well, tied with Dastan. This is a guy that was ready to go, like in game one. If you were ever like, hey, I need my farm laner to step up, outclass Jordan in this one, boom, he was the guy.
Look at that goal graph. It's the entire story that we just described just now, where Jordan had a really, really comfortable early game. It's just that they couldn't really pull the game wide open. They couldn't find the catches, the pickoffs in towards the late game, and then you start to see the Dolia having trouble. It's like, should I give the Dun? Should I give the double Elaine ultimate that we never got to see? Or the double Yuan ultimate here? So too many choices boil down to a bit of a, I would say, unsuccessful start coming in for Jordan's debut here. But you see Kyrgyzstan pulling to their composition strength. Double carries, Xiao Qiao and Chano here with the good catches coming in from the Bai Chi.
And this is my take. I think what Mahmoud was doing just now, he's on the right track. He was using Dun, he was playing very aggressively, knowing that he has Dolia, so he's trying to maximize his presence with the Dolia as well. But I think if only he could get his teammates to follow his spacing, his aggression to go forward and try to make good use of Dun's sustainability and strength and, his HP, maybe they could actually get a lot of takedowns, a lot of strikes.
So this is the fight that we talk about, right? Yeah, very good stuff coming in from the early game, the double-edged sword of the Marco Polo, where you jump in, you take a lot of damage if you only isolate out one target. So he traded himself for this, but so far this is still looking really good for Jordan here. But you can start to see Azad. Now, this is the one that I want you guys to see here. Good dive coming in from Kyrgyzstan here, but this upcoming Honey Sweet Breeze, boom, double into the ultimate flash coming in from Jamalbek, sealing the deal for Jordan in this mid-game.
This is the moment where the aggression was just like they got punished for it, right? I think that you need balance. Mahmoud was going, I mean, you have to fight for something, right? And it's not about the kills. It's about objectives. You take the Azure Golem away, great. Then you get yourself on out. They were diving the bottom T1 and fighting in no man's land for what? Just a couple of kills? Not a great spot. You need, again, you need an objective you fighting over.
Yeah, maybe the idea that they had in mind was to actually focus on trying to steal as much resources as they can, but you know, chasing all of them down all the way to the back of Tower Tier 2 when Tier 1 hasn't been even destroyed yet was a bit over the top.
It's a very limited combat space they can actually have, right? And these are the few moments that Ahmad went in with the Marco Polo Fever Barrage trying to savor the game, but it's a little too late because the MVP player coming in from this series is Azad. Posing for that picture here. Give me the pose, baby.
That's the best pose we've seen thus far. Easily. And definitely a clear MVP, not only in game, but also with the profile picks. I think the 7, 1, and 8, but the 42% damage, absolutely insane by Azad.
Sagi, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first 40+% damage to have ever been dealt by an MVP. That is a huge amount of damage.
That is a huge amount of damage. I'm trying to recall whether day one we also had 40%. Was it on the mid lane player here coming in from Vietnam?
I think it was like 9% or something.
Yeah,
I'm not. We're gonna have to check.
We're gonna check that out. Yeah, right.
It was definitely close, but I think this is pretty high.
This is a lot.
Yeah, when you're seeing that number, you're like, hey, what about the rest of the guys? What are they doing, man?
Yeah.
No. You can't put it in like that, right? He's like posing for the picture. It's like, hey, guys, eyes on me. I'm the carry here. But Kyrgyzstan, you know, it's a team effort here. Without the engages coming from the Baichi, the flanks coming from Dastan, the good setups coming from Kudanuich. All of this wouldn't be able to happen here. So for this MVP to happen, he definitely deserves it as he's the most outstanding out of a wonderful bunch.
Yeah, I still feel the presence of the Baichi really turns the game around. I honestly thought that, okay, this is going to be Jordan's game. The way that they're playing, so aggressive all the time. I feel like there's nothing that they can do anymore. But then the Baichi went in with the lay waste. The first lay waste, of course, it was just a singular lay waste without any follow-up. It was sort of a waste again.
Yeah.
But the second lay waste, he deleted the entire team.
Yeah. I think that threat was always there, and that's why Baichi, he did a great job in that sense. But it goes back to just those micro mistakes, like again, diving the bottom T1. No real reason. Again, everybody, we need to just calm down.
Yeah.
Stick to objectives. It's all about objectives in this game. It's not about the kills.
But I hope that Jordan doesn't lose their aggression in their second game, because their aggression was what made them so good in the first 2 minutes of the first game just now.
I mean, if they don't really make more mistakes, right, I could imagine that they could steamroll the game and got it in towards their bag. So that's definitely something for Jordan to fix up into their consideration coming into the second game if you want to make it into a 1-1 nil. But before that, let's do sponsor shout out again for our Pataling Jaya Marriott Hotel here, because this place has been fantastic. The AC has been great. The food has been amazing. We just had that lunch just now and it was amazing. And I believe the players also agrees, because the beds, honestly, fluffy and really nice.
Yeah, everybody's looking very well rested. I think that's been the biggest takeaway from a lot of these, right? Somebody's been enjoying it. Okay, so Adam has been great with this. But, I mean, going back to the game, in terms of game 2, Jordan, you talk about the fact that, hey, the aggression, great. It's good for the early game. But, as coach, what are you telling them to do differently?
I think that if they want to commit on doing something, do it together. If you want to be aggressive, go forward together. Don't just go with just the Dune and the Dolia. Go with the Marco. Go along with your Yuan. All in together to make sure that you maximize what you're about to do. If you are being aggressive, just the 2 of you or just the 3 of you, and then you get punished from the rest of the entire of the enemy team, that's not going to go well.
Which is a good point, right? That we saw the fight that happened for Jordan in the middle of 2 towers.
Yeah.
Their mid lane wasn't there.
Yeah.
He was farming towards mid lane, and then it was a 4v5 overly deep into the enemy territory, which could be a turning point for the side of Jordan here. If 5 members was readily available, maybe they could have just won that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the team fight, though, going in, the idea is fine. I think Mahmoud, you're seeing this guy. He's completely like a hound off his leash, just going after people. But you kind of need to reel him in just a little bit Just play. You got to keep the aggressiveness. That's always good as a jungler, but you got to do it within the objectives of this game. I think that for him to kind of, to taper that down a bit, get the guys on the same page, so that again, when we're doing things with a purpose.
True. But also, we also have to remember that if you don't let him go out there too much. You know what? Stay at your side. Don't go out there. It's almost like you're keeping a lion in the cage, right? You're not letting him go out too aggressively. But I do have to agree with Holler. Don't go overboard. Don't go overboard way too much, because the tier 1 tower hasn't even been touched yet. I know their objective was actually to try to steal the Azure Golem, but then again, the heroes' HP are actually quite low, so why not we just dive in? But they dive in all the way in to the tier 2 tower.
A good word to describe this situation is tunnel vision or overcommitting.
Oh yeah, tunnel vision.
So for that to happen, it's sometimes normal. Even the best of the best teams out there, tunnel vision when they all get really hyped up. Because you got to consider, it's Jordan's first game on this stage itself. But coming to the second game, they will need to definitely plan their drafts better as they march towards this really, really important game. I know I keep nagging on this, I keep reminding on this. It's a BO1, it's a BO3, single round robin. You lose this, the hopes of going to the main event is further away from you.
And that is the scary part, right? I mean, you might just play 4 matches and get on mosey on home, right? It's not a great spot to be in. So even more pressure to perform in every single match, right? And if you're looking at this one, you're thinking, I mean, both of these squads are probably looking, hey, I can definitely beat the other squad. I think that they're both very winnable, but now it's up to Jordan to somehow bounce back in this.
This is very good picks coming from Kyrgyzstan, honestly, because yeah, Jordan actually took Chano. Chano is a very versatile hero, but knowing that Chano has Spirit Wolves, they're not going to go with Marco Polo anymore. They're going to go with Direnje and make sure that all the skill sets from Direnje to burst down any Spirit Wolves and also the Chano itself, and supposedly any forward tanks. But look at this. Finally a Kui for today.
Yeah, you've been loving the Kui since you've seen that yesterday here, but Kyrgyzstan actually drafting really well.
Yeah.
One way to counter out Kui, CC immunity, which Lianpo has in all of his spells, and also Ata on his skill 1.
Yeah, and also if you do happen to catch him when he doesn't have that CC immunity up, he's got his Tremor Smash. Like, you're pulling him into your team, which might not be great for him. So I think that going in, like, you're seeing the rest of Kyrgyzstan, you had the Ata, another way to kind of create that go ship, but like, it's about getting to that back line and on top of that Chano.
I agree, and Chano has to be aimed from the beginning, from the get-go, or else he will have his automation very quickly. Again, I do feel like the Direnji is a much more mid to mid game, early game and mid game farm lane compared to Chano. Chano is a very super late game marksman because of the critical build, the damage that he's about to be doing. But with Direnji, he should be able to push the lanes much more quicker.
It's more of a 50-50 lane trade, right? You gotta see whether the Direnji can get a full commit in, or you can start to see the Chano throwing those Spirit Wolves, which will act as a big counter into the lane against the Direnji. But that's for the farm lane here. Let's check out some of the bans here that has been committed by both teams. Kyrgyzstan banning out the Fang and Lubu, and Jordan removing the Garuda and also the Nakoruru from the pool. Kyrgyzstan still needs a mid jungle or clash lane, depending on where the attack goes. And for Jordan, they still need a jungle and clash lane.
Great bans. I think that the Lubu makes a lot of sense. It definitely kind of, you know, the Lianpo and the Ata, both ways to kind of, the shields are, yeah, on point. Wow. Now you've picked up the Guan Yu and you're like, hey, we are going to use, I mean, it's not the complete caveman strat where it's just like melee guys just like running at you, but you have the Direnje. But the Guan Yu is going to change things up because Jordan's lineup right now, they kind of want to stay on the outskirts, right? And yeah, being able to shepherd them in with the Razor Cavalry, it could really just, you know, take over that team fight.
And it's really scary, right? Yeah, we prize Chano as a pick that you can go ultra late game, start having so much consistent DPS. But here's the thing coming in from Kyrgyzstan's lineup. You see the Guan Yu, you see the Lianpo. That's a lot of engage that's been covering from both the front end and the flanking end.
And we have to remember, okay, Atta's going to be playing jungle, right? So Guan Yu is going to be going at a clash lane. But I'm a bit worried, are they able to use Guan Yu as good as we hope him to be? Going up against Futsa is gonna be a big of a problem, but Fuza has to land his Sage Might because we have to remember the skill has an animation channeling time. If Fuza misses his ultimate, Guan Yu is gonna be rampaging around.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, it's a nice. I mean, we've seen it, excel in the first series of the day, right? And I think it can potentially lock down the Guan Yu as well. You know that those guys are going to get to the potential backline, but this Kyrgyzstan lineup, they have control for days, but do you have enough to knock them down? You need damage. Xiao is just even more control. This is like a protect the president in terms of this D-Ren-J lineup. I'm scared at the same time because, again, Azad, he gets out of position. Yes, he was the MVP, but this D-Ren-J is a lot harder to maneuver around with.
Okay, Saki, from both sides of the team, we've seen all the heroes that has been picked. Which team do you think has a more solid composition? Just like what Holder said to me, choose one.
I would say it's Kyrgyzstan. I'm loving Kyrgyzstan's lineup here. You have so many front lines, especially on the engaging end. You have Marlon on the Liam Po covering the front engage, Jamalbek coming in for the Guan Yu to really threaten against Ahmad on that channel here. But if you want to give it over to the side of Jordan here, if this Quay can land some good hooks, then maybe, just maybe, they can pull this back into an even 1-1.
And Adam loves a good hooker, right? So I think that having the Quay here is going to definitely set things up. If he's able to get those repositions, I think that they're going to have a great time. But at the same time, Jamalbek, he's got to be someone you got to be scared of because he too can reposition your entire lineup.
Yeah, I agree. Compared to Quay being able to only hook one person, but it seems like they're really trying to raid the buff as soon as they can. This is an aggression coming in from Kyrgyzstan, which is what we're not expecting. We were expecting Jordan to be doing this instead.
Yeah, not even 1 minute in. Smite battle, Mahmoud just barely taking that one away because Kyrgyzstan, they actually spent a lot of resources trying to take that one away. Unfortunately for them, not able to do so.
The question is he going to be my favorite hooker?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like you have many.
Many?
Yeah, you like the Sungun yesterday,
Quay,
right?
Whoever used Quay.
Yeah, whoever used Quay. Okay, you have zero standards then. You just like anybody with a Quay. Got it. All right, my bad. I didn't know.
But yeah, he's trying to play safe and not really trying to hook it from far. He goes up front and trying to take the safe ones first, but we need that presence control coming in from Quay. When the accuracy is high, the fear from enemies in front of him will be very real. That the fact that they will try to avoid it, try to move around, maybe unnecessarily sometimes.
Yeah. That's gonna it's gonna keep you timid, right? You're not gonna play the traditional way because you could get potentially hooked at a moment's notice. So you want to play very safe. So vision on where Salome is at all times gotta be key. He misses his first one. Not a great start to start this one off.
Still quite early at this point. 500 gold for Jordan. They're gonna try their best to farm as much as they can. I'm expecting Kyrgyzstan to be doing something more or less the same as it's now, trying to steal the blue buff once more. But is Jordan gonna try to defend the Azure Golem this time, or are they gonna let it go?
Oh, they'll take Azad. This is a great start for them. Probably got that hook by Salome, and it looks like they're gonna put some pressure on this bottom T1. They're gonna chip it away. The armors are there, but this is a great start. You know that anytime somebody gets an MVP against you, you gotta focus him in the next one.
I agree. I'm quite sad I didn't manage to witness that hook. The first one is very important, right? Because we want to see on how he actually managed to deal with the first one. But
yeah. No, I know you like to watch. So unfortunately for them, we didn't get the camera vision on him. But Salome, I mean, hopefully in the next one we're able to get that.
Yeah, we're still with Salome right now. Give space to Holder. Holder really needs to let it go of all of his thoughts. Very problematic.
Yeah.
It's fine, no
we're
problem.
Still PG, don't worry. We're still here.
1,000 gold in front for Jordan.
But Mohammed in the top lane. I mean, Jamalbek, these two are going to be going at it, right? I think that as the Foots, you want to constantly just like, you want to stay in the lane as much as possible because, again, because Jamalbek wants to rotate. He wants to use his, Razor Cavalry on team fights.
I'm very focused on Salome right now.
Yeah.
I'm seeing he's swinging his hook. He wants that hook. He wants to pull him away. But we have to remember, Azad does have that Purify. But Salome is going to go down, it seems.
Yeah, the Tremor Smash is going to be right on top. But the Blazing Brilliance is on point. The flash away, Marlon. Oh, with the shield, the outplay. He completely dodges Yazan because the Blazing Brilliance was facing the wrong way. And Marlon somehow survives.
If only Yazan flashes to the back to reposition the Blazing Brilliance, he might have been able to take him down. In fact, actually one basic attack early on might have taken him down, but just because of the shield coming in from Liampo, saved him. What a play. But we have to remember the gold is siding with Jordan right now.
Yeah, just the gold, but I mean, the highlight reel thus far is going the way of Kyrgyzstan. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this Tyrant is going to be started, and now Salome with that hook gets the pullback. Azat, the flash away. He's going to be fine. And now Kyrgyzstan, without really your farm laner, how much can you do? And now they found Marlon. He's not able to get away. And continuing on with Mahmoud, he's doing a little bit of work on the back line, but he too will fall. The Tyrant is getting a little bit low, and Jamovek's going to be picked up. The Honey Sweet Breeze will be used. They found Salome as well. It's a 2-for-3 double strike going the way of Ahmed.
What a turnaround coming in from Jordan. They're going to try to get the Tyrant right now. Fuzi is not going to continue the Tyrant for some reason. They're going to be focusing now on the tier 1 tower at the bottom lane. Seems like Azza is going to be focusing on the tower in the top lane as well. But this is what happened in the war just now, where they actually managed to get a couple of heroes actually. But the turnaround coming in from Jordan, they really went back and tried to push them back to make sure that they can still secure the Tyrant.
Yeah, they weren't on the same page. Kyrgyzstan, that one. Azat was actually making his way through the jungle to the top side. He wasn't even in the fight, and we're kind of talking about him being the only damage dealer, but you're fighting on, I mean, everybody's still early enough where everyone is able to do their damage. Nobody's so tanky that you can't fight. But taking a fight 4 versus 5, that's pretty much a losing composition.
True, and they're going to be focusing down Muhammad getting Azat very easily, and it seems like Muhammad is going to go down as well if he manages to run away. A good flash coming in from him. Where's the knockout coming in from Chow Chow? He doesn't miss it. All he has to do is just use the ultimate. They're all going to be rotating all the way back to the top with that 1,500 gold in front.
Yeah, but I think if you take down Azat, and he's been heavily focused this one, I think that's a winning combination. Muhammad, unfortunately for the meteor strike, but now nice little Razor Cavalry, and Jamalbek looking for that speed to go back in, but he's a little bit on the low side. Samalame with enough damage to take him down. Nice little 3-man stun by Dastan, but now they're on the run. Jordan looking and hunting. They're not able to find some sort of catch as they get under tower.
Kyrgyzstan has to pull back by a bit. 2,000 gold is quite a big amount right now, but we're still waiting for that hook that he hasn't been doing for now. But the red buff has been taken by Kyrgyzstan quite easily.
Yeah, taking that away. And with the zoning, right? Marlon on the side, this is a big piece for him because he's tanky enough. He knows the limits of his hero. He's able to kind of push people away, get that burst ram right when you need to, when that Crimson Golem is getting a little bit low.
Yeah, and Overlord is still there. No one's going to touch the Overlord because everyone tries to avoid the sub 10 minutes Overlord. It's not really that good.
Oh, nice little hook into the void. He goes, and with that blazing brilliance, down goes Jamalbek.
This is exactly what happened with the game 2 days ago, I believe. This is very effective and it works. And they're going to try to do it again. It all depends on whether the hook hits or not. The accuracy is the utmost importance from Jordan.
I mean, you turn the game on its head because you get a man advantage if you're assuming you're able to get that pick off. And now this little blazing brilliance. Marlon's going to feel that one. He's sunburned, if you will. He's under half in terms of HP. Kyrgyzstan, though, still holding on in this top lane.
Muhammad is going to be focusing down on the tower in the bottom lane. And it seems like he's going to be forcing Jamal back to do counter rotation. He's going to try to stop the attack, and that's going to create some space for Jordan at least. It all depends on whether or not Jamalbek is going to be able to flank from the back and push everyone.
Yeah, and actually I like the way that Muhammad is playing. On the foots, he's tanky enough. He has his own ways to survive where he can be a threat in terms of the split push, and you're forcing Kyrgyzstan to react to what he's doing. He's pushing the bottom lane. It looks like Jamalbek can't team fight. He's got to go in the bottom lane to fix it.
Yeah, 3,000 gold difference now, stretching it even wider apart, but he's going to be forced to use his Triumph Smash.
Yeah, but he's going to find one all the way on the side, but Jamalbek is going to be picked off. Muhammad trying to do a little bit of work on the side, but he too will fall. Azat with just enough. Marlon, nice burst ram onto 2. The control is real. 3 members down from Jordan.
Dastan really did a lot of work over there. They're going to try to defend their tower, but they did not manage to do so. It's still quick coming in from Jordan. They're going to try to run away to the back, and they managed to run away quite quickly. 2,000 gold difference right now. They managed to closing up the difference.
Yeah, and with that space created, that team fight, they were able to take the mid T1. Not the worst trade, because again, we talk about the importance of it, but the flash forward, oh, they find Marlon, they have a little bit of control on, but it looks like Muhammad not enough to stay alive. The old man is down.
Marlon never goes down, right? Even though he has his HP all the way to the last hit, he still managed to run away in the nick of time, which is very good. 1,500 right now is getting closer, and Kyrgyzstan is showing up with this disciplinary gameplay, right? They want to make sure that they're playing safe, they're not trying to forcing out too much, and make sure that no one gets picked out by Kui way too often.
And you can like see exactly how good of a player Marlon is when you're able to kind of get those stuns plus stay alive, right? He's been baiting out a lot of spells, but yet he's been like taken down maybe once or so this game, but he stayed alive. That's the biggest piece. Marlon has had a great game.
And at the same time, Marlon has been providing vision, which is very important for his entire team, to know where is Kui, where is Fuzer, so that they know whether or not the Sage Mine is coming from the left, from right. So the positioning comes better from the entire team because of Marlon alone. So it all depends whether or not Marlon is opening the vision, and the war or the team fight will revolve around Marlon for sure.
And, I mean, Jamalbek is trying to do what he can as well, but he's died 4 times. He's actually starting to fall really behind.
Yeah.
And you never really want to fall behind a Mohammed Boots because he's able to kind of be super tanky, and now it looks like Marlon looking to go on this one. Tremor Smash with the Razor Cavalry. The Wombo combo. Ahmed is down. Jamalbek doing a little bit of work with that, and they find Salome as well. The double strike, but Mohammed taken down. 3 members down. Make it 4. Mahmoud is the only man standing from Jordan.
Azad actually managing to find the right positioning, trying to take down one by one, and he managed to do so thanks to his friends, Marlon and Jamalbek, opening up a huge amount of space for the entire team to at least steamroll, trying to get this one more. Mahmoud might go down.
Yeah, he might go down, but he was able to navigate that ghost ship, just barely dashing away. That was very, very scary. Now, Kyrgyzstan, and they're definitely in the driver's seat, looking to siege this high ground here.
They're going to be focusing down on the high ground tower for now? Or no, they're going to be pulling back. Doing it much more safe. Damage dealt ranking is the highest for Chano. This is quite surprising. Ahmad is actually leading in terms of the damage. But this is what happened, right? Tremor Smash goes in, the ultimate comes from Guan Yu, but the Angela tries to melt down anyone in front of her. Look at Azad though. Azad is always ready to try to melt down anyone. And he actually saw that Yazan ran all the way to the mid lane, and he greets her with the basic cards.
Yeah, nobody likes being greeted by cards, right? I think that, and getting the triple strike there by Azad, just like literally finding them, because the rest of your lineup is literally there to create stuns. As long as Azad stays alive, they have a fighting chance. So Kyrgyzstan in the driver's seat because of that. At the same time, now Jordan, you need to know that you got to get on top of Azad. You take him out, you have a chance in any of these team fights.
And we're still waiting for the combo coming in from Mahmoud and Muhammad, right? Because we still have the Sage Mine and the Sacred Tree Blessing. Trying to follow up with the Into the Void from Salameh if the hook hits. So that's theoretically the combo that's supposed to happen from Jordan. If it happens, it's going to be very good, but they have to expect the Tremor Smash coming in.
Yeah.
They have to expect the Guan Yu going to be steamrolling with all the horses, push everyone away. That's going to be a huge problem.
But Quay is the type of hero who is like, when you're winning, you have a great time because you have more of the vision, and then you're able to kind of control the map, and then you're able to find good angles to find hooks. When you're on the defensive side, when you're losing, now it's much harder because you don't have that map control. You don't know where you're going. And so it's kind of like you know, if you're like a blind box, if you're at the end of the day. But the flash away, now they're going to do a little bit of work in terms of the Razor Cavalry. It's going to be enough. Salome not even able to get his ult off. And they're going to take the top T3 in a bit of a hurry. Marlon just gets the safety yet again, just playing that Lian pole like a maestro he is. And they're going to continue. Dastan doing a little bit of work, gets a little bit low himself. They get the nice little knockback with that Honey Sweet Breeze. They're just tearing it up, but Dastan does fall. They find Muhammad on the side. Marlon still sticking around with that Vanguard. The flash on forward. Azad wants to go aggressive. The Crystal, though, but the backdoor protection turns on, and now they need to run.
Azad was free hitting everyone the entire time, and no one was hitting him. No one can do anything to him. In fact, he even flashed into the crystal trying to find someone, but they managed to run away just in the nick of time. And they managed to get 2 high ground towers, which is extremely valuable for Kyrgyzstan. They're going to try to get the tire right now with no problem whatsoever. 4,000 gold in front for sure. But every team fight always starts with Marlon. Marlon and the Tremor Smash is unforgiving. He always goes in steamrolling. He knows Jamalbek will always have his back.
Yeah, no, that's the biggest thing. Nice pun there. But I think that on these ones, like you also have Dastan with that ghost ship, right? These three heroes have been setting up so much of the chaos that you will. Kubanich as well with the Honey Sweet Priest. They've been lining it up. I mean, there are definitely some holes in this roster. Again, Azat, he's the guy. You take him down. They don't. Yeah, they can control you for days, but they don't really have the damage. So you got Jordan as a team. Need to find him.
Oh boy, the attention coming from Azad. He has Spark Forge Dagger, Doomsday, Daybreaker. He also has Sun Chaser. Everything that he needs to make sure that he can hit people safely from far back with the extreme amount of damage coming in from him, because there's current HP percentage based items such as Doomsday, there's Daybreaker to really pierce through that thick armor coming in from the thick boys like Muhammad, like Mahmoud. I feel that Azad is going to be able to carry this right now, but if he gets hooked, that might turn the game around, right?
Yeah. But we're still waiting for that that game-winning moment when he's able to find that hook. Salome right now, it seems like, again, when you're losing, tougher, right? Yeah. To find that play, but we have not seen the traditional Quay plays that we've seen with a highlight reel, if you will, in the Asian Games qualifier thus far.
Exactly like what you explained, Holler. When they're losing, they don't have the vision. So it's very hard for Quay to actually go through and find more chances, because the chances is darker. The map is darker. It's not. There's not much he can do. Muhammad is going to be trying to do some split pushing, maybe to buy some extra space, breathing space for his entire team. But let's see if it works or not.
Yeah. Well, things are definitely getting darker for Jordan here, as they're down a game already, and now they have to somehow hold. These elite minions will be pushing in. The Shadow Vanguard is going to be in the top lane as well. Kyrgyzstan almost playing this one to the T. Nice hook, but it might not have been the right one. Into the void. The Honey Sweet Breeze just countering all of that. Says, hey, you want to bring me forward? Thank you very much. Marlon with his control.
He has to be careful. Marlon is not the right target, because he might backfire exactly like this. But fortunately, only Salamet goes down, but the Vanguard is here, Holler.
Yeah, they're looking to go. The Sword Green Dragon Jamalbek looking for that flank, not able to do so. The Blazing Brilliance is on the side, but they find Muhammad. The Crystal is under siege, and they will take it. And Kyrgyzstan gets the sweep.
Amazing game coming in from Kyrgyzstan. The discipline, the skill set that they have to always avoid the hooks is crazy. 2-0.
Marlon, my hero. This guy, man. So many times in the early to mid game, he's been sustaining those damage, finding those fancy steps to get his team more room to do damage. And in the end, that one hook, he blocked it for Azad, he got in, he took the Quay out, and then he forced it to be a 4v5. And at that point, when the Overlords were marching in, it was only Doomsday coming in for the side of Nepal.
I'm not sure if he blocks it for Azad. Maybe he thinks that, oh, look at this, it's my free ride. So he went into the hook because he wants to get hooked so that he can get a better positioning. Because that's the thing that no one expects the most, for Quay to accidentally actually pull a Liampo towards their team.
Yeah, I mean, there was actually some targets that were not great to pull in, right? Jamalbek is one, and then Marlon is the other, right? So you got to, like, kind of find them. But it's tough because those are the guys that are always in the front line, right? They are the most vulnerable, and they want to be hooked at times. So it didn't seem like this lineup from Jordan was really able to counter the overall draft of, again, Kyrgyzstan here.
I think Kyrgyzstan really played well, especially in the team fight itself. As you can see, early game, same thing goes again. Jordan controlled the early game really well. It's just how they convert those wins in the team fight. In the early game, we saw Azad, he was repeatedly punished by the Quay hooks.
Yeah.
Many times, like 1-2, one forcing out the flash, second one getting takedown. Afterwards, in the mid game, awfully quiet because Marlon started to came online on that Liam Popik. And we talk about Liam Popik.
Yeah.
You can be CC immune when you use your spell 1, spell 2, and ultimate gear. So making it a fancy counter into the Quay pick.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Quay picks all this while, and we do know that there's a very effective Quays and there's slightly not so effective. So maybe the idea is that not many people know that Quay hooking a buff or a jungle, try to slow down the jungle's resources, or maybe hook other things, not specifically just heroes, or maybe just hook a tank and kill it as soon as he can. Maybe that might be the better option rather than trying to focus down to the back line all the time.
It comes back to the whole early game, right? Right when he hits like level 4, essentially, because you want into the void.
Yeah.
But that's kind of when you need to start thinking about being like a gank squad. right? Maybe you start rolling around with Muhammad. Maybe you look for some sort of pickoff because you get the hook, you say just might into the void. You just like wombo combo on that guy, right? And that creates a lot of space. It makes it much easier for Ahmed to really just take them down. Unfortunately for them, they started getting like losing towers and they were playing defensively and not really, you know, synchronizing and coordinating around the map as they should have.
I think it makes sense, right? Like, in this sense, where we saw early game, beautiful stuff coming in from Jordan. At one point, they were leading the game by 2,000-3,000 gold in the mid-game.
Yeah.
But when the full-fledged teamfight comes over, that's where you start to see Ahmad, although he was really, really fed on the channel, it's super difficult, right? You have Marlon jumping in with the Tremor Smashers, and then you have Dastan always in your face, and coming from the back, Jamal back with the Guan Yu. It was just so much pressure coming in from the farm lane player.
Yeah, but Azad with 727, and it looks like Kumanic, he was 607, 67, huh? Oh, we're gonna let that one go? No one's gonna say anything about that. Oh, come on, guys.
And he did 76,000 damage.
Oh, no,
wait. And 76% team fight rate. Keep it going, keep it going.
You're in this.
I'm searching. Oh, but actually, Yazan with actually 67% team fight rate. So we actually have a legit 6-7 there. We got one in the broadcast. Thank you very much.
Sagi, I was staring at you asking for your help to please stop this, but then you jumped in.
Hey, man,
you cannot stop this train.
It gets worse by the minute.
He has to do it later on in front of the camera when the viewers can actually see his face and his 6-7 action here. But save that one for now as we go through this specific stats here. I like the point that you actually brought up Kubanic because aside from that meme that we just brought up on his KDA, the man is just untouched the entire game. We saw Azad, yes, he had a lot of flashy moments in the late game where he kept finding those aggressive trade-offs, pickoffs, and flashing in for damage. But Kubanic, he was consistent.
Yeah.
Very, very well done on this Xiao Xiao pick as well in this game too.
Yeah, the positioning is great, and of course, thanks to his teammates for sure, allowing not just Kubanic but also Azad to do whatever they need to do. And essentially, we can say that Kyrgyzstan actually has 3 frontliners, 3 tanks, Liampo, Atta, and also Guan Yu, and it works so well. And I feel that they can keep on going with this kind of composition even for their next matches in the future because it works well for them. It is a very good early game composition, and it seems like Kyrgyzstan know how exactly to play early game composition.
I think so too. Like, Kyrgyzstan, if we were to look back into their overall gameplay in Game 1 and Game 2, their style is more towards to this fact that once it reaches mid-game, they teamfight well.
Yeah.
But for Jordan, back-to-back early games, the way that they strategize their trades, strategize their invades, it has been really, really good coming in, especially with Salame and Yazan and Muhammad finding those opportunities. But just those 5v5s, how they structure those team fights, Kyrgyzstan is just way better.
Yeah, again, you look at the scoreline, 2-0, it didn't look good for Jordan, but I think when you actually dissect the game itself, to your point, early game, Jordan is fine. Right? That is hard to do, right? As a team, you got to ensure that you have a good start. I mean, look at this goal graph. They were doing fine up until that one mark, probably like the 9-minute mark or so, but that's what you want in a team. That's a good foundation. You just got to, again, fix that mid-game because Kyrgyzstan, you can't let them get back into this.
This is exactly what happened in Game 1 as well, because they were actually leading in the first few minutes and then everything went down south. I feel that if they could just polish down their mid-game and late-game rotation, and maybe start focusing more on doing things together is already good, right? They keep on doing things together, but focus more on just getting objectives, like such as destroying towers, getting the Tyrant Overlords together. Maybe that will give them even a long-term sort of an investment towards winning the game.
And these are the few early highlight moments that we saw that Marlon, he put on his fancy shoes, put on those fancy feet, and escaped just with a slick of health. And this was really crazy here. And the early game, it was pretty much a 50-50 coming in for both teams. And I would say Jordan was actually way ahead of the curve. You can see that Azad got hooked in the early game and then he was pacing towards the top side. And this was a numbers advantage given over to the side of Jordan here. Hence, giving Ahmad so much room to do the damage, getting that double strike. But as it slowly paces on towards the mid-game here. You can start to see Jordan start slowing down. Despite that, we didn't get much of these hooks later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great one, right? I think that was probably the best one of the game for them. But look at how Marlon just creates so much havoc. He completely divides the team fight, right? Exactly. So now you've got the isolation. You take Mahmoud, who's all by himself, and you're constantly just sticking around. Anytime the Lian Po is not being killed, okay. But then now he's cycling his spells. He's creating so much havoc. He had such an impact in this one.
This and the play before, where Marlon successfully caught the position of Ahmad, really just allowed the goalie coming in from Kyrgyzstan to pile over Jordan here. Previously, it was all about Jordan, but once Marlon found the key targets, it spells OVER, over for Jordan.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the best show of discipline coming from Kyrgyzstan. They know how to handle their emotion well. And it's him again! It's Azad, Holland's favorite poser.
Yeah, this is, I have to replicate that. I don't know if my tongue can go that way, but I think that with his 727, 35% damage, not as much as the last game where he got 40+%, but still a great game. Again, he was the president in this one. He goes down, this team crumbles, but he did stay alive, and he just tore him down.
If your tongue goes the other way, it's also fine, by the way.
No.
I'll
practice that. I think I have a homework assignment tonight. I get it.
It's okay. We have a very good mirror at the at the hotel. It's a very great venue, right? So don't worry. You can practice it back at your room later.
You practice it, you bring it over to the broadcast when Azad gets another MVP, and then you compare yourself and ask the viewers to rate how good is your impression.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Challenge accepted. Next time Azad gets an MVP, yeah, I will do that. I will do the post. Yeah.
Nice.
I think that's good. Yeah.
But with this win, right, we do see Kyrgyzstan equalizing their position coming in their respective group. If I'm not mistaken, they're in Group B, so they're one step closer. And currently, I would say they are second place in their group, with Nepal currently being the first in Group B.
I think it's going to be good. It is showing a very good demonstration of where they will be inside their group. And I know that this is not the end for Kyrgyzstan and also Jordan, right? This is just Jordan's first game. And again, we've seen on how Uzbekistan played earlier. We remember on how fast they progress. So who's to say that other teams are not going to be doing the same? And us being proud dads while watching.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway, right, from today, is that how, the teams were able to rise to the occasion, right? And Kyrgyzstan right there, they didn't have a great Asia Games qualifier thus far, but this one, I think that they're going to feel great. I mean, when we do have that interview, I'm sure we'll see some smiling from ear to ear because, again, I think it's a great, happy moment for all of these teams.
I think it's also a good thing coming from Jordan, right? Sometimes we see opening games from some of these teams not being the greatest, being like a one-sided game. But for Jordan, they were actually in control. Like all the early games from Game 1 and Game 2, they were playing really, really well. Maybe go back to the drawing board, have some scrim games, and then when their second game comes, that's where maybe Jordan can really flourish even better.
At the very least, the first few minutes of the game for Jordan, each game, by the way, is very, very good. So I do think that they can try to polish it down more. I don't think it's going to take too much of effort compared to maybe some other teams who almost have no hope of improving whatsoever. But at least Jordan is at this point right now.
Actually, that's the brilliance of Honor of Kings, right? You can always improve something. Right? I mean, as much as I love to report my teammates for losing, but I know at the end of the day, it's probably because I'm making the mistake.
It's not us, right?
So we should report you instead.
No, let's not do that. My reputation is spotless. But yeah, because, anyways. But I do think that these are things that, again, when you're playing these games, especially as a team, like, are we coordinating properly? Are we communicating? Are we on the same page when we go in together? Right? Like, there are even the moments. Azad, MVP, had a great game, right? I don't want to undersell what he did, but there was a team fight where he actually went elsewhere while the rest of the team was fighting. It wasn't a perfect game by him, but he's still good enough. And you can always find mistakes. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think mistakes are what makes players better. If you can accept a mistake, you can definitely improve as a player when it's going for a long-term sort of planning, right? Because in esports, everybody makes mistakes. There's no real perfect players. There are good players, and there are also like lesser good players, but how you improve is through those mistakes, and you know how to improve your gameplay as well. Check out IQ15R, the official tournament phone for the Honor of Kings event, which is the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here. Players are playing on that phone, good cooling, good FPS, 120 if I'm not mistaken, and also a very high hertz that actually helps your eyes improve better.
Yeah, it's a mistake to play Honor of Kings not on an IQ device. See what I did there? Huh? Come at me, IQ. I'm helping you out.
He's been trying for 3 days.
He's been trying really hard for the phone.
Who are you talking to?
Manifesting. It's fine. No
have you checked your DMs? Have you checked your DMs whether Aiko actually like messaged you? Like, have you been checking those?
I don't have a phone. When I get it, they have to come out to me,
what
right?
If you buy an Aiku phone and then they DM you with another Aiku phone?
We'll have to think about it.
We'll have to figure out. But first, let's pass it over to Mara on the desk to actually get into the interview with Kyrgyzstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan secured their very first win, and here we are with Azat, double MVP. Congratulations! You did phenomenal with that Chano and DRNG for game 1 and game number 2. But we're gonna go back to game number 1 because your opponent, Team Jordan, got the advantage early on. But once Team Kyrgyzstan was able to take the lead, you guys were able to secure that into gold, objectives, and pressure. So how did you prevent your opponent, Team Jordan, from making a comeback in that game and controlling the entire thing from game 1?
Как вы победили команду Иордании, и как вы помогли предохранить, получается, как вы, получается, застопили их команду, получается, и как вы вообще, в принципе, выиграли?
Ну, вообще, у них и вправду было преимущество в начале, но тем не менее мы подобрали очень хорошую позицию для наших файтов и благополучно их выиграли. После чего мы просто очень много фармили, мы забирали, то есть, драконов и делали все, чтобы не дать им шанс на камбэк. То есть, как только мы выиграли 2 удачных боя, мы старались не терять планку и фармить все, что только видим. Их лес, наш лес, всех крипов, ну, ты понял.
So basically, they were farming their forest, enemy team forest. They prevented them from farming gold and everything, and they were pressing them more.
And that was to the main advantage, securing that win. You know, you had the first match in day 1, in the opening day.
Yes.
It wasn't the result that you desired, but then you had a 1-day break.
Yeah.
And then you came in here today, sweeping the opponent. What changed from day 1 to now to secure this successful game?
В первом матче вы проиграли, и у вас был 1 день отдыха. Как вы, получается, победили в этом сегодня, получается, и как вы вообще подготовились к сегодняшнему дню?
Ну, во-первых, мы вчера играли очень много, особенно ночью. Думаю, больше 12 игр мы тренировались, пробовали разные тактики. Еще мы постарались поработать над нашими взаимоотношениями в команде. Мы постарались меньше агрессировать на друг друга, понимать, почему так произошло. То есть мы постарались, чтобы мы могли понять каждого, и в случае чего мы могли помочь любую секунду тем людям, тем игрокам, которых очень сильно зажимают и которых очень сильно душат.
So basically, we were preparing since the last night very well. So we played about 13 matches. We were looking into 12 matches. Sorry.
Still a lot.
Yeah. So they were focusing more on the team play, focusing onto each player and the relationship between team, so they can upgrade the team play and focus more on the game.
And we saw that synergy today, but I'm going to ask you something about yourself. At 16 years old, now you're representing your region, and you got double MVP today. How proud are you? How proud are you with what you've shown today with yourself?
16 лет ты стоишь здесь как MVP Кыргызстана. Как ты чувствуешь себя? Насколько горд ты собой в данный момент?
Я очень, на самом деле, горд собой. Я очень рад, что я победил 2 раза, занял MVP 2 раза. Но также я очень сильно благодарен своей команде и моим соотечественникам, потому что они тоже оказывали очень большую поддержку в этом. И я желаю моей команде тоже попробовать MVP и тоже, то есть, понять, как это.
I'm very thankful to my team for all the support. I'm very proud for myself. I'm very happy to being MVP in this match. And I wish to all my teammates as well feel how to be MVP, how does it feeling.
And thank you so much once again. Congratulations. But you know for sure, Kyrgyzstan is cheering for you, proud of you being 16 years old, representing the region. What would you like to say to them and invite them to support you for your next match?
Что бы ты сказал бы Кыргызстану на данный момент, после того, как победил, и что бы ты сказал бы им, когда пригласил их?
На самом деле, я хочу просто сказать всем кыргызам, которые это смотрят, не бойтесь участвовать в таких профессиональных, скажем, состязаниях, потому что это дает очень много возможностей, это абсолютно другой опыт. Не бойтесь участвовать, у вас все впереди.
I want to tell my Kyrgyz fellow mates, don't be afraid, never be afraid of participating in that kind of competitions. It gives you a lot of opportunities to be more better and have more experience. So compete more, and yeah, that's all.
What a great message, and for sure you're an inspiration to a lot of people that's aspiring to be where you are right now, competing in the international stage. Once again, congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
congratulations on the double MVP.
Thank you so much.
Now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Azad, and also Mara for the wonderful interview. But before we go into the content of the interview, he's 16. Very good gameplay. My goodness, that voice is so deep.
Yeah, it's so deep, right? It's very amazing, and so I thought I would... No, I can't be outclassed by someone who's 16 years old.
Okay,
His voice is incredible,
it's fine,
right?
It's fine. It's fine to not be the best at everything.
Because I want to be very low as well, so I too will follow in that footstep. Oh my gosh. Oh.
As I was saying, even Holder will feel insecure hearing his voice. Oh my god, that voice.
What a great voice.
What a great voice. What a great voice. Like, great gameplay, great voice, and you can see for the fact that when he's 16 years old and he's like actually very, I would say, proactive in joining a tournament all the way from Kyrgyzstan to our venue here in Malaysia, and he's been doing pretty well. Like 0-1 in start of the tournament, but then he fought back well and he brought the team into a 1-1 now right in Group B. If it goes even better, maybe he makes it to the main event. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, especially like all of the lessons that you're learning, even at 16, right? Taking that back, I mean, in 2-3 years, like, this guy's gonna be I mean, he's already a phenom, but the sky is like completely his. He can do whatever he wants because, again, he's just amazing already.
Here's the thing about age, right? The younger you are, the faster you learn anything. Like anything thrown at you, you capture them so quickly. Sometimes these kids just watch some videos and they learn everything so quickly, right? So I think that he's on the right track. I'm pretty sure he will be able to be such a great player in the near future. And who's to say that there's no more other next Asian game with HOK next time?
Yeah, I mean, the sky is for his own taking, right? He can definitely work harder, and then maybe he's going to be the next pro player. Who knows, right? He's a very interesting kid. Kyrgyzstan is a very interesting team. The way they fought back, the way they unite as one really shows the fact that they are serious in this Asian Games qualifiers.
I just want to know if a couple years down the road, if his voice gets lower. You know, is that even possible? Like, I mean, like the way that he's at, like, again, Azat, we'll keep in touch. Let's figure this out.
I think it's possible, right? Because
yeah, of course. I mean, he's still developing. I mean,
we develop until 2021, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll have to find out on this one. But again, I think that there's, like, his play was phenomenal. I mean, just everything that he brought to the table today, I think that it was, you know, he's going to basically wave the Kyrgyzstan flag proudly here.
I think so too. And that was one of the match coming in from Group B today. And after the break that we're going to have, we're coming back into another Group B match with Nepal and UAE. Nepal currently sits comfortably as the first placer coming in of Group B, and UAE has yet to find their first win in Group B. And today, 2 sets of Group B, it means that the wins and losses coming in is really important because it shapes a 50% of how Group B will actually look like. If Nepal actually wins this upcoming game, they could be pretty comfortable at the very least of the top 3 spot in actually minimally making it to the LCQ.
That's where you want to be, right? I think that you would feel great, especially after 3 days. And I mean, yeah, you've played 2 games or whatever, but I think that this is a great spot to be in. You know, you're kind of in the middle. You're still competitive. You can keep that, you know, that emotion high going into the next one.
But throughout the entire day, we've seen a lot of great matches. Great match 1 and match 2. It has a lot of stories. Nepal and UAE has a lot to do to get to that stage today. And I hope they give something similar like what we've been seeing right now. And Nepal and UAE, we do know that they have their own potentials. What will it be? What picks, maybe they're going to develop very quickly in a short period of time as well.
I think so far, right, most teams will really enjoy playing towards their comfort, as we saw just now coming in from Uzbekistan. That was a fantastic game. And also, Jordan could come back stronger, and congratulations Kyrgyzstan. But after this short break, we will be bringing you more action in Group B with Nepal and UAE.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill.
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Astas in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zones. That's Anthony.
Victory.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish third in each group still have one more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our playground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
An ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom kemari. Mountain Dew!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to
That was a quick break, and we are back at it once again at the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. This is day 3, and we have already been playing 2 games, and we're coming into the 3rd match of the day. My name is Sagi, and alongside of me is our casters of the Gorge. We subtitle out, and we welcome Sir Cloud and also Adam. Welcome to the desk.
Yeah, I know. You guys are done with his 6-7 jokes and all that, right? So yeah, he needs a break there. He needs a break.
Yeah.
I'm putting it in timeout, in the triangle in the corner.
Yeah, he's in the naughty boys corner.
But Holler has been telling us that he misses you a lot yesterday.
Aw.
He said that a couple of times on broadcast.
Yeah, he
I'm not
did,
sure
he
if we did anything wrong towards him.
I think quite a lot. Let's not talk about it too much.
Okay.
Like, but then we also had a lot of Zhangfei and Quiz yesterday, which, like Sir Cloud, he is a roamer main himself. So today maybe we can expect more exciting picks. And Sir Cloud, we have back-to-back Dolia first picks here.
Yeah, I know.
Where's
It had
coffee?
to happen when I was on break yesterday.
Ah.
Yeah, and
But
I was
you're
like,
not here, right?
Yeah, so I wasn't
So the
here.
coffee
That's
is
like-
still where? Coffee is on Hona?
Okay. I will. I'll make it happen.
He'll make it happen eventually here. He's definitely a man of his words. But if you're also into something new in towards Honor of Kings, you need to check out the June 17 patch update. I've been hyping this on my personal channel. I've been hyping this on the official channel. Zavara, Lorian, Annette, and Florentino will be joining the Gorge on June 17. If you're already tired of all the old heroes, check out these 4 new ones.
Sagi, if you don't mind explaining to me, because people have been coming to my stream, right? They've been telling me, Adam, since you've been playing a lot of Charlotte, you will love Florentino. Why so?
Okay, first things first, Florentino, if you've been seeing the skill preview, right? This hero, he's super duper mechanical. I think if you are familiar with the official server, some of the more difficult heroes, he's up there. He's definitely up there.
Wow, okay.
It's either you are really good at him or you are horrible at him, because he's so difficult to play. And he's one of those heroes where he relies on, I think it's a saber or fencing equipment, to actually deal damage. So you rely a lot on skill resets like Diao Chan,
So more or
but you need
less
to
like
pick up
Charlotte
a
too.
flower on the ground.
Oh.
So Charlotte is more on utilizing your next spell. This hero is more on picking up the flowers on the ground and going for a infinite
reset?
combo chain. Exactly, yeah.
Oh.
Will we hear a new song?
Oh, maybe.
With a new hero?
Calm down.
Oh, whoa,
I have
whoa.
to practice first. I have to be good at something first before I make it into a song.
Oh, and also the MTV together with it.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah.
But hey, our next upcoming match will be between Nepal and UAE. So from yesterday and day one is where Nepal beat their opponents in a 2-0 fashion, claiming that first victory, and UAE has lost 0-2 yesterday. So if we were to compare the group standings here, if we were to think about the perspective coming in from the UAE side, this is a match that they must win. If they lose this one, they venture further down in Group B, and they might not have a shot at direct qualification to the main event.
Yes, but definitely UAE wants to do as best they can, because people from UAE are also watching. We also have, if I'm not mistaken, the shoutcaster from UAE here physically, Omar. If I'm not mistaken, he's also doing some contents about him shoutcasting locally here inside the player room. He's here and actually doing the shoutcasting, which is quite fun for us to watch. But yes, this is what it's going to be. Nepal and UAE, an interesting match to watch.
Definitely an interesting match to watch, right? And always good to see more teams coming into the Honor of Kings global esports scene. But without further ado, let's introduce both Nepal and United Arab Emirates to the stage with this teaser video.
Forged through competition and built on teamwork, ready to let their experience do the talking, bringing discipline and sharp execution into every fight. Please welcome Nepal!
They faced early challenges in this tournament. Now, return with sharper focus and intent. Still a team capable of surprises, ready to turn experience into improvement. Please welcome United Arab Emirates!
It's the battle of Group B between Nepal and UAE. This is getting heated for anyone that is in Group B itself. All the regions are battling out for that one shot into the top 2 for that main event. And this upcoming series is going to be the most important one that both these teams will be playing today.
Sure, and it's gonna be a very nice one to watch for sure. And this is the Nepal lineup with Sushank, Swastik, Bijay, Sushil, and Suyok. We do know that they're gonna be trying their best. They have won their previous match, and what's gonna happen in the next one is what we will be witnessing, Cloud.
Yeah, and Suyok's the man here because he brought the pride to Zhangfei users.
Oh,
Zhangfei MVP, Suyok, he will be the man to watch here.
Right.
His unbridled outbursts were on point, so I guess if UAE were to try to focus on something, it could be the Zhangfei.
So he's going to be the biggest contributor towards Zhangfei's win rate then, because he has been playing very well with the hero. It seems like everyone else has been following him, inspired by his Zhangfei to keep on performing very well.
Oh yeah, and these will be the players that we'll be facing up against them. It will be Abdulaziz, Ahmed, Mohammed, Rashid, and Abdullah representing the UAE.
I think there's definitely a bit of a strength coming in from UAE from what we've seen them yesterday. It's just that how they unite as one in finding those big opportunities in getting those leads, finding those objective fights, enforcing that win game condition here. But for now, my coin, I'll put it on towards Nepal because they have been far more consistent, at the very least, in their first day.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to watch for sure, because Nepal has already proven to everyone that they are able to be up top in their group. So we want to see on how they fare up on the stage right now. And we do know that UAE is going to be trying their very, very best with whatever they have. They have been watching all the matches for sure. Are they going to be inspired with one of the metas at least?
Yeah, I also want to give a small shout out to Sang, who is one of the management team from Nepal.
Ooh.
Like, he was very proud of his players. He kind of texted me over it, and he said that some of these players were from his club, DRS, which is a very popular club in Nepal. So yeah, so far they're doing the people of Nepal proud with their performance.
I think it's definitely worth to be celebrating, right? Because you've traveled all the way here participating in the Asian Games qualifiers. You definitely want to make your region or nation proud. And for them, it's part of the job. Right now, they're 1-0 in the group. And if they win one more, it's soft secured for top 3. Soft secure.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they get at least top 3, right? Because the top 2 will for sure go to the qualifiers, to the main event, sorry. But the third position, it's quite difficult because you have to play a lot more extra matches to get to that point.
Yeah, you have to play a
last
chance qualifiers, and it's a single elimination.
Correct.
So it will be interesting to see what happens there towards the later stages of the week.
Yeah.
But for today, they have to take it step by step. Both Nepal and UAE, they have to put their best footing forward.
I think it's about starting strong, right? We always repeat the same thing. If you start strong, you come in good in terms of the entirety of the series itself. But we did see a few comebacks today. I'm not sure if you saw the first series. That was pretty heated up.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they just made that comeback in a reverse sweep fashion. That's definitely something you want to be looking towards to. It's about momentum. It's about mentality coming into such a important game between UAE and also Nepal. And starting off the pick and bans, we do see Byron being removed from the pool by the side of UAE alongside Fatih. That's going to be 2 clash lanes removed from the pool, and Nepal has banned away the Dolia since they know Sir Cloud is on the desk.
Very unfortunate for you, Cloud. But definitely a very good man, because we have seen and witnessed a very good use of Adolia just now. Not to be comboed with Dune, but with a Kaiser. So I'm not surprised to see this Dolia here. Talking about comebacks like what Sagi was just talking about just now, it proves that our players right here for the Asian Game qualifiers really proves that they do have the right mentality to make sure that they're always able to do certain turnarounds in terms of their mindset. Even if they're losing early on, they're not broken down, they're not demoralized, they still have the chance to actually do something within the game itself, even though they're left behind a couple thousands of gold.
Okay, here's the thing, right? So Zhang Fei is one of the most picked heroes here, right? But why has it not been the most banned hero? Like now, even Zhang Fei is given the chance, knowing that Suyok was the MVP with the Zhang Fei before.
Why? It's like
I think, right, there's just so much heroes to ban with so limited slots here. Like, the meta has been forever changing. Like, we have teams that prioritize the Zhang Fei, the Ukitachibana, Ata, Dolia, or even the likes of the Channel first pick that we are seeing from UAE. So it's down to how or what you don't want to be facing for your specific team composition. Maybe they're like, okay, Zhang Fei may be able to handle, but maybe not a Liang that we don't want to face against, or a potentially Dolia that's going to be refreshing some spells and allowing certain combos coming out.
But we've also seen that even though Dolia has been banned just now, someone has proven that even without Dolia, we can win with just Kaiser. So maybe Zhang Fei might be a bigger problem, to be honest. Also, Ukyo have been picked quite a while now, and honestly, maybe the winning is not as high as Zhang Fei's. Still, probably one of the most viable bans to be done as well. Again, there's nothing wrong with whatever bans or picks that you're doing, as long as you know who you're up against, maybe Cloud. Because maybe that specific team is so good with that one hero. So banning that hero makes complete sense.
Alright, so I want to give the benefit of the doubt to UAE's ban phase, right? And why they let go of the Zhang Fei. So this is also a test of consistency from Suyok, who got the MVP with Zhang Fei before this, whether he can be consistent with different teams.
Okay. That's definitely a good analogy that you can actually test on towards too, because why not? Like, maybe this doesn't work out. Game 2, we swap up our plans, we ban away Suyok's hero pool, then maybe that's something that they can venture in towards to it as their plan B per se. But now, plan A, UAE is going for comfort here, picking up the Lampo, Princess Frost, going for that big AoE zone control.
We're waiting for the final ban coming in from the UAE. What are they going to be going with? Fuzi? Because there's a lot of effective Fuzi users today, which is extremely scary with their Sage Might. So I don't think that's a bad ban. It makes sense because the lockdown coming from Fuzi is just so annoying, especially when there's a combo that has been done like the Garuda just now. The Sage Might and the Wings of Judgment is just so scary.
Oh, and we're going to get the Ata. Oh, Ata has been picking up in popularity as well. That's what I noticed. And it's very effective with the ghost ship, whether you want to split up the fight or whether you want to stop enemies from running away. It's actually really, really good. And the Ata's ghost ship can be combined with the Unbridled Outburst. He brings out the ghost ship, and then the Unbridled Outburst comes in. At least the opponent is not pushed too far away, allowing like the DRNJ, the Ukyo Tachibana to follow up.
I like the idea, right, that you mentioned here. Like, you have the Ata, you have the Ukitachibana, a very strong clash jungle combination that can actually push into the jungle of UAE. Because UAE so far, you have a very consistent lineup, many fighters in front lines, but the problem is, it's a very very mid to late game composition that does not have a lot of early game mobility or pushing ability here. Because you see, yes, the only winning lane that we've seen so far is probably Rashid on that channel, but other lanes, it doesn't push us as fast compared to the counterparts of what Nepal has drafted in their specific team composition.
Yeah, and Garemo as last pick from Nepal is solid. I think they do have the right lineup for this match. Comparing to UAE, I agree with Sagi because the picks of Align and Dianwei is going to be a bit risky because both of these heroes, Align and Dianwei, is not actually like a tanky hero. It's more towards kiting, more towards poking, and maybe a little bit of sustainability. But Dianwei really depends on his basic attacks. If he gets stunned for too long, we all know he has Purify, but it might be a bit of a problem when he loses all of his skills and he's not able to do all of those basic attacks.
And you have to stack on DMWay to make sure that you make use of the additional damage and the additional range, right? So that's all the consideration that UAE has to put in towards for this game one. Drafts are locked in, players are set. Let's go into the gorge for our match 3 of the day between United Arab Emirates and Nepal.
And I do think the Garemo pick is good as well as the last pick, especially when you're going up against Chano. Chano's range is not particularly that far.
Yeah.
So the couple blades would be easier to land onto the Chano.
I agree. And we have to remember that the couple blades actually goes through any units, including the Spirit Wolf. So it cannot be stopped. And this is a good demonstration.
Yep.
Oh! Okay.
Okay.
Sudden flash over that. Quite surprising us casters as well, which is very normal. They're gonna try to get the jungle right now. He's gonna be hit by the Gunmo, but he keeps on missing, and he's still fine for now.
Yeah, he's still okay. Suyong actually got the neutral creep, so that's going to be a slight win for Nepal, I must say.
Yeah.
And now with the fact that they managed to force the channel back, so that's another good advantage.
True, and we do like to see these early aggressions coming in from BJ. He knows what he's doing. He wants to be able to get that early game advantage because as a Gunmo, you want that stacks coming in from the passive, from the assists or eliminations. That's where he gets all of his extra damage coming from. 20 stacks equals to 300 magical attack, which is a lot, Cloud.
Yes, so that means that there will need to be more magic resistance items coming in?
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah, but then again, it can stack though towards the end. But oh, first strike very early on by Swastik.
Swastik going in very aggressively with the help of BJ. He is always ready, poking everyone around, and Swastik is also ready to do the finishing move. 3 people are still stacking up in the mid lane, leading the goal by almost 1,000 already within 2 minutes. This is quite a huge amount of number.
This is actually quite consistent with what you say about Adam, is that their composition allows them to jungle invade very, very early on, especially with the Uko Tachibana. It's shown that, and now they're doing it again and again and again. So what Nepal is looking to do right now is to try to dry up the potential farm from the side of UAE and potentially snowball from there.
And rightfully, UAE is supposed to be able to handle this if they group up together at one spot, farm together from one jungle to another, even though they might be sharing the goal a little bit, but that's not the problem. They need to be able to farm safely and farm quickly so that their jungler can have an advantage.
Oh man, even Suyong's there just to try to take down the Boars at the side, but Abdullah showed up just in time to try to stop him. Still up for grabs though, but with a couple of plays from BJ, he stole at least one of them.
Yeah, right now he's still right in front, still pulling back just a bit. Abdullah trying to open the map. He does have his passive maxed out. He's gonna be healing every time his passive maxed out, but he has to move away out of combat. Look at how sharp BJ's sword is. He keep on throwing this couple's blades non-stop and it hits his target.
And Sushi is done with the Spark Force Dagger as well, so this is going to be a good item going out against Chano, especially with the Spirit Wolves. But now, engagement onto the bottom again. Rashid forced to turn back. This is his second time that he's forced out of his lane.
I agree, and also, actually, Ahmed playing the Tianwei, he already maxed out his jungle item all the way to tier 3 right now, even though the passive from the jungle has not been maxed out just yet. It might be a little bit too early for him to buy that, but he have done so. He has committed with it, and he's gonna buy the shoes next. With 2,000 gold, probably gonna be an easy tyrant for them for sure for Nepal.
Oh yeah, I don't see UAE able to challenge this one, but they're still trying to go for it though. But still, The Tyrant is taken by Nepal. Right now, there seems to be a bit of an overcommitment there, but lucky enough for him, he's able to get away. But Rashid can't say the same for him. Swastik finally got him, and Rashid, this time, not able to escape at all.
Swastik very sharp on the swords, managing to get Rashid without no problem whatsoever, trying to assist their friend Sushil to get the first tower at the bottom lane, giving him a lot of space, and the rotation coming in from them, trying to clear the entire resource jungle from the UAE is gonna hurt the economy of the entire team.
And look at the farm lane right now. It's totally overtaken by Team Nepal, and they're about to get the second tower. I don't see UAE protecting the second tower. It's going to be gone. Less than 5 minutes, Adam.
Very quick indeed. They're gonna try to get the Crimson Golem as well. Blazing Cape has been bought by the Abdul Aziz. Look at the couple sword has been thrown. It's not gonna hit his target. Abdullah managed to run away. There's still 2 minions. It seems like they're gonna get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane very quickly. This is gonna be a huge loss because the vision provided by the tower is so valuable that it's gonna hurt them in the long run.
Okay. I see what Ahmed wanted to do there. He wants to come in from the side and try to surprise Team Nepal, but then again, there's no opening for him. Somebody has to start the fight before he's able to come in. It's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, BJ has 1 stack right now. He has 1 assist. And he's still so aggressive up front, trying to poke anyone, even though he's not going to secure a kill. Maybe he's playing quite aggressively right now, maybe a little bit too aggressive, because he might get punished by Abdul Aziz or Ahmad. But look at this, Cloud!
A bit of a whiff there with our Bright Albers, but it's okay. They should be able to get it done. But with the day at sunset, looks like Abdulaziz is able to get away to safety.
Yeah, 3,000 gold in front for Nepal is a huge number, and within 6 minutes, this is progressing very well for them. But Abdulaziz has to move away from the tower. He has to let it go to make sure that he doesn't lose his hero just to save this 1 tower. But the bottom lane has not been managed by anyone.
Oh yeah, the bottom lane is like almost free for Team Nepal. UAE, they look like they almost forgot about the bottom lane for some reason.
Right. But we're still seeing a lot of aggression coming in from Nepal, trying to focus on the mid lane for now. And it looks like Swastik really helps out with his team, trying to destroy towers by tower. It looks like they're going to be focusing down towards the high ground tower in the top lane very early on.
Oh man, we are already less than 7 minutes in, and Team Nepal right now, they've been pushing UAE all the way to the back. And Abdullah receives that damage from the couple blades. Considering that he's a tank, the amount of damage that he can receive, well, we can see how much VJ has scaled right now in terms of damage.
I agree, and also we have to remember he's using Execute right now, so he cannot really use Sprint or Flash trying to play an aggressive play. He can only use Execute to try maybe steal, but this is what's happening down there. Rashid eventually managed to get the tier 1 tower at the bottom lane, at least maybe closing up the difference between the goal of the 2 teams. UAE and Nepal is almost neck to neck, but at the same time Nepal is leading quite far ahead. Both of the Vision Sprite Link has not been activated yet at the top and the bottom lane on the side of UAE.
Yeah, that means it's kind of dark for them, especially at the bottom right now. But Abdul Aziz showing up. He sees Suyong right in front of him, so he's not going to engage for now. But again, both sides, they're getting ready to try to contest the Tyrant. But if we look at the goal difference right now, it's quite big. UAE is behind by about 5k gold.
Yeah, and this is the most important thing, right? Suyong has always been in front, hiding in the brush, and opening the vision for the entire team. So the Nepalian team, for sure, will feel very comfortable. They know everyone. They know everyone's position. And look at this. Look at what's happening here, Cloud. They're trying to get Overlord, and the high ground tower has been destroyed.
Defend, guys, defend. Your base needs you.
Look at the minion.
Oh, man. Okay. They got the Overlord. Okay, so that's going to be a bit of a prize for them. But they will lose all their towers. Even the middle one will be taken by Nepal. And speaking about Nepal, now they're going all in. All towers down. Nepal, time for them to move in. But Abdul Aziz fights back. And they will get Swastik down. But Team Nepal, they're not letting this one go. Abdul Aziz will pay for it.
Abdulaziz goes down, but so does the 2 high ground towers. A very great move by Nepal. So the question is, was it that worth it for them to leave their base wide open for Nepal to take just now for 1 Overlord? And mind you, this is not enhanced Overlord. This is sub 10 minutes.
Yeah, so it's not really worth it yet. In fact, if you ask me, Adam, I don't think it's worth it for them to let go the entire farm lane for most of the game, and that allowed access to Team Nepal to just push all the way down. And now with all the towers down, this Tyrant is an easy pickup for Team Nepal.
4,000 gold, honestly, is a huge amount right now. I'm pretty sure they're gonna feel the economy difference in terms of the damage coming in from the side of Nepal afterwards. The minions are going out. Look at Swastik. He's very ready to go in with the help of Sushang. A very good Umbrella Outburst Cloud.
3 of them caught together with the Ghost Ship. Sushang comes in. Rashid goes down. Rashid does not have the amount of damage to fight back up to Andis. Tries to get away to safety. But then again, right now, the crystal is exposed. And Team Nepal will bring home the win for Game 1.
And that was a clean game coming in from Team Nepal from start to finish. And for UAE, what has happened in that farm lane? Why was no one attending towards that? That was a big hole that they need to fill because Nepal drilled a big one towards that.
Probably they were quite desperate and struggling to get at least one objective, any objective whatsoever. And maybe in their eyes, they were tunnel vision towards the Overlord, and all of them did the same thing. But fortunately for them, they managed to go back early on. And we have to remember, I think it's also thank you to the tower's destruction, debuffing movement speed thing on the minion. Or else the minion would have rushed forward and they would have destroyed the crystal very quickly.
Oh man, a lot of missed opportunities here, especially at the farm lane area. Yes, Team Nepal put a lot of pressure towards the farm lane, which is credit to them, right? But UAE, they need to try to balance out the lanes a bit more.
Rashid was not having a great time here because Nepal's Ganemo kept repeatedly visiting his lane, throwing those blades down, making sure that every time his flash is up, it's used.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a big problem every time if that keeps on happening. And I think instead of letting go of the farm lane every time, I think it's better if his teammates comes together with him and help him out, trying to secure all the minions. Because each wave that comes in and they're losing each wave, it's a huge loss for the entire team. I know the gold gets converted into Rome's coin that drops on the ground, but that's just 50% of the actual minions' gold value.
Yeah, so doing the math is not really worth it, right? Yeah. But it's not only about the farm lane as well. Like the jungle buff, the Crimson Golem at the bottom, multiple times been stolen away by Team Nepal. So it almost feels like the bottom half of the map is almost invisible to them.
It's a bit stressful, right? When you have a losing lane already coming to the bottom side and it keeps getting punched down, bullied down, especially on Rashid on that channel here, you gotta be wondering, like, hey, Rashid, I know it's not gonna be too good here, but he's really rushed to a Succubus Cloak because that's just how much pressure BJ is putting on that Ganemo.
Oh, I would feel the fear as well as he did because Ganemo was playing very well and he was all over the place. And even though there's no one tanky in front of Ganemo, BJ still goes up to the front and make sure that everyone knows I'm here. I'm gonna throw all of these a couple of blades towards you right now. Very scary.
Yeah, and Ganmo, he actually rushed the venomous staff, which is a good item to counter against all of them. And most importantly for him is, I'm sure what's on top of his mind is that, okay, as long as I get as many stacks as possible early on, when it comes to the mid-game, I can boss around.
Oh yeah, the Ganemo's passive, the more enemies you take down or you get an assist on, you get more magical power, which funds into your entire skill set, which also simultaneously funds that 7's Wrath value on that passive that gives you extra 35% on that magical attack.
Sagi, I have a question. I need your opinion on this. In situations where our team gets trampled a little bit too early and there's 1,000, 2,000 gold difference between our team and the enemy team, right? Is it not the best thing to do is to send the clash lane of ours to the side lane and let him keep on pushing until the entire team of the enemy side goes to him so that we have a lot of breathing space, so that our marksman can go farm, our mid can go mid and do whatever they need to do. Or maybe there are other things to do if there is.
I think that's a very good approach, right? Where you have 4 members on one half of the map. Like half map means mid and bottom or mid and clash lane.
Yeah.
So you want the half map to be centralized with 4 players. And then the other player that you mentioned, he's on the split push duty. So every time that someone invests like let's say an invade towards the half mat, you're like, okay guys, we're not fighting this, we're a bit behind, go collect the minion waves, we'll give away this buff. While our split pusher is getting more farm here. Usually a split pusher can be a mobile farm lane, like an Arlene Marco Polo, it can be a jungle assassin, or it can be a clash laner. It depends on what you pick.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess if you want to put like a lane as a split pusher, there's probably other better options.
Difficult.
Yeah, if you have like that, okay, this is going to be our strategy, like you pre-discuss it, then you probably put someone else, like maybe like a Fuzer, for example. But if you put in a lane, you're probably more ready for team fights.
I mean, not so much like I need a split push right now. It's more like we have to do something to put someone else on that one part of the lane so that we have more space here because they are forced to do so. That's why I feel like for the first game just now, maybe Align could have done it with the Death at Sunset to be able to use that to run away, maybe with some dashes, but that's just a thought of mine.
I think it's a valid thought, right? If you ever want to find a player to actually do such a thing, it's probably Ahmed on the end way. More mobility, can cross wall, can also move faster compared to a lane, and then when your item starts racking in, you can utilize the up build as this Death at Sunset to look for potential more plays, but due to the fact that the game was so suffocating coming in from the side of UAE, it didn't really allow them much room to actually play. Look at Ahmed here, getting tagged by the Ukitachi Bana, and then the couple plays coming in for BJ.
But provided that the rest of the team, the four, actually sticks at around mid lane, right? They have
mid
to
to bottom side.
Mid to bottom. Yeah. They have to like be together. But this is such a good Umbrella Opus, such an opening, exactly like what Cloud said. Suyok's Zhangfei is such a signature from the team.
Oh yeah, it's reflected by our coaching session.
Look at this one, look at this one. This was beautiful.
Like,
Three-man and bridal outburst into the Stampede, getting to and forcing the flash from Rashid. Just for Rashid to get sniped down by BJ's couple blades in the back end. And after this, it's a smooth push coming in from the side of Nepal to get the first map victory in this BO3.
And here we go, the MVP for Nepal. It's BJ. We're not shocked about this. 104, but with 44.5%. This might be the highest because previously it was 42. Now it's 44.5. This is an insane amount of number, and we all have seen and witnessed on how he kept on throwing the couple blades non-stop towards the heroes and not to farm.
We're having some pretty good Ganemo players so far. Yesterday it was Emmanuel, today it was BJ. So far they're all contesting for that top damage spot. Yeah. I kind of forgot what Ling Wang had on his damage percentage on the first day. I believe it was like 40 something also, which was pretty high.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's quite apparent, right? Like he was everywhere across the map. Like after the first wave, he rotated down, and his objective, like what you said, Adam, wasn't to really get those takedowns, but it was more towards like, okay, can I put enough damage to force whoever who's down there, happened to be the Chano that time, to turn back? And he actually did that. And just by doing that, like I believe like there was once or twice that Chano was forced to turn back. He lost at least like 2 or 3 waves already.
Which is really painful, right? Like one wave is about like 220 gold, and you lose like 4 waves. 800 something gold, 900 is like one half of a component here. And if your enemy lands on last hits, my oh my, you're already down so much to actually catch back up as a Chano of all things. Chano rides on that early game laning phase that you can actually bully your opponents, scavenge those resources in their own triangle. But afterwards, if you lose so much, how do you scale into that triple critical item in the late game?
And your example was 4 waves, by the way, Sagi.
4 waves, crazy.
But what they lost just now was a lot of waves.
Oh my.
A bunch of waves. So that's why Cloud was like audibly upset just now. Why are they leaving it out in the open? But do you guys know what's very wide and out in the open? It's Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, the official venue and hotel partner of 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Thank you to them for sponsoring this venue. It's an amazing place for us to be at. This event space is so spacious and we all love it so much. Thank you.
I think the food is also really delicious here.
Oh,
like
the food,
the catering so far that we're experiencing. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna gain some weight before I actually end this entire project on this Asian Games Qualifiers, because the food has been really amazing.
Oh, we really have to tell you guys that the best food here so far that we know is ayam merah. The ayam merah is amazing, Sagi.
that was really amazing here. But that's enough about food here. Let's go back into the game between Nepal and United Arab Emirates for this game.
Yeah.
So looks like a UAE is going to get the blue side just like before. they had the first pick, and red side is going to be Team Nepal. So here's the question, right?
Yes.
Should they respect the Zhang Fei?
I think they have to, right? Suyok has been amazing on these engaged roamers here. Maybe if you go on the blue side, you start banning away one tank roam and pick a tank roam for yourself. Or better yet, since UAE has been a team that always like to pick the likes of the Lian Po, we have seen teams, when they want to limit hero pools, ban out Zhang Fei Lian Po, ban out Zhang Fei Lapu Lapu, pick the Lian Po, or ban out either one, pick the first one.
I think that the Zhang Fei pick is a very strong one. For sure, it's not a wrong choice for them to actually ban Zhang Fei. We actually had this problem before in other tournaments, by the way. Back then, when Zhang Fei was so famous in like international tournaments, by the way, Zhang Fei kept on being picked, and no one is banning Zhang Fei. They kept on focusing on banning Mai Shiranui, on Dharma, on Guan Yu, and it seems like we're having a pattern here. We're looking at almost exactly the same thing happening all over again, because our patch is using the more or less the same patch as the one that I was talking about just now. So it seems like many other teams have been forgetting on how useful and strong Zhang Fei is, to the point where I think it might be worth it for us to ban it out.
Yeah, because the latest patches, Zhang Fei is still up there, but it's no longer, right? Not like this patch.
Not like the one and only.
Yeah, the one and only. I remember it was like back then, it was like the one and only. But anyway, no Zhang Fei ban as the first phase ban. So if UAE doesn't pick Zhang Fei for themselves, I'm pretty sure Suyong will be smiling and say, thank you for the pick. And they're going to go for Chano again.
Putting trust on towards Russian, right? Like, Chano is still one of the premier picks coming in from the tournament here. Super high in terms of their priority. Strong early game laning phase, strong late game damage output on a single hyper carry here. But Nepal, I'm pretty sure they're going to revisit back the pick just now that you mentioned on the Zhang Fei, because looking at this, banning Dolia, banning the Liang, you're welcoming yourself into different options here for the side of Nepal. And that's the Mai Shiranui. We have seen some fantastic performance on this pick. And the second one will be Ata. This is a very strong 1-2 with very strong compatibility coming in from Team Nepal.
I wouldn't be surprised if UAE actually steals the Zhang Fei away from them right now. But this is probably also because Nepal has a bigger hero pools, maybe. That's why they're quite comfortable and confident to just leave him out there for now. But I like what we've been talking about all this while. If it works, why not just stick with it? Moza and Garuda as a second and third hero for UAE. What do you think, Cloud?
Well, I think right now then they will be forced into a situation where their jungle has to be one of those more tanky sort of jungles. If not, they won't have any other option. But speaking about options, looks like a Team Nepal, they're going to flex their hero capabilities. They're not like, you think I'm only Zhang Fei right now. I'm going to show you I can play the Lapu Lapu as well, which is a good substitution for Zhang Fei, I must say. The skills are pretty much the same, so I think it will be a good one.
If you were to say that Zhang Fei is one of those protectors in the early game before the level 4, Lapu Lapu is more on the engaging side. When both of them are level 4, they are quite similar in a sense where you can engage from afar. But for Lapu Lapu this game, it looks pretty good. You want to be more active in the early game to supplement that Mai Shiranui. That's going to be looking for a lot of early game rotations, especially towards Russia in that bottom lane, because that's a channel which doesn't have a lot of mobility like the Arlie or Marco Polo.
Very interesting to see Fuze and Musashi has been taken out. Nakoruru also has been taken out by the UAE. They are aware that this hero assassin types are very much Nepal's gameplay, so they chose to take it out very quickly. UAE is gonna go with their fourth ban right now. You know what? Why not just ban another jungler in the process? No problem whatsoever. Fateh is a good option, but we all don't know if Atta is actually going to be the jungle.
Which is a good point, right? That's the beauty of Red Side. You can always save these flex picks into the final moments to really play some mind tricks against your opponents here. So right now they ban a lot of junglers and clash lanes, Byron, Ukyo, Nakoruru, and also Fatih, which are what Nepal actually needs to fix their draft in one of the picks here. But for farm lane, there's still a lot of options here coming in for Sushil. Maybe he wants to go for the Direnjie, maybe he wants to go for the Fang instead.
Yeah, I like the Fang pick as well. Looking at, they already had like 2 tanky heroes. It's good that they pick a hero that can come out with a little bit more damage. That's the Fang. Lubu will be selected by UAE. Okay, so this is going to be more of a damage kind of hero, but they need a hero that can really tank the forefront. You can argue that the Moses can kind of set up with the thing inside the box, like you flash forward thing inside the box.
For
but
Levi.
Okay. Okay. I personally am not a fan because you don't have enough durability in UAE.
Correct. I believe that they needed something like you mentioned here, like a Dun Jungle or Kaiser that we saw that was pretty successful coming in from the Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan game, where this exact Levi pick, it's a bit alarming towards me because I feel like Nepal's idea is to go for those early game invades in towards UAE's jungle, just like what they did just now in game 1.
So this is going to be interesting. Nepal's going to go with Fang jungle, and the Atta is going to be the clash lane. But we do have Levi and Lubu. Lubu is usually a hero that we pick to counter off heroes with shield. But the counter hero for Lubu is Atta. Anyone who with a lot of HP is the direct counter to a true damage. So this is going to be very interesting after they took Lubu, even though there's an Atta on the other side of the team.
And you need so much gold on the side of UAE's double side lane. The Lubu, the Chano.
Yeah.
You need a lot of time to scale into fruition here. But the early game still stands. The Garuda in the mid lane that has been drafted by UAE alongside the Mozi will be pretty good guardians of the jungle if they can actually protect it well.
Guardians of the jungle. I like the ring to it.
That's a ring to it. That's a ring to it. But anyway, what we learned from game 1 is that BJ and his rotation is on point. It's fast. So considering that he is using a Mai Shiranui right now, Mai has good mobility, and as we can see here, after the first wave, he's already moving towards the bottom. They are recreating the same formula like how they did in game 1.
Yep, this is exactly what's happening. They're going to the jungle, and the jungle is actually able to be secured by Abdullah. Even though there were actually 3 heroes from the Nepal side, we can also see on how both sides of the jungle are trying to clear as fast as they can. It seems like Ahmed is facing a little bit of a problem. He's going to be a bit slower than Swastik in terms of the rotation, but he's going to clear mid lane together with his Garuda. So that means UAE going to have a better gold economy situation because there's some gold sharing that has been done by the both of them.
Yeah, but because Team Nepal, they did a little bit of an invasion at the bottom. So right now they are ahead slightly in terms of gold. Though it's still very early, but both sides can still catch up to each other.
Seems like the Purify from Sushil has to be used just now to stop the Cannon Blast from being too effective. 800 gold in front for Nepal. It's not too big, not too small as well. So UAE, if they want to do anything, they have to do it now. As we all know, if they continue with this kind of momentum, this kind of gameplay, they might slowly bleed out of economy.
Yeah, the jungle invasion has to happen, right? Especially like what Sagi said with the Levi. But they have yet to cross over to the other side. Right now, it's again the same formula. Team Nepal is the one that has been crossing over onto the jungle side of UAE, putting pressure onto there. And now they're making the rotation to the top.
Why, Cloud? Why has UAE not crossed over there?
Because...
Why are they not doing it? Tell me, Cloud, tell me.
Yeah, I think we'll need to leave that to the interview if we get the chance.
Oh, okay. No, later Mara will ask them. Later Mara will ask, why do you guys not cross the river? That's not.
Oh, okay.
Not a bit ago.
I get the reference there, though. Just saying.
Okay.
I never got the answer, though.
Okay. But Abdullah is still in the mid lane. You're going to be trying to focus down on the minions. And we still have BJ very closely. Very good cannon blast. If only there's a follow-up coming in from Ahmed. And then he goes sing, song, sing, song, sing. That would be the best thing to do.
He goes what?
Sing, song, sing, song, sing. The ultimate of Ibai.
Okay,
Ibai's
okay.
ultimate.
Oh, that's how the sound. The sound.
Yes.
Okay.
If you want to know the in-game sound effects, it's actually my voice.
Ooh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow. I mean, it sounds similar, though. It sounds similar. I'll give you credit for it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, but I can see a small attempt there by Abdullah to try to cross over, right? But the moment he got into the river, he was about to cross over, and then it was like, okay, maybe there's someone there, one cannon blast, and then he turns back. But to be fair to him, it's like nobody's there to back him up, so he cannot totally commit to going to the jungle.
Yeah. 600 gold in front for Nepal. Not as big as the previous game. Definitely in the previous game, Nepal actually had a much bigger goal lead. But this time, they're playing quite conservatively, quite safely because look at how Abdulaziz, even he is not trying to go out too much. He is respecting the entire team of Nepal right now. But please don't be too respectful. He might lose a lot of chances and opportunity to get more economy's advantage.
Yeah, I think Abdulaziz will be the main playmaker for this round, right? Yeah. But here comes the Tyrant fight. Who will get it at the end of the day? It's going to be Ahmed securing the Tyrant. First Tyrant towards UAE. Decent start for them.
That's the right way to use Levi. Honestly, that's probably why they took it. And they know that they might not be able to fully commit into trying to get any objectives. So, you know what? Why not we just use Levi and just use the first skill, dash, use might, and then come back. It works. It works and it's proven. And they're going to get an advantage from the Tyrant buff. And they can try to do something now. I'm just hoping that UAE would be able to group up and try to catch someone off guard, or at least try to move together between the mid lane and the roamer and the jungle. Rotate together top to bottom.
Oh yeah, I mean, objective gameplay, right? At the end of the day, so if you're able to secure these objectives, then at the later stages of the game, you can snowball, you can scale from there. But now Team Nepal, they're making this big rotation at the bottom, committing 4 players, and for Team UAE, Rashid especially, he has no space to farm no more. His tower will be taken down.
The Katosen is so painful. It hits, it connects to Rashid. Rashid has to back away just a little bit, but look at how Garuda are forced to use Wings of Judgment, trying to run away now. But he got the red buff. He stole red buff for his own team. He tried to help, but no.
I mean, it's one thing to not let your opponent get the buff. It's another thing to not let your own teammate get the buff.
True, that's true. We can also see that very good Tremble Mortal trying to scare them all away with his ultimate. But for the first time, we see Ahmed trying to go in and deal some damage, but he pulls back to safety.
Yeah, so here's the thing about the Tremble Mortal, right? Because there's an animation time to it that will allow your opponents to run away. So Swastik can jump away, BJ can jump away easily, so it's not going to be the most effective against them. The best is that if the Moser can land a Cannon Blast and then the Tremble Mortal comes in, then it'll be much better.
Yes, they need to time this very well. They need communication, but look at how the Raging Sea has been used. It hits Rashid, but no one does any follow-up from Nepal. They're still playing very safely because they can see Ahmed is on the side, trying to be prepared to get Sushank.
Yep, Wings of Judgment this time. Hopefully he doesn't steal away the buff from his teammate. Now Tremble Mortar comes in, gets Swastik, but Swastik again as usual easily swats away, but Swastik's down in trouble. His teammate's coming in. Abdulaziz was first, get the first strike. Swastik will go down, but countered by getting Ahmed instead. And looks like Team Nepal gets 2 of them from UAE. It's a win from Team Nepal.
Inner Tower has been destroyed, and they will pull back just a little bit and try to focus on other objectives, not to overstay their welcome for too long. The goal difference for both of the team is quite high, but not as high as before anymore. But look at Swastik with 4,900 gold, going to 5,000 now. With this Wings of Judgment, will they be able to save the tower? It seems like, yeah, he's managed to save the tower for a little bit longer.
Oh, but maybe can't save his teammate. Unfortunately, Abdulaziz went down. So now without Abdulaziz, nobody can tank the front. Now, Adam, there's something that we debated, right? Who's going to be the frontline tank? If Abdulaziz is not there, no more. And looking at Abdulaziz and his items, he's probably going to go for more damage instead of tank.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a problem for them for sure. Even Abdullah is only using Mozer. And yeah, I mean, Mozer is not wrong, but the itemization for Mozer that he's going with right now is as if he's buying magical damage items, and I don't think that is the best for this situation right now. Probably the best item for Mozer right now is to get Dawnlight. Dawnlight is such an underrated item for support roamers. If they use Dawnlight, he can provide unlimited amount of shields every time he uses skills, provided the cooldown is over.
Oh, but Team Nepal right now, they're trying to invade again. This time for Team Nepal, they're not able to steal the buff, but that's okay. They're going to focus onto the middle, but with the Wings of Judgment, it's not going to be that easy to bring the minions forward.
Yeah, they're trying to play it safe. Sushank is still on the side of Ahmed. Is he going to try to get Ahmed? Ahmed manages to run away in the nick of time. They're all going to be rotating towards the Tyrant. Tyrant's going to be taken fairly quickly. seems like Suyog is gonna be on the front line. He's gonna prove to everyone why he doesn't need Zhangfei. He's gonna be playing Lapu Lapu very well. We have seen his Raging Sea has been connecting very well so far.
Yeah, so far so good. And he has been the one that's been opening up the map as well.
Yeah.
Now on the left side, Sushang's been doing the same. So right now, with the fact that the mid tower is down, Team Nepal will have a lot more space for them to play, and soon they'll be able to take down another mid tower as well, thanks to the fact.
Triangle Mortal has been used. He's trying to get Suyog. Suyog's about to go down. A very quick downing from
One
there.
more. And Abdulaziz goes down. Ahmed is going to be the final player alive, but not for long, as he gets taken down with a double strike towards Sushel and Ace to Team Nepal.
It seems like a very good start. Might end this right now if they have the time, but it seems like Abdullah will come out first just before they start to go and touch the crystal. But I think they might make it. They might make it, Cloud.
Yes, the minions are there. The minions are there, and Team Nepal secures a clean 2-0 win.
Congratulations to Nepal for securing their second win.
They're currently looking clean in Group B, currently sitting tight at 2 overall match wins and 4-0 in their overall match win-lose. Very clean stuff so far coming from Team Nepal, and good job in their gameplay here. I would say that even if, let's say, that UAE did lose this game, but enjoying the stage and enjoying the competition is also part of this qualifiers here. You saw the Levi, he almost made it work. He was getting all those first strikes, getting all the damage in. It's a valiant effort coming in from UAE.
Yeah, definitely a good effort coming from UAE, and I think that UAE has a lot of things to improve for sure, but they did well. They have an idea of how to handle things, but in terms of execution, has a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, more improvements will be needed coming in from UAE if they want to look to pick up some wins coming in for Group B. But I'm loving the enthusiasm, right? The Lubu, the Levi. I mean, we haven't got a Levi yet, you know? We love some new picks here. And
first one.
More and Fang picks are also coming up from Team Nepal in the jungle itself. We saw some players who really favor the Fang pick, and so far, it has been getting picked up pretty decently.
Yeah, and I think the Lubu pick would have been fine if there's another hero to set things up. Like, you need a setter first, and then he goes in with the Tremor model, that'll be perfect, right? So, for example,
not quite.
With the Moza?
Was it?
Not
enough.
I think what Cloud is trying to suggest here is that they probably need something like a Zhangfei, Lapu Lapu, because when we were discussing in the draft just now, Cloud, like they were lacking a frontline hero.
Yeah.
Maybe like a Zhangfei, Lianpo, Lapu Lapu, something to engage first, so they're like slowed, stunned, then you come in with the Lubu for that Tremor Morse. Maybe that's the situation we're looking for.
Yeah, correct. Because what they were lacking is the setter and also the one that opens up the map in front.
Yeah.
So if you kind of think about it, right, based on their 5 heroes that they pick, who is going to be the one to like open up the vision? Nobody.
It's difficult, right? Like the Moza idea was splendid. I would say that Moza is actually one of the most annoying roamer you can actually deal with in the laning phase in the mid lane 3v3 scenario. But maybe if the jungler wasn't a Levi, I mean, we love the Levi pick. It was pretty interesting. But if let's say the jungler was something like an Ata, or something like a tank jungler Dun, Kaiser, maybe it could have provided UAE more chances in those team fights in the river.
Yeah, that would balance things out for sure. This is why in any draft, what I would personally do is that I would try to find, okay, do we have someone who is tanky enough? Do we have a burst damage? Do we have DPS? Do we have sort of a clash lane who can sustain in front with some sort of a lifesteal or some sort of a recovery mechanics? And do we have a support if we don't have a tank roam? So all of these things are very important things to actually balance out a good draft.
Yeah, balance in all things. That is most important, right? Okay, so let's take a look at the items. So I would say that itemization is pretty standard. Okay, to a certain extent, Abdulaziz is kind of going for a tank or semi-tank build, but nobody's that full-on tank for UAE. That was kind of worried about.
It's also in a conversation also. You have the Rashid on the channel, you have Ahmed on the Levi, and also Abdulaziz on the Lubu. Resources are finite. You can't really share everything to the team when you have so much mid to late game heroes in your team. It will make like Nepal have like an easier team fight because Nepal's composition has no late game. It's full on early to mid game, riding on the strong compatibility coming in from Fang, Mai Shiranui, and also the Lapu Lapu coming in to make sure that they can always push forward and find those early game team fights.
Yeah, actually they do need someone or a hero that doesn't really need an item to scale, right? Like someone who doesn't rely on it, maybe like a Frost, or maybe Garuda is more or less considered like that, but it seems like Garuda was also very much stuck at the mid lane, just now couldn't rotate, couldn't help the side lane as well, so which translates into why Rashid was struggling down there and couldn't finish his itemization. He only has one Eternity Blade.
Yeah, and you cannot compare the mobility between the Mai and the Garuda, right? Obviously, the Mai would be like, okay, once I clear my lane, I know I can rotate down for a bit, come back to my mid lane and not miss the wave. That's how fast the Mai can rotate. So this is what I see the advantage of BJ, right? And the way how he plays is that he knows his rotation time. It's the same like how he did with the Guardian Mo, and that's why he was all over the map.
It's very smart, right? Like I would say, synergy between Suyok and BJ. Every time they finish up clearing the mid lane, they rotate really quickly towards the side lane to put impact, to put pressure against members like Abdulaziz, like Rashid. That's why even if they have a favorable matchup, with the addition of like the other laners, especially mid and roam, it usually doesn't favor you when you are having a man's disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure. And these are the stats that we can see. Everyone actually contributes the same amount of damage and almost the same amount of damage taken also from Nepal. This shows that everyone contributes into this, right? They don't have that one hyper carry that carries the entire team. Everyone does their jobs. And also the same for UAE. They tried their very best to deal damage as well. But like what Cloud was saying, Abdulaziz was the one who is forced to take the damage first.
Correct. If you see here, the most damage taken is Abdulaziz. So here's the thing, right? For Lubu to be successful in the game, he has to farm his item.
Correct.
And then he has to go to somewhat late game, right? For him to get the true damage out. But if he's forced to really tank it, and every time he tanks, he has to go back, he has to heal up, and then come back to the game and also farm, then when is he going to achieve the items that he needs to come out with the true damage, right?
It's going to be continuously delayed, right? Because you're always missing out on certain team fights. You're forced to fight before your power spike, which puts you into a very uncomfortable position here, which is what Nepal successfully did. With so many strong early to mid-game picks, they were consistently forcing fights which are in favor of Nepal, but not in the advantage of UAE, which led to this gold grab. Only a 9-minute 41-second game before the Shadow objective spawn, but there's already a 7.5k gold lead slowly but steadily towards the endgame mark.
Yeah, this is definitely a very nice and smooth graph for sure. Nepal focuses on all the objectives, but kudos to UAE for them actually managing to steal that one Tyrant. This is because of the Lee buy that actually dashed early on, and they sort of managed to do it. If only they actually commit into a proper team fight, like actually group up and actually try to do something, it would at least be nice for us to say, you know, like, oh, we actually saw one actual try from them. But most of the time when they went into a team fight, they were all over the place. One is on the left, one is on the right. They never did group up.
Yeah, we hardly see that though. But we can check out the highlights again. Look at the difference between how UAE and Team Nepal plays. Team Nepal, they will group up together, they will go to one lane, they will clear off that one lane, and then yeah, they pretty much do the same, like whether it's the farm lane side or the clash lane side, and then they focus onto the mid lane after winning both lanes. So they move in as a team, and this is what I like about Team Nepal's type of rotation style.
Which is true, right? We did see that in most of these replays, when UAE were to initiate a fight, it comes out okay at the start, but the members are just not ready to follow up on those engages here, which allowed Nepal to find those easy pickups on those team fight wins, resulting in our MVP for this game and EP's very own Sushil on that DRNG with a 404 clean KDA. I believe he was 100% participating in every single team fight, every single takedown, and he had a comfortable stat for this game 2.
His position is just so good, right? Because he was being taken care of very, very well. Also because he actually has a tank on his team, like proper tank that could just be in front for them to soak up damage, for him to have a breathing space and hit from very far away. This is what completely missing from UAE, and hopefully in their next match they could try to maybe draft something much closer to that one.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, right, the composition of UAE, they don't really have an answer towards the DRNJ as well. Like, how are you going to go to the back line? Even if you do, like, DRNJ has its own anti-CC. So how are you going to lock down the DRNJ? So that's why it's a clean game for Sushil.
The only idea I can really think of is the Garuda potentially outranging DRNJ, but there's so much like utility and tank coming in from the side of Nepal that actually provides so much room for Sushil on that DRNJ to actually march forward. So I don't really blame them for not being able to reach the backline of Nepal. But better yet, maybe they need to revisit back into their overall team fight style that you mentioned there just now. Yeah. Make sure they fight as 5, not 3v5, not 4v5, but make sure that when you initiate a fight, every single one is ready to follow up.
Yeah, also the fact that they were a little bit all over the place and they weren't sure. I can see that they're sort of hesitating. Do I go in right now? Do I go out right now? But eventually they did manage to do the team fight very, very well at the end with the Lubu up top, but did not manage to commit completely because they were so left behind in terms of gold.
And they were going up against a lot of dashers as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Mai, the Fang.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the dashers. So the Lubu. To be fair, he didn't really have like, hey, I want to use the tremble model, but then again, they keep dashing around. Like, he has to really time it. He has to wait for them to use the dash first and then come in with the tremble model. Even that is a 50-50 because, well, you don't know what position they are by that time, right?
Yeah.
And you probably have to bank in the fact that, can they react? Can I react? Do I need to use Flash to follow up on the second tremble models to actually reach the backline? So it's a bit of a, I would say, inconsistent pick. You need more setups coming in from the Lubu, especially something like a Zhangfei, Lapu Lapu that we discussed just now, that could really engage the fight first, allow the teammates to come in later, especially Abdul Aziz on that Lubu here. Maybe you find like one beautiful Unbridled Outburst into the Lubu, then maybe that's the perfect scenario for Abdul Aziz just now.
Yeah, for sure, and we would love to see more of that. But we do know that the gameplay that has been shown by them can be improved quite a lot. I am pretty confident that they can improve within the short period of time because Kazakhstan has showed the same thing just now.
Yeah, Kazakhstan's growth was just so beautiful. I mean, Uzbekistan's growth was really nice just now. And Kazakhstan, they won yesterday. Those are amazing experiences and samples that we can refer to. But let's jump into a short interview with Mara and also Team Nepal.
That's 2 match wins for Team Nepal 2 in a row. Susang, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You know what we noticed is that you guys are by the book. You guys got the objectives, getting the gold, and eventually snowballing the game. And you were there in the right positions before the objectives even spawned. Is that the particular fundamentals that you guys were looking for coming into this game?
Yeah, we have specific strategies that we execute, right? Every game you can see that we are doing something very specific. Like the players, like people who know, they can see it, right? Like it's like, yeah, we are trying like our best to like do something, you know, like really good for the games. Yeah.
So disciplined, and I think that's one of the keys to your win. Now, you're still gonna go up against Myanmar and Jordan. How confident are you that you're gonna get the top 2 finish for Team Nepal?
I mean, we will try our best, right? Obviously. And yeah, we are confident we should be like top 2. We should be like the top 2, right? But also, like, let's see what happens because we don't really think like that. We like to go game by game, plan by plan, and we don't really want to think about the long-term results, right? So that's how we like play the game.
So let's pretend that you're gonna go to the players' room right now. What would you say to your teammates regarding today's matchup?
Matchup? I mean, I'm really proud of my boys. Like, they play really good. Also, my coach is like really good, so I can't say any words. They're like super good. So yeah, all loves to them. Yeah, all loves to them.
All the love to the players and the coach, and you are so great as well. Now, Nepal is watching you right now. Let's send them a message.
Thank you guys for supporting us. We'll keep trying our best. You know, we'll try to break top 2 for you guys. And yeah, please keep supporting us. Thank you very much.
Once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Let's break it down a little bit more. So let's head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Everyone is proud of them as well, right? Because like, who is not proud of some good growth coming in from Team Nepal, where they're currently sitting really comfortably in Group B with a 2-0 overall score. They definitely deserved it because they beat their opponents and they are now currently 1 step closer to qualifying to the main event.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that they also give tribute to not only the players, but also the coach as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so the coaching staff, a good job. Like the players acknowledge that on broadcast. That's good.
We rarely see that, right? Usually we talk about players and players or all that stuff, and usually there's a lot of disconnection between players and coach. This is a very, very rare moment for us to see, because coach plays an important role to actually help the players to make a very good drafts, give them a proper mindset before they go into a proper team fight, before they go into a proper match, and eventually help them to think outside the box for the draftings.
It's both coaching in and out of game, right? The mental coaching, the in-game coaching,
Cinema.
coaching as a person in general, right? Because you can't just be knowing how to play a game without actually being able to collaborate with your friends or your teammates. Yeah? Because in the end, it's like work. You need to be able to work in a group project, which is that team fight, which is that in-game play, which is collaborating, like sacrificing something, so you can actually make that team fight, make that project, make that game work as a team.
Yeah, I'm hearing all the yes.
I'm hearing it too,
Yeah, you can see them just celebrating. Yeah, have a good time after this. So, well deserved. But you know what's coming up right after this?
What?
It is going to be Vietnam versus Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's going to be another hot matchup here. And Vietnam, so far, they are the top dogs in the Group C. They have yet to suffer a loss, and the games that they have played, they've been steamrolling against their opponents here. So we're definitely excited to see what Vietnam has to bring in for this upcoming match. But let's talk about KSA. This is their official first debut match in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree, and this is gonna be very nice for them to actually continue with their next matches. But do you know what else is very nice, Cloud and Sagi?
What is
it
that?
will be iQOO 15R, official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Honor of Kings Qualifiers. So don't forget to try it out. It's a phone that has 120 hertz of frames per second, a very good cooling, I might add, and it's the device that is currently being used by all the professional players that is going to be playing up on the stage that you guys watch every single day here.
Yeah. I noticed that's how the players like held up the phone just in front of the camera, right? Yeah, it's to show that, hey, this device is so good, I'm showing it to you right now. I'm using this to play this international tournament.
I mean, you were asking how Suyuk was able to like find those crystal clear engages, find those pixel perfect moments, right? There you have it, iQOO 15R.
Oh, go get that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Definitely. Okay, I think we're gonna go to a break first right now.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a short break before we come back into our next matchup of the day, which is our fourth one featuring Vietnam and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So see you later.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastest in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zone. Tatsumi.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance. Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kontrak kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain View!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. But the comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we.
Hello and welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here in day 3 of this event. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today, and we have Holler once again back as our substitute on to the broadcast here. Welcome back to the English broadcast with Sir Cloud.
Wait, I'm not Adam anymore? What happened? I just had an out-of-body experience. I'm just on the desk all of a sudden, and I don't know what happened to Adam.
We teleported you here with a spell.
Got it. Okay, I'm here. All right. Whew. Okay, but am I Holler or am I Adam?
You're Holler.
Okay. All right, cool. I know exactly where I am. Of course, it's going to be the Marriott Patalang Jaya. I'm actually excited to be back with Cloud here again. We did miss you yesterday, brother.
Oh, yes. I heard all the commentary.
Oh.
But then again, I'm always here in spirit every time you see a Zhangfei.
Wait,
that's gonna be kind of scary on night though.
Okay, I don't remember exactly what we said, so I'm like, I don't know if they're all good things or bad things, so we'll just continue and move on and pretend like, it was all nothing but good things here.
Yeah, nothing but good things here. But, talking about good things here, we definitely have to remind you of the 17th June update here coming in for Honor of Kings. If you're looking for big updates, patch updates, anything that regarding to hero mechanics, new heroes, new system, new UI, check out the Grand Venture update. Will be coming soon in, I think today is 15, 2 more days, 17.
I'm excited, right? Just a couple more days away before we get that giant update. Obviously, it will affect my rank games more than anything else, but I am excited about this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. New heroes, especially, can't wait to try them out. And I wonder if any of those new heroes can convert it into a support sort of role. I don't know yet.
Well, there is Annette, and Anna seems to be a pretty good roamer that we can venture into with things like a Zhuangzi cleansing effect, but you can check out more on the video teaser here. Our main focus right now, Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's first appearance in the Asian Games qualifiers, alongside with Vietnam. Still one of the top seeded teams, Vietnam. They are still looking very, very strong. I am not sure what we can expect from this series here, but I can guarantee you it's going to be a banger.
I mean, I think that in terms of what we saw from Vietnam, this is a team that's ready, right? This is a team that's kind of hitting all cylinders, and I would say almost this, one of the favorites in that group, right? The other side, of course, we don't know as much. Saudi Arabia, this is, again, a bit of a dark horse, but, Cloud, any sort of thoughts on this one?
I mean, we have seen teams that we probably don't have as much data as some of the other teams, but they're able to perform well as well. So who knows that Saudi Arabia could be one of those teams. Whereas for Team Vietnam, well, they have played in this tournament, and they have international experience as well. They probably already have that data out there. So I'm pretty sure that's been studied by Saudi Arabia.
I think hero pool also plays a large part, right? Considering the fact that we are playing the Asian Games version, 85 heroes for both teams to use. So whoever gets to master the specific meta heroes or strong picks first has the high ground advantage coming in towards this specific series.
Yeah, I think that the biggest learning is that Lingvan, you want to take away his Yuhan. If anyone has done any sort of research, that is the guy you want to target.
He was back-to-back MVP, and he was just making such a big impact in that previous series in day one. But let's introduce both teams coming in from Vietnam and also Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the stage for this epic battle.
They arrive with deep preparation and confidence. One of the true powerhouses of the scene steps into the arena, built on discipline, speed, and precision in every fight. Please welcome Vietnam!
They are here to disrupt expectations, bring in courage and unconventional strategies into every fight. Ready to step into the spotlight. Please welcome Saudi Arabia!
This is a battle between known and unknown. Vietnam, with their diverse and deep roots into the MOBA gaming experience. Saudi Arabia, with a passion and a spirit to challenge against Vietnam in this specific state. This is going to be a heck of a match between these two teams.
I think a lot of the eyes are going to be on this team right here. The Vietnam squad, there's a lot of expectation in terms of what they're going to be bringing, what they're going to be looking to draft, and it, of course, going to be made up of Hayduk, Bao Hang, Ling Van, Huay Thon, and of course Nam Phuong here in that Rome. But this is a squad that has kind of found their groove, but it really sets off by Ling Van's play in that mid.
Totally agreed, right? We've seen from time to time that Ling Van, when he gets his hands on the carry mages here, he always manages to step up and harness all the resources to become that late game carry that we're looking for. And only playing 2 games, so not a lot of data has been displayed here coming in from Team Vietnam in actually being able to deep dive and dissect their pick and bans.
Yeah, but because they started the tournament really hard, right? So we can kind of see that, okay, the gameplay is really fast and they know their drafts, they know how to execute as well. So it does look like Team Vietnam is a solid team, but of course, their competitors, well, we don't have much data out there, but who knows what might come out, right? So this is the lineup of Saudi Arabia, represented by Faris, Anas, Yosef, Ahmed, and Mohammed.
Yeah, and this is, again, you were talking about the fact that we don't know as much. I think that we've seen, you know, in the Asia Games qualifier thus far, these are the squads that are kind of, like, you don't really know what to ban against them. So you have to kind of just go with, like, a blanket meta-style ban because, again, just no intel.
No intel, and maybe they come up with, like, a secret pocket pick and a sucker punches you. Maybe these things sort of actually work when you can catch your opponents off guard. But for these things to happen, we will definitely have to see what kind of hero picks will be suggested coming in from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia players, because it's going to be pretty interesting to see some off-meta or unconventional picks.
Yeah, if there's anything that I've seen, even from the Saudi Arabia players, when they were outside in the waiting lobby, just kind of getting prepared for this, is that they're very loose. They're very comfortable. They're not like rigid and like super stressed out. It seems like, hey, this is just another day in the office for these guys, and they get to play Honor of Kings.
Ooh, and based on the side selection, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they themselves choose to be on the red side, means they will be having the second pick. So it looks like the idea here is that I want to see what you guys go for first. What sort of tone are you going to go for? And then I'll try to adapt to that situation.
Now let's put our focus on towards the decision on this red side pick, right? So if you're giving up red side, you're potentially giving up picks like the Ukyo Tachibana, Yuhuan, or even your favorite Zhangfei Lapu Lapu, these picks that has been going on really, really well in this tournament, or even the Guan Yu pick that has found a lot of success, especially from Team Indonesia's Iqbal.
The number one thing, Yuhuan, right? It just adds too much flexibility to the side of Vietnam, right? If they're going to pick first, they're going to pick all of the other, or ban all the other heroes so that they're going to be potentially taking that one, but they got to lock it down. That is a number one prio ban for them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they ban that one out. I would be surprised if they don't ban that one out, or at least pick it for themselves. But with the fact that they are having the second phase pick, right? So the ban is probably a must.
You have to ban.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of things missing from the ban pool here. Maybe the KSA's side, their decision on this is to, hey, let's say like meta picks, we're gonna be opening everything. We're gonna be targeting specifically on certain heroes like the Yuhuan and Ukyo Tachibana. Then we venture into an open and available pool out of the remaining ones.
And that's been funny. Like, going into this one, if you told me the number one picked hero or like a hotly contested top 3 Ukyo, I would not have, called that one at all. But Chano, obviously, that's another top pick. That is an interesting one. Obviously, a lot of eyes on that hero because it's still very strong. But Ukyo, to me, that was not going to be a top 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be a top 3, but once we start going into the fundamentals of this hero pick, strong early game, strong dueling, invasive as well, that's where this pick comes into such a strong position in this specific Asian Games version here. But we jump into the first game of the pick and bans between Team Vietnam and Team KSA. Mai Xuanui and also Haino has been locked away from KSA's pool, and KSA has been targeting heavily into Ling Van's mid pool on that Xiao Xiao and also the Yuhuan.
Yeah, and then now the Chano first pick by Team Vietnam, right? So the Chano needs a bit of help to win the early game, especially because the range of Chano is not really that far. It's quite dependent on the Spirit Wolf just to give that a bit more space in front. So he needs a bit more backup. So I would expect that Team Vietnam to pick a type of roamer that's a little bit more tanky on the front.
Yeah, and now they're going to go with a Guan Yu. This is also a hotly contested hero. Just the repositioning has been great. Also, the Kaiser. It seems like day 3 has kind of risen up for the rise of the Kaiser because he's been dominant throughout today. today.
Yeah, Uzbekistan played it really well in getting that 2-1 victory comeback against their opponents. And then with the addition of the Guan Yu, that's going to be two big beefy boys that's going to be trying to handle Hui Tan on that channel pick itself. And Vietnam, they're going back to the bread and butter here. This will be the Ukyo Tachibana jungle with the Ata Clash lane locked in for a strong Clash jungle synergy.
Okay, so you already have the Ata with the Team Vietnam, so having the Zhang Fei would make a lot of sense because the Ghost Ship and the Unbridled Outburst makes a good combination. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia goes for Angela. Angela has been one of those top picks as well, and I guess one of the reasons is because the Blazing Brilliance is able to cut through those tanky heroes very well.
Yeah, if you get caught by the Chaos Cinders into the Blazing Brilliance, poof, you're gone. But I'm liking the Ata pick here coming in from Team Vietnam. It serves as a really good counter into the Guan Yu. Your enhanced basic attack coming in from your spell 2 breaks the charge bar. Your spell 1 second charge breaks the charge bar. Your ultimate also puts up a wall, a terrain that makes Guan Yu unable to jump over it.
Yeah, he just adds so much as a Clash laner. He provides everything that you want. You're the tanky frontliner, as you rightly mentioned. The Ghost Ship, it just disrupts everything, dividing the table into two, the Gorge into two, if you will. And, I mean, it kind of locks out a lot of the different guys, especially when you're looking to kind of keep yourself defensive. Because, again, Chano, he only excels when he has that meat shield.
And interesting enough that Saudi Arabia banned out the idea, which is a good combination with the Chano. But then again, there are a lot of other options that they can go for. Okay, the fact that they went for the Zhang Fei for themselves, it almost feels like, okay, they kind of see the combination almost happening. So now the Zhang Fei is out of the picture for Team Vietnam. They can still go for the Lapu Lapu. In fact, if they go for a double tag lineup, together with the Ata and also whichever, maybe a Lapu Lapu, it will still work out well for Team Vietnam.
It feels comfortable, right? Knowing for a fact that you have a bodyguard like the Lapu Lapu and the Ata here, which may be a primary choice, or such as the Lien Po coming in for Vietnam's Nam Feng. I'm still interested to see what kind of mid laners are still up and available, potentially the God and Mo, and also the Mozi here. This is a really, really scary 1-2 combo here, because Angela, when she ults, she is idle. She can't move unless she cancels the ultimate here. So the moment she ults, she's going to be looking at a lot of arrows, a lot of purple blades landing on towards her face.
And the worst part about this is that Ling Van is going to be piloting that Gan and Mo.
Scary.
Right? He's incredibly scary. He's definitely deadly. And especially with Gan and Mo, with that burst potential, the Angela #1 target, you take that guy out, now you're kind of mitigating a lot of the damage from Saudi Arabia. And now they're going to pick up the Aaron. Those are the main two, but, you know, I'm very worried if the Angela gets bursted early.
Yeah, and I like having the Monza in this draft at this time as compared to the Monza before this. It's because that you have the Ghost Ship, right? You can lock in people and you can force them towards a wall, and then the Cannon Blast comes in, or the Cannon Blast comes in first and then you up the wall. It depends on what kind of situation they're in. So there's a lot of good options here besides the projectile option, like what you mentioned, Zagi.
Yeah, it's more of a proper compatibility that you actually mentioned just now. It's like Gan and Mo Mozi, that's an immediate burst. And then you have the front line coming in from the Ata on the hands of Hoidak. That actually is the missing piece that you're looking for, the front line to actually aggressively push out Vision here. But this is Vietnam going up against KSA in the first game for the debut, coming in from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And why I went O is because the Ata went for a smite. So you have a Clash Lane smite as well. So you have a double smite on the side of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, so just kind of doubling up on this one. I mean, when it comes to those big neutrals, it's going to be a bit of a fight there, right? And I think that having two just kind of will help you out. I mean, that's kind of like the, I guess, the ideal place. But that's taking away from, you know, his other common skill. Like, I mean, maybe he wanted to flash. Maybe he wanted to do that, have other ways to kind of, you know, to dictate some of this team fight. But again, I think Vietnam, this is a smart play by them.
Yeah, and I like how Saudi Arabia is making their rotation, right? After they cleared off the first wave, they went towards the Clash Lane to support, to try to shoot off Huiduk, and that went really well. So they're showing that, okay, about timing, about rotation, they're there.
So, if anything, like, you're kind of seeing a, like, worst-case scenario for Saudi Arabia, right? We're not even 2 minutes in. About a 700 goal lead by Vietnam. Like, they're just incredibly efficient in the early game, and that's where they're able to kind of snowball out of control. So, Saudi Arabia, on the other side, they need to understand that, hey, they are behind. We need to be aggressive. We need to find some way to, again, stop the growth of this Vietnamese squad.
Oh, yeah, because from whatever that we learned from the Vietnamese squad, type of gameplay before this is that they are very, very efficient. And they know how to play the goal sharing really well as well. So now when we were to look at the current situation, they're starting to group up again at the top, whereas in comparison to Saudi Arabia, they're not as grouped up as Team Vietnam. And they're heading towards Mohammed.
Yeah, they're going to find him on the wrong spot. But the Soaring Green Dragon, he's on out. And it looked like Bao Han was going for the ambush. They find it with Lingban there as well. They're going to take first strike.
And that's the rotation shown there by Team Vietnam. Now, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, yes, they group up at this moment, but it's more towards like, okay, we clear off the lanes, we try to win as much goal as possible. But then again, because of that first strike, now Team Vietnam is ahead by almost 2K goal.
So it's one thing to get the kill, but then it's another thing to then turn it into some sort of advantage across the map. They were able to steal some boars, and they got value. So every single time you do some sort of gank, you gotta get something. Like, there has to be a reason, an objective, if you will.
And at this moment, a bit of a jungle invasion here attempted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is great. It just shows that they're willing to take the fight forward, but at the top,
yeah, Mohammed just going to get run down. He's under the tower, and it looks like Haydog does not care as he will take yet another. This is looking awfully rough for the Saudi Arabia Sky.
Yeah, and while all that was happening, there was another takedown that happened on another lane. I believe it was in the middle lane, so it was a 2 takedown back-to-back for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, Umbrella Outburst just to kind of potentially defend the Stampede on top, the flash away, and Namfong does get on out of this one. Anas is so low, but it looks like that's going to be the end. They had to smite to ensure that they secured it, and Saudi Arabia coming out with that blue buff.
Yeah, and this, of course, in that scenario, you're going up against a single smite. When it comes to like either the Tyrant or the Overlord, KSA, they're probably going to go up in double spike.
Yeah.
So that's something that they need to be aware of on how they're going to play the zoning game when the big objectives come.
Yeah, and actually, you know, as a Zhangfei player, sometimes you will pick Smite as well. Usually, like in some of your, even in your rank games, right? We know that it happens on the pro scene, so I would have assumed that they would have had double and they would have been able to do the same thing. But Vietnam right now with the 1-up because they've got that extra Smite now.
Yeah, I do like the Zhangfei stun. Yeah. I personally go for more of a Zhangfei stun sort of thing. But then again, because I play rank and a lot of my teammates are undependable with a smite, then nobody follows up and all that. But of course, these are the pros that we're talking about. But nevertheless, speaking about the objective, the first objective will be easily taken by Team Vietnam. And again, that is without the second smite around.
Yeah, they don't really need that. They can secure that for another piece, right? And it'll help him farm. I mean, Haydog is going to just use that to kind of just take advantage of the laning phase. I mean, it's one thing to have that come mid to late when we were talking about big neutrals, but oh my god, those blades. Lingban, the flash forward, he tried to go aggressive, and it looks like Faris just going to survive with the teeth on his very, very, very low life there.
Yeah, that was really, really close. He just needed one more blade to land and he would have secured that takedown. But it's okay. Most importantly is that he's able to shoot away his opponent Faris back to the base and allow him to reset, not being part of the game for a while. That's good enough for now. But they're now looking at Muhammad with the go ship up.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to ride around on this one. I mean, he's just saying, okay, you're going to go for me? Nah, I got reinforcements right next to me. So the rest of the team there, but Ahmed getting a little bit low himself. He's going to just barely survive. And you were talking about how, yeah, you didn't get the kill, but you're still getting value because they have to waste time walking back, doing the walk of shame, if you will, just to heal back up in the fountain.
Shame, shame, shame. Okay, okay.
I wasn't going to go that far, okay? It is a little embarrassing, though.
but anyway, yeah. At the end of the day, it's also about like securing like the space for your team, right? And if you're able to just do that without overcommitting to try to get those takedowns, it's good enough because sometimes you have to play in a disciplined manner that you know when to back off.
Yeah, and now they're going to go for the charge. Instantly burst. Bao Han is going to be there, and they're going to take the top T1 just like that. You think you're safe under the tower? No, sir, you are not.
Oh, and they're not done yet, though. Look at this. They're already opening up the map right in front, so they're starting to look at, okay, we're going to get more out of this space and potentially even the top tower as well. They're just waiting for the minions to come in, and it depends on whether Saudi Arabia is going to let that one go or not. But it seems like Anas is there to clear off the wave, so that's okay.
Yeah, it's definitely okay. And keeping the T1 alive mid, that's got to be key for Saudi Arabia, right? I think that as long as they have the wave clear, Yusuf doesn't stray too far, ensures that nothing really hits that mid lane. They still got themselves a chance because, again, it's about extending the game when you're losing.
Okay, and they even scored the next objective by taking down the Overlord. So right now, Team Vietnam, they are not only ahead by 5,000 gold difference, by the way, they already secured two objectives, but this Cannon Blast is beautifully done, followed in with the couple blade and hot straight given towards Bawang.
Yeah, I mean, you're just stacking the stunts, right? It just makes it so difficult for Muhammad to get away. I mean, you think that he's got mobility, but when they're able to cannon blast you, they're able to, you know, get those blades on top, they just have so many different ways to just make things difficult for you where you're not able to play your game.
Yeah, 5-0 right now, and Saudi Arabia, they're losing space. And at this moment, they hardly have any space to farm, especially with the tower down. I don't know about this, man. They still need the items in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've got it. And I mean, this is a situation where if you're kind of thinking exactly like, how can they be better? Like, like again, the way that the Vietnam squad are just taking over the map, pushing things so that they're constantly in front of them and not able to get away, this is best case scenario for Vietnam.
Yeah, and looking at Team Vietnam right now, they are not only focusing at the top, but look at the bottom. It's being pushed in by Bawang. So they're pushing two lanes at the same time. At the top, they're going to take down the tower, and now they have access into the base.
Yeah, this is a huge, dire straits for them. I mean, it's not even 8 minutes in, taking the top T3 and taking the bottom one as well, just taking everything at this point. Saudi Arabia just reeling at this stage.
They have no space to play. Now, at this stage, if they can't come out to farm, it's going to be really difficult. I would say, at this moment, Saudi Arabia, they're probably banking on like, okay, if Team Vietnam makes a mistake, then we'll try to counter. But if not, it's going to be really hard.
Oh, I don't know if you heard my whimper, but I just saw Youssef, and he just barely flashed away. Muhammad is not going to be as lucky as he goes down yet again. 4 members, somehow Saudi Arabia need to hold against this onslaught of a Vietnamese squad here.
Okay, now the final tower is down. They have absolute access into the base. The crystal is right open.
Yeah, I mean, it is open, but the blades are doing some work. Youssef is back into the fountain. The ghost shift just locking it down, says, where are you going? They're going to take game 1 in a hurry.
And there you go, just like that, Team Vietnam, clean win against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Such a clean game coming in from Team Vietnam, especially when you check out how the jungle player coming in from the side of Vietnam, He Duc, plays the Ukatachibana. Very crystal clean, very demanding on the mechanics here. And then you have the strong winning side coming in from the Ata versus the Guan Yu counter. I gotta say, they really played that super duper well, especially in trying to penalize the side of Mohammed and trying to play that Guan Yu pin.
The biggest thing is just how clean they were, right? That's as impressive as it gets. I mean, in terms of execution, and you were like, hey, winning a game, even in your ranked games, under 10 minutes, isn't that easy, right? But if you're seeing them going up against a pro team that is like the Saudi Arabia squad, this is a feat in and of itself.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia got any takedowns during this game as well. So it was a big dominant game by Team Vietnam overall, we can see. And the rotations were on point. They know when to invade, and when they invade, they don't pull back the handbrake. They just go all the way. It's like, okay, we take down the first tower. Normally in our rankings, we'll be like, okay, we take the first tower, we turn back, right? But for them, it's like we take the first tower, we push towards the second tower. Now, whether we get the second tower or not is a separate story, as long as they exert dominance on the map.
Exert dominance, stealing away camps, taking away towers, and making sure that, you know, the walk-off chain that you guys mentioned just now, it's not always about taking down the enemy. You chunk them down, you make sure that they have to take the recall, and the minion waves get sacrificed into the tower here. So that's still gold wasted from the enemy team. So for the side of Vietnam, they played really well, winning lanes, invading the jungle, making sure that the side of KSA didn't get much to breathe. And the Angela and the Mozi into the Ganemo Mozi, that was just devastating to watch.
And that's kind of why when we're like analyzing game, we always talk about the early game, because these things, the wheels can completely come off if you're not, you know, doing well in that early game. Because some teams like Vietnam are going to completely shut you down, not give you any sort of space to get going in this one.
Oh, and look at this. In terms of KDA, right? The Guan Yu 0-6-0. So Team Vietnam, they know that, okay, Guan Yu is going to be the playmaker. So if you don't allow the Guan Yu to scale, get his items, and we can see his items are, well, in fact, his goal is lower than Zhang Fei. So in terms of that, right, if he's not able to scale at all, then pretty much there's no playmaker for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it seems like you're arrowing in on Mohammed. And Mohammed, where can they find you, Sir Cloud, online?
They can find me at Sagi HOK. That's my handle.
Welcome here to actually help him become better. You know? But you know, jokes aside, I think if we were to watch this game, right, we can see how well Ata can actually counter Mohammed later in the great play, right? Every time we see Heiduk jumping in 1v1ing Mohamed, there's always Bao Huang or Ling Wan coming into the rescue, making sure that this horse doesn't get to rotate towards team fights or get any advantage in that laning phase.
Can you just say, like, just how scary of a team Vietnam are? Like, the way that they're playing, it's just, like, okay, we know about Indonesia, we know about Philippines, and the way that they're going to be able to control games. But Vietnam completely showed up. Yes, we knew that they were the favorites going in, especially in this group, but the way that they've been able to execute has just been so clean throughout.
I perfectly have to agree with you. The way they play, it's like aggression. If we have Philippines having strong 5v5 team fights and Indonesia having clean games, in the sense of Vietnam's gameplay style, they are the embodiment of the aggression, which is controlled as well. Everything they come in with, boom, side lane takedowns, boom, jungle invasion, boom, towers, rotations. They make it clean and effortlessly, at the very least in this game 1 against KSA.
And they didn't die. That's like the biggest piece, right? Like, that's got to be so demoralizing. Getting that first kill is going to feel amazing for Saudi Arabia, but I mean, the way things are going, dare I say they might not even get one in the second game?
I mean, maybe this could be like some data collection for them and they'll do even better next, right? We don't know, right? But if you kind of look at the composition of Team Vietnam, right, you have a Garden mode. So if you have a Garden mode, you have to play this aggressively. Whether this game ends early or ends later, you still need to play aggressively because the Garden mode needs to stack.
Which is true. That's why you see the 12,000 goalie all the way at 8 minutes 42 seconds here. They really played everything well from start to finish here. 3v3 towards the mid lane at level 1. They got the advantage here. They slowed down the jungle Kaiser coming in from KSA, making sure that at the minute of 1 minute 20 seconds, he still hasn't full clear yet and get this level 4. Meanwhile, on the side of the Vietnamese jungle, Heiduk, he's already well done, well cleared, already going for the subsequent play.
Okay, so you're the coach of Saudi Arabia. You have the Men in Black red pen. You've kind of erased game 1, okay? What are you telling the team to bounce back in game 2?
But you can't erase everything, right?
No, I'm erasing.
You got to remember, like, okay, this is the play style.
We've moved on. I think that for the mental state of this game, because it's demoralizing, right? So I think that, what would you tell them, Sir Cloud?
Well, I would say that you got to play fire, right, at this moment. Like, you cannot let them just come blazing into your house. You got to blaze their house instead. So have a draft that is more aggressive, have a draft that is more invasive, and go with. Because at this moment, if we look at Saudi Arabia's draft, it's not that early invasion type of draft.
I don't want to get you in trouble, but have you actually done the blazing of other people's houses? I don't know. Let's talk about the highlights here. Okay.
I don't think that's legal, but okay. Back towards the highlights here in this exact moment, we can see that the punish coming in from Team Vietnam on the side of Mohamed, on the Guan Yu, is really consistent. They gave him no room to actually play, and they graced this game really easily with an 11-0 game. And there you have it. Your MVP, Heiduk, coming in on that Ata, sealing the deal with a 4-0-2 gameplay.
Yeah, and actually this is the first time that Lingvan has not been the MVP, so Heiduk, more props to him, and he does it from the Clash lane. 4-0-2, of course, quite a lot, but the 41% damage taken, the guy was an absolute tank up front.
Wow, yeah, and he did not get taken out even once
yep.
after receiving that amount of damage, so that was really, really impressive. And he played really well against the Guan Yu as well. And to credit, it's not only him playing well against the Guan Yu, he has his teammates to rotate towards him, and that's how they got the good amount of takedowns at the early stages against the Guan Yu.
Yeah, which is true. I like the fact that they capitalize on specific laning matchups, and then through winning these matchups, the smite that you saw him take in the game, it started being counter in specific small camps. Then it moved from small camps into big buffs, which caused the enemy jungle from KSA to lose more and more and more gold as the game progresses, leading to a point where team fighting is no longer an option because you are just too far behind in gold.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a strategy in that sense, right? You're talking about the laning phase. It's just like, hey, let's just accelerate that, right? Well, let's just take advantage of that. It might not be great mid to late game when you might need a flash in some of the team fights, but when you're so far ahead, it really doesn't matter. So I do agree with your point in that sense, where that's kind of the thought process, but is that a flex? Is that disrespectful? Like, are you burning other people's houses because of the double smite? Like, what? Walk me through this.
Oh man, I mean, okay, so the double smite at the Clash lane is not something that we're used to seeing, right? And the reason why is because like the Clash lane is not expected to make that many rotations, especially at the early stages. You're expected to try to win your lane, but like what Sagi says, right? The smite held by the Clash lane is not necessarily to gain those big objectives. It's to win those small objectives by the side, just like how we are having our objective of being here at this amazing venue today.
Yeah, this amazing venue, of course, if you are interested, it is the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, the official venue and hotel partner for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Thank you so much, Marriott Petaling Jaya, for sponsoring us the event, because this time I'm definitely having good sleeps, and I believe the players are as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that they all look very well rested. And I mean, going into this one where, again, you're playing like a game a day, right? So you can completely focus on this one. So Saudi Arabia right now, they saw the games from Vietnam. They knew exactly what they were going to play. There was going to be high execution, high strategy, all of the positive things. Now is Saudi Arabia, okay, you faced that wrath in game one. How are you coming back in this one?
For me personally, I think as of this point, you already know that there's like a very big strength discrepancy. Game 2, your goal is to focus on the game, enjoy the stage, and just do as well as you can.
Okay. So, I mean, kind of sounds like thoughts and prayers in a way. like what? Okay, give me something a little bit more specific, okay?
You're putting Sagi on the spot, my man.
I mean, you don't get a lot of chances
when
you are competing to play on an offline venue. So if I was the coach coming in from KSA, and I know that there's this unbridgeable or currently unbridgeable gap between two teams, the best way you can actually comfort the players is not to worry. Just play whatever you want, just play whatever you can, and just enjoy the moment.
Okay. So kind of stick to your guns of best heroes. Let's not worry so much about the compositions of things. Let's just play what we're most comfortable with, would you say? Okay. So I'm totally on board with that. At the same time, let's talk a little bit about Vietnam then, Sir Cloud. Like Vietnam, this is a squad, again, everything's hitting their cylinders. Do you pick more meta picks, or do you go completely different? Because you're in a bit of a power position here.
Okay, I want to see what the Philippines did yesterday. I want to see like a full push draft lineup. Just because, right? I want to see them being challenged for it. But then again, they're going to pick the channel again. So another power pick. Looks like they're going to go by sticking their guns of like, okay, we want to come in and we want to bring out our best deal here on the draft. So, okay, they're going to start off with that.
I think it's still moving on to what you mentioned there, right? It's like, would you want to pick something else, or would you want to stick to the meta so that you don't really leak that much strats going on to your potential group contenders later on?
Okay. I mean, I think also, like, you don't want to show, right? Like, just kind of keep everything close to the vest, all that kind of good stuff. But, you know, the Nakaruru here, the Lapu, just great heroes to kind of help solidify. They've got tons of damage, burst potential. You got the control. Very good, strong first three picks here.
Okay, I see the Dolia, I see the Yuhuan, okay. Now, this makes me wonder, right? Is the Yuhuan kind of like a false pick? Because they didn't ban the Yuhuan in the first phase. So are they taking it because Team Vietnam might potentially take it in the second phase? I'm not too sure about that. Because if I were to look at these two combinations, it's okay. But then again, you need to have really good synergy. I have tried playing Dolias in my own ranked games before, and I find it like, okay, if you don't have that communication and synergy with whoever that you're trying to pair with, then it almost doesn't work out well.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because you're not sure who to refresh for. But as of this point, if we were to look at KSA's composition, maybe the idea of this Yuhuan and Dolia is like a certain combo that we can see. Because we've seen before, double Unending Sorrow, you can play it aggressively, you can play it passively to heal. Those are available options so far for KSA moving on to this second phase of the draft. We were to see the third and fourth ban coming in from both teams. Since the channel has been locked coming in from Vietnam, they have banned out the Direnjie and also the Arlie, some of the prime picks in the farm lane pool for KSA. They banned out the Angela and the Xiao Tia, removing some of the decent matchups that will be going into their draft.
Yeah, and I think that you always kind of want to target Lingban. I think come any part of the ban, I mean, we're going into the second phase of this draft without that mid-hero being locked in. The KSA style, they're going to go with the ladies soon. Just late game, you know, damage dealing, you're definitely going to be able to kind of farm but this is still where we haven't seen the ladies soon really pop off at the Asia Games qualifier thus far.
Yeah, one thing about the Lady Sun is that you need to have a lot of protection for the Lady Sun, right? So I am looking at Ata, but I'm also looking at hopefully a +1 more to help the Lady Sun. So it depends where this Ata will go, whether it will go to the Clash Shade or would go towards the jungle side, right? Because you're not going to expect like the Dolia to be paired up with the Lady Sun. In fact, the Dolia might be paired up more with the Yuhuan. So the Byron, yes, as a frontliner to try to protect the Lady Sun, he's a decent one.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent one, right? We've seen the Byron being flexed into the jungle before coming in from the Republic of Korea. So it's down to how KSA wants to play and flex around these specific picks. So that's the draft locked in here coming in from both teams. It's pretty much similar. You want the farm laners to get a comfortable lane and farm towards those big item power spikes. But for Team Vietnam, they have more late game potential, not only a single carry, but multiple coming in from the jungle on Bao Huang's Nakoruru, or coming in from the side of Hui Duck's Charlotte that he has locked in. But for KSA, it depends heavily on the mid and farm for the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at the Vietnamese squad, Nakoruru, Charlotte, Chano, Princess Frost to a degree, just they have so many different ways to do damage, right? Yeah, they can't really take a punch in the face aside from the Lapu Lapu, but this is a squad that they like to play with a glass cannon style. They don't have to be as balanced. They can kind of just position themselves as more of the damage burst dealing type of team.
Yeah, and now we're getting into the second match. So as a start, what's going to be important for Saudi Arabia is to be aware of the quick rotations and the potential jungle invasion here by Team Vietnam. And I like the fact that they are doing it themselves. Like, okay, after the first wave, they rotate down, they try to steal the jungle here, and so far so good for them. This is what I want to see from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and just like that, Vietnam realizing that, hey, you're going to invade mine? Okay, let's invade yours. Let's be a little aggressive. It's all the little things, right? And that's kind of where Vietnam kind of got out of hand, is because they did a lot of these little steals. Those things built up, and it really just kind of compounded into a game in their favor.
Yeah, and so far so good by Saudi Arabia. They are keeping abreast, though they are slightly lagging behind in terms of a goal difference, but that's okay, right? Now, what they're trying to attempt here is to try to push back Hui Tan, and backup came just in time by Nam Quang. But I can see their idea there. So as long as they try to keep consistent, I'm sure they'll be able to do something good.
Yeah, and this Firehawk is a little bit of a skirmish. The Sorg Signal might have gotten that one, but Nam Fong is still there. And you're going to leave Ahmed alone, right? I think that he should, I mean, unless he's completely out of position, he should be fine. And now the Winter is here, is doing a serious work. Anas is going to go down. First strike is going to be given. The Unending Sorrow under the tower. Hayduk might have gone a little too deep, and he will be killed in return.
Yeah, I guess he kind of forgot the Unending Sorrow there, but I think Yusuf just got his level for the moment they dive into the tower, so it was a little bit there.
Yeah, but Yusuf, he's taking a decent amount as well. He needs to be careful. Yes, he has that pull to kind of, you know, sustain a bit, but he's probably not in a great spot. And again, we talked many times about just doing the damage. You don't need the kills, but now he's uncomfortable. Probably won't be leaving the lane too far out.
Okay, but Faris, he could be sandwiched here. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, he finds it. And now Faris, he gets dove under. They just have too much burst. Bao Hang knocking him down.
Ooh, that rotation. I mean, he would have expected that Hui Tan to still be down there, right? So if he just moves down the river down, then Hui Tan can like block him from the other side. My thought is that he could have just retreated back onto his own jungle, but then again, it was probably a split-second decision.
Yeah, so if you're giving GPS directions, you need to be a little bit more direct. I don't think that he had the full connection. He didn't understand. Maybe it's a little shaky in that sense. Sometimes GPS is not perfect, let's be honest. But the winner is here is going to be on top. They find Anas in a bad spot as they push him away. The power gradation even slowing him down. He says, where are you going? Namfang doing a little bit of work. They've got him frozen in. Yusuf, they dive in. They got that under the tower, and I think the tower will quell them from continuing on.
Okay, this is Team Vietnam doing what Team Vietnam does best. Go and jungle invade. They're doing it right now with the buff at the bottom, and now it's KSA's time to respond.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to take that as Zur Golem, so I guess there's that. Yusuf, though, taking that away. So, I mean, even when you're contesting, like, everybody's trying to secure it, right, from the side of KSA. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't go to the jungler that you want. It kind of sucks for Anas in that sense, because, again, that blue buff helps him continue to farm.
All right, this is going to be the big one, right? The Tyrant and or the Overlord. So the Tyrant is going to be up. Most likely both sides are going to contest it. I mean, KSA, they can still contest it. The goal difference is not that far, but they're not grouped up together yet. In fact, it's going to be Team Vietnam ready for it. And Saudi Arabia, they are saying like, you know what? We're probably not going to be able to contest it. Let's just let that one go. But Ahmed has to be careful.
Yeah, so when you're talking about good teams, this is what they do. They work around the timer. There's, oh, okay, he misses the charge. That was embarrassing. Namfong, I've done that, so I've been there, but yeah, shame on you.
It's okay, it's okay. We can do the Men in Black thing.
Okay, now they've got the ghost ship. They've got him locked in. Hey, Duck, I get stuck on this one, and then no real way of escaping from that.
Well, okay, that's going to be one taken back by Saudi Arabia. And they're looking for more. They're looking to pressure the Chano at the bottom, which is a great move because Chano has been having a pretty good lane at the bottom.
Well, he's got the good lane. I mean, you got the kill, but you didn't get anything out of that, right? You have no bottom T1, so you weren't able to continue the push. But Team Vietnam kind of weathering that storm of just being like, hey, it's just a kill. They didn't get anything out of it.
Okay, so right now we are looking at the buff here. Is Team Vietnam going to challenge for it? Looks like not. Timer's a little bit off, but that's okay. But this is what we have not been talking about, right? Ba Huang's contribution at the Clash lane. He's been having the time of his life up there.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, like the Vanguard is already there, right? And it took what? KSA, like a village to just secure their own Azure Golem. They flashed on forward. They tried to go on to Bao Hong, who has been a bit of an annoying guy. I mean, he's able to just fly on out. And now Namfong is there. The Winter is here just kind of dividing this one. The Unending Sorrow doing a little bit of work in terms of that sustain. They're going to flash on back. They get under the tower. And now, do they want to continue? They're turning us around. Nice three-man stun. And Yusuf got knocked up. And he gets knocked down.
Oh, beautiful U-turn there by Team Vietnam. They just waited. They waited for Yusuf. They waited for Yusuf to end all his spells on the cooldown, and that's where they made the U-turn back. A little bit of an overextension there by Saudi Arabia, but that's okay. It's the attempt. It's the attempt that I like to see.
So just because people are running away from you does not mean they're retreating, right? And I think that KSA got baited in on that one. It was too close to the tower. They were looking to just group up, plus the skill recharge on those cooldowns, and they turned it around. Yusuf went a little too deep, and unfortunately for him, he was the only one to have been taken out.
Yeah, it's all about timing, right? Yeah. And Team Vietnam showed that they have a really good timing, anticipating all the skills needed before they can dive back in. That's beautifully done. Now, they're probably looking for the same thing in the middle, right? I'm trying to bait out those skills, and speaking about baiting out, they managed to bait out the Ghost Ship.
Oh, they found Yusuf in a bad spot. He had been stuck in with that Raging Sea. He just got caught out yet again. He thinks he's safe, but when you're stun locked, you can't even get your ult off at moments.
Yeah, and again, same formula by Team Vietnam, right? Okay, we're just going to wait for you to pull up your skills, and that's where we'll come in. They saw the Ghost Ship out, they saw an opportunity, just like that.
Yeah, and it seemed like they used the Ghost Ship a little too freely in the sense of like it wasn't the greatest one, and it's also one of those things where you're like looking to hold it, find the perfect positioning, right? And you threaten it sometimes by not even casting it at moments.
Yeah, it's really the discipline of when do you cast your spell, or even the communication, like when you cast your spell, are your teammates able to follow up? But in that case, earlier on, he was not able to catch anyone. So that's another case to look at. But it's all about when do you time your spell here for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and look at Haython. He's just doing so much damage, right? They have the minions just pushing with them. They have such good control of this map right here that they're able to just take it freely. And again, KSA having to hide in the high ground. And this bottom T3 is looking to just go down.
Yeah, it's not good right now. If at the 7th minute, you're back against the wall, you cannot come out, you're losing towers, it's going to be really difficult. Now, with the fact that Team Vietnam took the bottom tower, the pressure is going to be onto there, and they can put focus onto the other lanes. Again, Holler, look at this. The Ghost Ship being used just like that.
Yeah, just used again. I mean, this is like... Okay, I understand you want to use it, you think that you're just going to lock things down, but it kind of limits you because the team fight is never going to be good because you need it for that moment. I mean, yeah, you have the Celestial Melody, but do you want to use it on the Ata for another Ghost Ship?
Yeah, when you can use 2 Ghost Ships, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, and plus it happened just right before the Overlord came out. So without that, then it's going to be a bit difficult for them to catch the Overlord. But okay, to be fair, now the Ghost Ship is already back up again. Whether they can challenge for the Overlord, I'm not too sure, because now we're talking about the difference of goal.
Yeah, and look at Namfong, right? And you're talking about all this stats. This is not recorded anywhere, right? But look at how far up he is. Anybody that goes on him, he's tanky enough to survive. He's got the mobility to stay alive as well. So this is that value that you're getting out of the roam. The top T3 just looking to go down. All they can do is just watch. Even with the ultimate shell, maybe on the minions, but he's not able to find it. Now they're thinking about going, but when the winter is here, has already been committed. The Raging Sea on to 3 now. Focus an absolute sniper. Anas was trying to make the play on the side, tried to go into the ghost ship, but Ahmed is going to be taken down as well. Yusuf is just running for the hills. They have to run away, but the minions are not there for Vietnam to secure it just yet.
Okay, that ghost ship had it, but then again, his teammates were just too far. But Yusuf went down, unfortunately, and that's going to be an ace towards Saudi Arabia. And Team Vietnam will secure a clean 2-0 win.
Very clean stuff, right, like I said. But still, this game was a massive improvement coming in from KSA compared to game number 1. We saw some form of retaliation. They tried to fight back. They got some of the pickoffs here. We did see some miss-ups here coming in from the side of Huidak on that Charlotte in the early game. But the Princess Frost coming in from Ling Wan, his spell to accuracy was just so darn high, finding so much of the freeze here. And let's not get me started on the side of the roamer, Nanfeng. That final Raging Sea redirected with the flash, that was beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And they thought that, it was going to go the wrong way or whatever. But again, the flash was just enough to redirect it at the right moment. But, I mean, if we're going to talk a little bit about this one, Charlotte died twice. Right, I think that to kind of criticize somebody in a flawless game, I don't know what to say, right? How can I, make Vietnam better, because they almost played like a flawless game on this one.
Yeah, it was really good, right? They kept the same tempo, right?
Yeah.
I would say that I would give credit to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I really love the fact that, okay, we don't shy away from a no takedown game. In the second game, we're like, okay, guys, we didn't get any takedowns at all in the first game. Let's try to get something out of this. And I really like the fact that they took that, they tried to play aggressively, they tried to do a few jungle invasions here and there, they tried to win lane. So this was actually a better game for Saudi Arabia, like what Sagi says.
It's more back and forth, right? Like, at least in the early game, yes, maybe in terms of rotations, like 5v5, like a fight, team fights, or like planning for objectives, maybe Saudi Arabia is not the better team compared to Vietnam. But it's the improvements that counts, because when we compared to game 1, it was just a one-sided smackdown. In game 2, we saw signs of retaliation coming in from KSA. The double Yuhan Dolia ultimate, they were going aggressive instead of running away.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely stepped up. I think that they definitely learned their lesson. They made it a little bit more difficult for Vietnam, but as we check out some of these the items as well as the KDAs, I mean, you're still looking at, who? Bao Hong making some serious plays. Hayduk, how dare he die twice, right?
He was going for aggressive tower dives against the Yuan at level 4. He was going in for the splash gradation flash, trying to redirect the damage on towards the side of Yusuf on the Yuan. But the timing just wasn't too right, because Yusuf unlocked the ultimate and just make it out alive.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing is that when it comes to execution for Saudi Arabia, it has to be a lot more cleaner. Yeah. I like the aggressiveness. I like the okay, let's do it, guys. Let's get into the fight. But when the ghost ship comes up, yeah, for the most part, it did not really connect. There was one pretty good ghost ship towards the end, but when the ghost ship came up and when Anas was all the way in front, his teammates were split up behind, thanks to the winter is here. So, but it was already too late by then anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where they're going to go back and they can watch the tape and see what they did wrong. And there's a lot to learn from here. I mean, if we're just looking at laning, head-to-head, that's the thing where you're kind of like, Muhammad versus Hayduk. This is one where I would have given the edge to a Byron, right? Generally stronger against the Charlotte, especially in the laning phase. But to be outclassed where it's almost like 3K gold, it seems like there are definitely some mistakes that are happening, especially in that clash lane.
It's just difficult, right? Because once you start losing as a clash laner, you have to start thinking okay, that's limited gold, finite resource in the map.
Yeah.
Then we have to push it more towards Ahmed and Yusuf, who has a better late game curve. So he's on more of a sacrificial role. He tried, so props to him as well, It's just a very difficult game coming in from KSA.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be positive about it. I mean, I think that, again, I'm not trying to harp in on anybody. I do think that these are learning moments, and Vietnam is definitely one of the strongest teams in the group. So it's about building off of that. Where can we look into in terms of just getting better? I'm just saying, hey, we got to just break it down one lane at a time.
All right, I would give, if there's any form of improvement here, right? Based on this stats, it's going to be the Lady Sun. Lowest damage dealt 0% team fight rate, which I understand because of how the pace of the game was, right? Because Lady Sun is one of those late game heroes that need time and item to scale. But it just shows that they probably need to either think of like, okay, we need to buy more time for Lady Sun, help Lady Sun to win the lane, give more protection to Lady Sun if they were to play this kind of Lady Sun strat again.
Are you saying that the 0% team fight rate is not normal for a farm laner? Because in my ranked games, the average is 0. Let me be very honest.
Is your account not reported yet?
It's not me. By the way, I'm not the farm laner.
Okay,
I just want to be very clear.
Just checking.
Well, you definitely need items, right? That's why I do think that what Circle say actually makes sense. You need more time, more room to farm. So avoiding fights before you hit those big item markers here is pretty important for Ahmed, especially on a Lady Sun. And you can see Youssef has a pretty good improvement on that gold as well. So making it decent, I would say, coming in from KSA. But for Team Vietnam, we do celebrate the victors as well. It's yet another very clean game coming in from them.
Yeah, very clean game. Dare I say, you know, I think Vietnam is making it very easy for production because this is the same gold graph we saw in game 1.
But flip over.
Yeah, no, I actually, was it not the same? I don't even remember, but it looks the same to me. It was just constant growth almost the entire time. I mean, I think the game length was a little bit longer, so I think that they had to change, 8 minutes to 9 minutes and 41 seconds here.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine 8 minutes, 9 minutes, the length. Okay, yeah, probably thereabouts. But then again, yeah, if we look at even the stats here, right, I gotta give credit to Saudi Arabia as well for their improvement, right? They got one Overlord. Yeah, so that means that, hey, they're able to challenge for objectives. It's not like, oh, we just stay like defensive and we just stay back all the time, wait for our map to be taken over. No, that's not going to be the case for them. And this stats just shows that, yeah, with this sort of improvement, who knows what might come out from Saudi Arabia in the next match.
Yeah, it's only their first game. Maybe they bring this positive improvement going up against relatively similar opponents in their own group, and that maybe will bring them into the top 3 that every team will want to be aiming for in this Asian Games qualifiers. But that's the early game that you talk about coming in from Ada, going overly aggressive into the tower and got taken down. But some of the fancy engages coming in from the side of Bao from Nanfong was just really splendid coming in this game.
He just had a lot of good Raging Seas. The setups have been perfect. I mean, just getting that kill in that one. So he was always there at the right time. And this is a great go ship, right? Anas just setting it up, just locking it down. That's what you want to do. You don't want to do it so early where, they can just literally walk out of this one. But again, a nice setup by Nanfong yet again.
Yeah, this was so clutch coming in from the side of Ling Wang, just capitalizing on Youssef. And this was the play of the game. Whew. That was a split-second decision coming in from Nanfong. He saw like, okay, I'm charging my Raging Sea. Oh, you flash there? That's a freebie, triple for me.
Yeah, and actually Anas had gotten the green light. He was going to the back line. He was expecting his teammates to help follow, but when they all got stunned by the Nanfong Raging Sea, it was pretty much all she wrote at that point.
Yeah, so the idea was there. That's why I kind of felt like, okay, it was there, like the ghost ship was on point and so on and so forth, but the rest was history. Anyway, Ling Bang, again, as the MVP with a KD of 109, damage output 32.1%, damage taken 60.2%, a total goal of 18.9%. This guy, for now, for Team Vietnam, he's the most MVP.
3.
Yeah, 3, right?
I think he's matched 3 for 3 with Indonesia's Emmanuel. Like, both of them mid laners, both of them exquisite in their expertise in that mid lane role.
Yeah, complete domination, right? I think that a lot of, and this is why KSA were banning out a lot of his heroes, or trying to target him as much as possible. Not easy to do when he's got a very deep hero pool, literally able to pick up almost anything at this point, but just dominant on this Princess Frost, did a great job, as you rightly mentioned.
Yeah, with the Garden Mo as well, obviously with the Yu Huan during the first day, so this guy is showing his hero pool is super duper deep. I'll be looking forward to see if we can bring more, maybe unconventional mid laners to the game.
Well, something to definitely look out for, right? As of now, with Vietnam winning over 2-0 against KSA, they are in a rather comfortable start for that top 3 contention here. But for KSA, it's a, I would say, okay debut coming in for their Group C opening match. It's just that they need to absorb from this loss and convert it into a potential improvement when they come into other opponents like India or the other group mates that they have in this Group C.
Yeah, you gotta learn quickly, right? Even when you're losing, and things might look bad, but I mean, it's just one game, right? It's not the end of the world. Vietnam, we knew we were gonna be very strong. I mean, you gotta get to top 3 out of 5 in your group. That's what you gotta be aiming for right now. Can't be discouraged. Again, the Men in Black pen will probably help with, in terms of just like erasing that game and moving on.
Yeah, and Team Vietnam, well, they are one of the favorites, right? So, yeah, it's good to get through that first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. These are the moments that you need to actually absorb and learn from because you can't suck in the tournament here. But let's celebrate the victors here and throw it over to Mara to lead the interview with our Vietnam winners representative.
Team Vietnam has done it again. Congratulations. Now, Team Vietnam's strategy seems to be revolving around controlling the resources before Saudi Arabia could even establish a game plan. How successful do you feel the team was in executing this, preventing the objectives of the opponent?
Theo như chúng ta thấy thì đội Việt Nam đã kiểm soát rất tốt những mục tiêu lớn trước khi đội đối thủ kịp thời tiếp cận. Thì theo bạn, điều này đã có một lợi ích lớn như thế nào trong trận đấu vừa qua?
Theo em là kiểm soát những mục tiêu lớn sẽ giúp team em thăng tiến về lượng vàng và kiểm soát bản đồ, làm cho team bạn không thể tăng tiến theo sức mạnh và giúp team mình kiểm soát trận đấu.
Personally, I believe that by controlling big targets, we had a better objective of the whole map by preventing our competitor to approach, and we can also earn more gold and resources. Therefore, we can proceed further and destroy the turrets.
You've had very convincing wins on the 2 days that you've been competing here. In fact, you were MVP today. How are you enjoying the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers so far?
Với cương vị là người nắm giữ vị trí MVP và có 2 phần thắng rất thuyết phục, thì bạn cảm thấy như thế nào khi đến đây ngày hôm nay, khi đã có 2 vòng thắng là 2-0 trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên và ngày thi đấu thứ hai?
Ngày một mới đến chúng em đã là lo lắng, nhưng sau khi chiến thắng ngày đầu tiên, em đã có tinh thần hơn và giúp ngày thứ hai chúng em cũng tự tin hơn.
So when we first come here, we feel a bit nervous, but after the first day become the winner, we feel more confident about myself as well as my teams. We also enjoy the games as we can see the sport spirit from the other team as well.
And we can see that you're enjoying it. In fact, I hope that you enjoy a little bit of a break because of the 2 convincing wins that you guys had the past 2 days. And let's greet Team Vietnam. Send them a message so they can keep supporting you.
Bạn hãy gửi một lời chào thân thương nhất đến với người xem và người ủng hộ tại Việt Nam.
Em xin chào tất cả khán giả và những người fan hâm mộ của Việt Nam. Các bạn hãy theo dõi và ủng hộ cho team chúng em qua vòng này.
Most sincere greetings from Malaysia to Vietnamese viewers and fans. Thank you for watching and supporting our team. We will try our best to be the winner.
Congratulations once again. Let's break it down and head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Confidence is a very important thing, and even strong teams, strong regions coming in from Vietnam, they also believe that, yes, day one we had a bit of jitters, but after winning day one, the entirety of Vietnam started improving more as a whole because they're more confident and they're more daring into making those mechanical outplays.
Yeah, and we can clearly see that based on their draft and their gameplay, right? They're not experimenting. They're like, okay, every game is taken seriously. We're going to put out our best draft. We're going to put out our best game. But that, of course, also means that if they meet like more stronger opponents, then they'll need to put out an even better game than now because, yeah, this will be read by the other opponents. Or maybe this is not their best game yet.
Oh.
No, I don't. I think that the ceiling is still much higher for this team. We haven't seen it yet, right? They haven't been truly challenged where they have to go to that level. I mean, in terms of draft, and I think that that's kind of what you're alluding to right now, is that they're still playing seriously, right? They're looking at these draft as, not more than just a scrim, of course, because there's definitely something at stake here with that slot into the main event. But they're taking it very seriously. They want to go in. They're in a prime position, 2-0 in the group, so they have a great spot to continue on with this journey.
That's the fantastic news coming in from Vietnam fans, especially for Group C, because you're sitting comfortably in the group itself, looking for that top 3 spot to qualify for the main event. But coming up next, we have Laos going up against Kazakhstan in our end match of today. I believe this will be the closest one that we will be having in today, because we saw Kazakhstan on how they were able to play flawlessly in the second game after beating India.
Yeah, they actually have a little bit of history in the Honor of Kings esports scene as well. We'll go into that, into a deeper dive as we go into that. But again, I think that, I love the fact that these two teams are going to be playing last, because we're going to end with some fireworks.
Yeah, and so far the record has been like, when you cast, there's always like interesting games.
Tempest games.
You know,
So,
I don't mean to show off. I mean,
well,
you know, that's why I'm here, right? Just to make it interesting. Yeah.
But you still have to do your last skit of the day, because
which one?
You've been asking Aiku for something.
Yeah.
What have you been asking?
I've been asking for, you know, just I mean, I don't know how big it is, but I would appreciate an official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Honor of Kings qualifier that might be available. And if you happen to have one, because again, I could use a gaming phone myself, please do reach out to me. And I honestly, the phone is great. It's got 120 hertz. It's a great gaming phone, doesn't overheat. It's one of those things that even the players on stage are using and they've been raving about.
Yeah, and the way to reach out to Holler is SirCloudMY. just saying. Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah, I would love to have a feel of that amazing phone.
I'll let you touch mine if they get one. Go ahead.
Don't we all want to be sponsored by Aiku? But thank you so much, Aiku, for sponsoring this event and being the official venue partner, a phone partner here. But this is all for this match number 4 here. We'll be taking a short break before we bring you more Honor of Kings action between Kazakhstan and Laos.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide has turned.
Fastest in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zone. That's Hatsumi.
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Legendary.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage and slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
kill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom ke mana? Mountain View!
No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for the Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi, and this has been, I think, 4 back-to-back BO3s. Some were one-sided games, and we had a very interesting reverse sweep coming in our first series of the day, and so far it has been a splendid day. But talk about splendid day, we must always include our casters of the Gorge, Sir Cloud, and also Holler. Welcome back to the English broadcast.
Yeah, excited. Again, I love the word splendid. I think that today has been nothing but splendid, and I think that I'm super excited again to be casting with Cloud on this desk for this final series. Again, I think that there's a lot of pressure on both of these ones, but Lao's first time, we're going to be seeing them on stage. Your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, so this is going to be really interesting, right? Especially for Lao, because they're one of those teams that get to kick back and watch other teams play, especially their opponent in the next match, and they get to see like, okay, what are they going to do? What are they going to draft? And they have a bit of an idea here and there. So it will be interesting to see what sort of draft will they put up. Will they put out a draft that is comfortable to them, or will they put out a draft to counter Kazakhstan?
I think those are definitely going to be an interesting thing to actually venture into when you are from the Kazakhstan squad, because you have no real data coming in from the Asian Games performance here. But talking about interesting, let's check out the upcoming update for June 27 on the Super Flow Brawl official version launch. If you think Super Flow Brawl is already wacky, check out the new update that's going to be coming on June 27 because it's going to get even wackier.
Yeah, definitely going to be crazy on this one. I mean, those game modes have been actually fun to play. It's a very chill. I don't lose rank points, so
Exactly.
I'm like kind of happy about that, and I'm still playing the game, right? And actually, I would like to apologize to all of my, teammates on that one, because generally speaking, I play heroes that I'm not comfortable in whatsoever, and I play them for the first time in those modes to really test them out.
Hey, I mean, likewise, man. Likewise, likewise. I mean, that's our chance to just try out any heroes we like, and not only that, even if we use the heroes that we're familiar with, every game is going to be different because of the abilities is going to be different every round.
I mean, as long as you guys are not trying out in rank as a first go, I think everyone will probably forgive you guys, because remember, if you have a new hero that potentially will be coming on June 17th, 4 new heroes, right? Don't try it out in rank, try it out in normal matches or the special mode first before you bring it to rank.
Yeah, Definitely a good idea.
Yeah,
right?
definitely a good idea.
I just test it out. I mean, I used to be that guy. I used to be in my ranked, and I just like play whatever. I mean, who cares, right? I don't like. I was going in because again, for me, it was just about the experience. But then I've learned my lessons, and I realized that I was actually a terrible person, and I've been reporting myself since.
You can't report yourself.
I know.
Anyways,
in my
back to our BO3 here. I do think that Laos, though, we talk about Laos. Yes, we haven't seen them play in the official stage of this exact tournament, but they do have competitive experience coming in as one of the, I think, WKS or KML team back then, which represents Paradise Esports.
Yeah, so they were actually second place in the open qualifiers. Unfortunately, they didn't get in because Team Max was there, which ended up getting in 5th place. So that speaks volumes about how good they were at the KML. But it's one of those things where you're the bridesmaid, never the bride, unfortunately for them. But again, I think it's more of just like fuel for this team, right? They've kind of like understand like, hey, we didn't get in this time, but now we're here at the Asia Games qualifier.
Hey, and this could be their opportunity to showcase what they are really capable of doing, right? So I look forward to see them transferring that experience from that to the stage now.
And Kazakhstan was amazing as well, coming in from yesterday as they defeated India in a campus game into a comeback clean sweep. But standing on towards them, it will be Laos here. So let's invite both of the teams to the stage with this teaser video.
They arrive eager to make their mark on the competition, ready to prove they belong among the region's rising talents. And the moment to rise under pressure begins now. Please welcome Laos!
Built on a strong performance and growing momentum, the fighting spirit is clear and the confidence is growing with every match. Now they step forward again, ready for the next challenge. Please welcome Kazakhstan!
Laos versus Kazakhstan. This is definitely going to be the highlight of the day. I believe these two teams are neck and neck close with each other as the new guard. This will be the new clash between Laos versus Kazakhstan. This is going to be one of the most highlighted ones today.
Yeah, actually, for both of these squads, we knew that there was going to be a lot going in for this one, but it's going to be the Laos side first. Kampeng, Velakon, Sutizai, Poham, Salad, to kind of round out this lineup. And again, we were talking about how they're from Paradise Esports. They have a lot of competitive experience, and now they're bringing it to the Asia Games stage here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a valuable experience, right, that they have playing competitively. And coming into this kind of stage is going to be something of a next level for them. Not only because they're representing their region, but they are also playing in an offline setting. So the pressure is going to be a little bit different this time.
Especially playing in an offline setting, right? It's so different compared to playing in your gaming house or your usual setup. But walk me through, who are they facing against from Kazakhstan?
Yep, so Kazakhstan is represented by Ali Khan, Marapat, Arshin, Bakzol, and also Sunkar.
Yeah, and Alahan, for me, he's the guy that sticks out. She's gay. Previously from Virtus Pro, 3rd place in KMW, Spring 2025, has that pro experience. The other guys, I mean, this is one where you're like taking the experience of one player, now you're spreading it across the team. And we saw Kazakhstan do some serious good work thus far in the Asia Games qualifier here.
When they went against India back in their respective group, that game was really eye-opening here. One game went to Tempest Dragon, it went to the full extent. The second game, when Kazakhstan built up that momentum, built up that confidence, they bulldozed through India in a clean 12-0 fashion.
Yeah, no doubt it was the most entertaining game that we have seen, especially at that point of time. And I was watching the game from my home when I was having that break, right? And I saw even the comments like went wild because of that game. It was really good.
Yeah, it was one of the best games, right? And that's kind of what we hope to see, at least in this one, continuing on with a very competitive game. But, you know, look, I just actually was walking by and I happened to walk into Maripet and I was like, Maripet, are you going to win? And he gave me the thumbs up. He gave me not just one, but two. Oh, so I know that he's serious.
No words needed, right?
Yeah,
Only
no words.
actions here. You can feel the aura already coming in from this guy. You know, like what Justy used to say, aura farming, right?
Definitely. I was going to like him, yeah. I definitely give him that.
Yeah, but this is going to be interesting. Yes, they have the confidence after coming off that kind of win, but they're going up against an opponent that has competitive experience. So that's one thing. Has competitive experience. They have played as a team before. So this is an opponent that's expected to give a good challenge.
And there's also more challenge coming to Group C, right? Because Group C so far, Vietnam, undefeated, comfortable for first and second place. Laos, Kazakhstan, whoever wins will tie up the score in the middle side of the segment. If Kazakhstan wins, they splurge all the way up to a second place tie with Vietnam. But will Laos be able to stop them? Will Kazakhstan be able to triumph over? We will have to find out with the start of the pick and ban phase coming in with Laos locking in Mai Shunui as their first pick.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway is that this Group C, wide open, right? I mean, Vietnam looking great. I think that they're going to be probably one of the top two, guaranteed, at least thus far. They haven't played all of the other teams, but they're looking very good. The other ones, this could be, you know, fighting for second place. It could really come back to this match going into those tiebreakers.
And the fact that Laos, they pick up the Mai as their first pick, right? This is a highly mechanical type of hero, right? So to be able to pick this as your first pick, you have the confidence to play this one. So I'll be interested to see what happens there. And then you have enough protection at the front with the Dune and, of course, the favorite at this moment, which is the Chano, that can give continuous damage.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a difficult match coming in for this specific Chano here because Chano, if you're up against like a Zhangfei and a Dharma, that's going to be a lot of engage piling up towards your face here. And I'm liking this Yuan pickup here coming in from Kazakhstan. Very good mid lane 1v1 matchup, especially going up against the Mai Shunui, because the Yuan is able to use the ultimate to bail out from the full burst potential coming in from Sutasai's Mai Shunui.
Yeah, just healing everybody else. Plus the lane push. I mean, it just provides quite a bot. The Yuan, especially in this patch, is a dominant mid. It's going to have a tough time for, you know, Sosuke to kind of make some sort of movement play.
Yep, and by looking at the second phase ban, so the Dolia is kind of an obvious ban here for Kazakhstan because you have the Dune being picked up, so you don't want it to be combo with the Dolia, so that's absolutely fine. But in Laos's mind, now we don't know whether they intend to pick the Dolia anyway or not, or they intend to pick something else. In fact, they can also go for another tank pick as their roam.
Yeah, potentially a Lian Po, right? Or even the likes of a Dia to supplement more healing coming in for the side of the Dun. Those are still up and available choices here, whereas the second phase, we see more emphasis coming in from Kazakhstan, banning away the Roamer like Sir Cloud mentioned, the Dolia removal of the Dolia Dun, the Lapu long-range engage remove as well, leaving only a Lian Po or a Mo Zi Dia. These three options left for Laos.
So, I mean, which one do you prefer in this one? Because you have the Mai, very squishy. You probably need another frontliner. The Dune is good, but I don't know if you want to kind of, you know, double bag it, so to speak, and have another frontliner that can kind of help keep her alive. Because Chano and them are the damage dealers. You need guys that are literally just going to control the team fights.
I think, right, Holler, with that statement, maybe we might even see a Zhuangzi coming in for the side of Laos, because if you can protect Hokam on coming in on that channel here, maybe that's exactly what you need to do to delay the game into that inevitable 6-item channel here.
Oh yeah, that makes sense as well because of the amount of crowd control there by Kazakhstan. So that could be a good choice as well, but we'll find that out in a little bit more. Besides that, Lao, they could use another type of control sort of hero as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit out there. I don't want to undersell what's available but having the D-Ren J, kind of dealing with the Chano, you're just old, you know, again, very, very, like, I would say a step down from Chano, but it's still competitive and you're able to kind of, you know, give him a bit of a twirl here.
Yeah, but still a very safe pick, right? Compared to the side of Chano, yes, Chano has amazing damage, dare I say. One of the best late game carries, but when you're caught by a knockup, DRNG has that one good part about him, the legal immunity in Spell 2, that allows him to cleanse crowd control immediately, which allows him more chances of survivability. Plus, the idea of DRNG, this hero, he can build semi-tank.
Yeah, yeah, and that will definitely be annoying to deal with. But it looks like the draft has been set up. Both of the teams, they're going to just kind of make sure that they high-five each other as they go across. But again, like, before you take off, Sagi, which of these two teams has an edge here?
Oh, I will have to give it over to the side of Laos, man. Laos does seem more proactive, especially in the mid and roam. It really comes down to whether Sudesei or Sahala can find those early markers here to bring Laos to a comfortable lead. But it's Kazakhstan. They are prone. They are known to find those comeback moments here. So this is game one between them, and it will commence right now.
Oh, Sagi drops the mic before he goes. He was rhyming, and he didn't even, like, he was a poet. He didn't even know it. He'd be, like, busting rhymes before all the time. No, anyways, okay, let's go in. We're going to the final series. It's been a long day, guys. It's the 5th series. Game number 1 as we get on. Who do you like in this one, just based on draft alone?
I'm going to put my coffee on the line here against Sagi, right? I'm going to go for Kazakhstan.
Okay.
Why?
All right.
Because I love the combination between the Zhang Fei and also the Ata. I love the Ghost Ship and also Unbridled Alpha sort of combination. I think that's pretty nice. And they have a lot of quick follow-ups as well, especially with the Dharma. And you also have the setup with the Yuhuan as well. And if all that can set up, you can tank in the front, you can group people together, then Bakso is going to have a good time just free hitting from the back.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario, right? Bakum is the guy. A lot of eyes just making sure that he kind of gets limited as much as possible for both of them. Pocom as well. These two are the main damage dealers, but it looks like Kampong taking a decent amount, and it looks like they want to skirmish early and set the tone.
Oh yeah. We can see them playing really actively, just like how they played yesterday, right? So they are showing that they're continuing their momentum, which is great. You gotta, from what we've learned so far in this tournament, right, is that you have to play this actively against your opponent. You cannot allow them to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And you're kind of seeing the space right taken already, the teleport in the mid lane, just being very efficient. Arshin, this is the guy, Yuhan. He's got the sustain. He's going to deal with this wave clear as quickly as possible. He's going to bring up Marpet, making sure that he doesn't steal anything. The gold sharing begins. Again, a lot of value.
Yep, and so far, both teams very close to each other. And I think this is something that we kind of expect as well, to see a very close match because of the experience from Team Laos as well. If you look at the goal difference, it's not that far. Yes, Laos is ahead by a little, but we can see that Kazakhstan has their own way to catch up too.
Yeah, and I mean, 600 gold, it still is quite a bit at this stage. I mean, Sunkar needs to be careful. He's going to eat a Cannon Blast. He was in a bad spot, and just like that, the burst is real from Laos.
Okay. So at that point of time, Sunkar still has not get his level 4 yet, so he does not have the Unbridled Outburst to escape, or at least buy a little bit more time for him to just walk away. But that's okay, it's still very early. And plus, well, it's just a roam.
Have you done that as a roam yourself? Just being like level 3, just like walking through the river, thinking that you're just going to be, prancing around kind of thing, and then all of a sudden there's this gank train that takes you out?
No.
Never happened to you?
We Zhang Fei top Asia Zhang Feis don't do that.
Okay, Sunkar, and they can find Sir Cloud online. Please do DM. Get some tips apparently from on Zhang Fei.
Oh man. Anyway, it's just a roam, right? So it's not the heaviest of loss. Like if you lose a farm laner, okay, yeah, then that's really heavy. You lose a jungler, that's heavy. You lose a roam, okay, we can consider him like being the guy who opens up the map.
Okay, I'm gonna say roam lives don't matter. Is that the conclusion of what you just said?
No, because we sacrifice for our friends.
Okay. But what happens if you don't have any friends?
Oh man.
Where are we going? Okay, we're going dark. We're going dark.
Sounds like my life story.
You got a friend in me, okay?
Oh.
I want to sing the Toy Story song, but I'm going to butcher it, so I'm not going to do that. But as we go in, again, like, it's still 700 gold behind. Nice 2-man stun. The pushback, the unending sorrow keeping him alive, at least for now. And here comes the Unbridled Outburst. And there's your friend, my friend.
Yeah, that's the get out jail card there by Sunkar, right, with the Unbridled Outburst. Some people are saying that Does he really need to use that? They didn't counter-engage, but it's not about that. It's about just allowing his teammates to survive. And at the early stage of the game, that's what you need.
Yeah, and actually the Tyrant is going to be picked up, but they found him in a bad spot. Sunkar, again, he's already expended his ult. The Leaping Savior, saves himself as he gets away, and it looks like the rest of Laos are on the run, but they want a bigger target. They're not going to look to dive, though.
Oh man, the Spirit Wolves were really, really annoying. But anyway, the Leaping Savior, he's able to get away to safety, but at the bottom, are they really going to go for it? It's kind of risky though. The Cannon Blast did not connect, but it's not the biggest of impact for now.
So Sudazai, the way he's playing, this is what you want. I mean, they first picked the Mai because they wanted an impact. If you're talking about how the Mai should be playing, this is the exact MO. Put pressure on the outside lane. You've already done your work in the mid and potentially get some ganks, but now the Overlord getting in on the action. Compact is all by himself, but he's going to survive as he dashes away. He's going to be chased. Marapet is looking for him. Alahan as well. Are they going to be able to find some sort of catch? A couple more dashes, and now with the power grenation, looking to turn this. The Ghost Ship says, "Nay, where you going?" He's going to be under the tower. He gets pulled back. He's going to go down, but now here comes the reinforcements. They want the revenge. They'll push back. Sudazai gets the revenge, and Marapet is down too.
Oh, there were so many good things that happened in such a short span there. The Ghost Ship right at the timing. The Cannon Blast came in at the right timing as well. Man, this is just top quality gameplay that we're looking at.
Oh, nice little truth. On to two. They find Chalatha. He's in the bad spot, and he got caught out. The rest of the Laos thought they were safe, and we knew that this was going to be two heavyweights swinging, and they're going back and forth as the kill numbers are both 2 apiece.
Oh, Sunkar, luckily enough for him, he did check the brush though, so that's a good move there. But
the Umbrella
here we go.
He's going to be finding him, and he gets stuck in. Velicone, though, trying to just stay alive. The Ghost Ship on top of him. The Stampede is doing a little bit of work, but the Unruly Blade, he just barely gets on out. But now Alahan is looking to show, but Sunkar with just enough, and they do take him down.
Now Kazakhstan, slowly but surely, they are crawling back. Not in terms of goal yet, but at least in terms of takedown. So far, so good for them. But they lost that buff earlier on at the bottom, but that's okay. Well, technically they didn't lose it, right? Just that Sunkar got the buff instead of his other teammates that could use it more.
Yeah, but getting the elimination, not the best thing. They're still 2.1k behind. Laos, the way that they're utilizing and taking things from the map, incredibly smart. Look at all this pressure, bottom lane, pushing already. We're not even 7 minutes in.
Okay, and what I noticed as well is that the Venomous Top and the Blazing Cape has been completed by Kazakhstan, so they are ready to engage in fights right now with that anti-heal items. So yes, for Laos, they do have their own, but Kazakhstan, because they have 2, they're ready.
Oh, they actually found him. Sudazai doing a little bit of work on that one, finding Sunkar, but again, he's just so close to his ult. The Cannon Blast, and now Velicone is looking to show up. He's actually going to take a decent amount. They'll push back at the charge. Whoa. He's in the bad spot, and Velicone goes down as well.
Okay, another Unbridled Albus expanded, but are they going to continue on the fight though? I don't think so. These 2 heroes are not the fights that they want to extend because of their level of mobility that dashes there. So they want to keep it for later fights.
Yeah, and now the Azure Golem, this is going to be contested here. It looks like it's going to be picked up by Fulcom, as it looks like he just barely steals it out. Marapet, again, Smite was on cooldown here.
Right, looking for another engagement, it seems.
He goes right back in. Sudazai just doing a little bit of work, and this is the problem, but he has to flash away. He does barely survive, but Arshan's going to be picked off, and now it's an all-out retreat. Fulcom, Sorik signals just to safety.
Oh man, everything fell beautifully. The Ghost Ship was actually really, really good, but obviously they didn't anticipate the flash to happen. It did happen, it saved Suche, but the counter happened after that, and that's how Laos get the next kill.
Yeah, and the bottom T2 taken down, right? Through that all, the minions were, winions in that sense, continuing the push, but this mid lane is the main target. And look at how Laos is still being aggressive, invading their jungle, the enemy jungle, and turning that, taking things what they can, and now, again, picking up this Tyrant essentially for free.
Oh, nice zoning there done by Lao. Kazakhstan could not get close at all. And they're not ready with the Unbridled Outburst. Now they are, but the Unbridled Outburst, it was used at, I wouldn't say the wrong timing, it was just circumstances that forced the Unbridled Outburst to be used at that moment.
And it's also like a really feels bad moment, right? When you're forced to use it when you don't want. It's one of those things where when the fight is happening and you want to counter-initiate and put it on top of the team fight, like you're dictating the pace. It's way more valuable then.
Okay, I can still see this as a very 50-50
They got the Velicone in a bad spot, the Unruly Blade. blade. He's going to look to retreat, but the Ghost Ship locking him down. The Wind Slash, he's going to look to turn this around. He's going to fight on the side, but now they need to be a little bit careful. Compact doing some serious work with his own damage. The power gradation is going to be real, but they found Sudazai. He's going to be picked off. He's very squishy and not able to flash away. Balcom, he's going to be taken down as well. Kazakhstan rolling, taking him down piece by piece.
Oh, and now they're on the chase. They're not done yet, though. Can they get another one? But then again, the tower is still there, so objective gameplay. They're just waiting for the minions to push in. The minion is one last tick left, but Laos is not ready to take down that minion, and unfortunately, they will lose the tower.
Yeah, Villicone, I mean, yeah, he's very tanky. He's got a lot of control, but he doesn't have the damage, and you need the backup. With 3 members down, really, you can't team fight, and that was a bit of a disaster for them, because again, they took the mid T1 away from him.
But good engagement earlier on by Kazakhstan. At first, I was kind of worried of the Unbridled Outburst being used on the Dune. I was like, yeah. I was kind of cringing there, but the rest of it fell to place, right? His teammates know who to target, especially on the back lines, and that's where they got 3 takedowns from Laos.
Yeah, and it kind of sets things up, because you have also the Truth from Alahan. You have the Ghost Ship when you need to from Maripet. So you have other big ults that can kind of go in, but this turret gonna be a little bit low. There's another good Unbridled Outburst. Can they get any sort of catch? And they get the Stampede on, but the turret has been picked up by Villicone on the other side. That was a bit of a disaster for them, and now Maripot is on the run. He's gonna be focused. He's gonna go down. The Wind Slash is gonna be real. The Stampede is not enough, but Sudazai will be killed in return. Arshay gets picked off as well. 3 members down from Kazakhstan.
Oh, one thing that Kazakhstan failed to do is that they failed to zone out the jungler. That's why. If only they did that, that is going to be another case. But Rampage, it seems, man, it's going back and forth.
Yeah, taking that down. Alahan essentially with a solo, ensuring that he gets at least something, but it's just Salahath and now Alahan. He's going to be chased. Villicone is a little bit angry, goes for the Unruly Blade. The Wind Slash is going to be dodged. He decides to turn attention. He goes for the Truth, tries to get it, and he gets Focum. Are you kidding me? And he's going to, not going to get away. Villicone making him pay, so at least he got something, but now the flash on forward. Both of these teams going ham.
Oh man, that was a close one there. They almost got a double takedown earlier on. But now, Kazakhstan, they have to win back their jungle. Laos, they're forced to push back. They don't have the manpower at this moment. They're looking at the Overlord, but they don't have the people there.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about Alahan there. Like, things were not looking good. Villicone was on the chase, but Alahan was like, actually, I can take Focum down before I get killed. So, just setting it up properly on this one. And now with the Ghost Ship, the Overlord getting a little bit low, and Maripet gets the take. The Unruly Blade on back. It looks like they're going to look to disengage. Kazakhstan taking a big neutral here.
Oh, he could have gone either way earlier on. That was a really, really close one there. And Kazakhstan, they secured the Overlord, so that will give them a little bit more space to push forward, opening up the map for themselves because they need the space right now to farm.
Yeah, the Azure Golem, this is going to be looking to be taken, at least contested, but they found Villicone in a bad spot. They're bouncing him all the way in the back. The Unbridled Outburst, as well as the Ghost Ship, just completely locking him down. He's been pinballed around, and Villicone down for 30.
And that's a great use of the Ghost Ship, right? Just zoning them off, splitting them up, splitting up the fight, and that's how they got the Dune. And now, without the Dune, they can push even more forward.
Yeah, they have a lot. Plus, you have the Vanguards, right? This is a huge window of opportunity for Kazakhstan. But now it comes back to Laos. Deal with those Vanguards. Clear it as quickly as possible. Top lane is pushing, but Kazakhstan, all of them are committing towards the bottom. The Cannon Blast is slowing this initial push, but this bottom T2 is definitely under risk.
Yes, at this point, even Kampeng, he's kind of busy at the top as well because he has to clear off the lanes, and that will allow Kazakhstan to just go around the bottom, clear everything, and now put their focus onto the top. So, Kampeng, he has to back off.
Yeah, he's going to sense it. I mean, his spider senses were there. Alahan showing up, goes with the Truth, knocking him back, but it's going to not be enough. Kampeng looking to just fight. You want to go? Let's go with a power gradation on top of this. Alahan actually had less life on this one. Now Villicone showing up. They had the Shadow Vanguards on top of this top T2. And with those heals, Arshin, with this Yuan, it's a bit of a problem.
Oh, look at the bottom as well. The lane's been pushed up. Now, Laos, they will be distracted. They have to clear off those lanes. But at the same time, they need to focus on to try to win back that part of the map as well. So what they're doing right now is sending 4 players at the forefront, while Campbell does his own thing at the bottom.
Yeah, you gotta just fix the lanes, right? You can't look to just team fight elsewhere. You gotta make sure that the lanes are kind of generally at the river so that you kind of are at that 50-50 mark so that it's not constantly pushing. And now Sunkar taking a decent amount. The Wolves are gonna be on point. The Umbrella Alpers has to be committed. That's a giant ult that's used, and now they're looking to run. Can they get any sort of value? The Unruly Blade, the Ghost Ship does not catch anyone.
Oh, and the Umbrella Alpers came out, and the Ghost Ship came out as just before the Tyrant. So now they don't have these 2 big ults to try to contest this Tyrant. This Tyrant should be to fall into the hands of Lau.
Yeah, they can't fight. There's just like too many ults on cooldown, no chance. I mean, Alahan had the truth, but that's really not enough. You needed to have everything. And Lau's understanding that, hey, those skills are on cooldown. This is a great opportunity.
Yeah, I really like how Lau, they kind of like try to bait out those big skills.
Yeah.
The moment they did that, it's like, hey, guys, Tyrant is ours for the taking. So that was a really good move for them. And they remained disciplined. It's not like, okay, they see those skills, they went on the chase. No. They went for objective gameplay. Secure the Tyrant, and then win back the map.
Yeah, and this is why, I mean, the Zhangfei is great and all, right? But when you're dictating the Umbrella Alpers on your terms, awesome. But when it gets completely, like, forced out, where they have to just use it just to stay alive, now that's like a losing proposition. It's not a great situation, and other teams can take advantage of that. That is the weakness. And again, Sunkar very low again.
Yes, and very low. He needs to heal up quickly because the Overlord is going to be up really, really soon. But then I don't think Lau will be ready yet. There's still 29 more seconds before they can actually take the Overlord. So they're buying a little bit of time here.
Yeah, and look at how Villicone, the way he's playing the Dune, he's stolen this, and now they're finding, oh, nice win slash onto 2. They're under the tower, which is going to be taken out. Now they're going for the flank. The Unending Sorrow is on. The Ghost Ship is not going to be enough. They find Boxol, and that's a huge win, and they have the control. They take down Maripet as well, but Sudasai is going to be taken down as well. A double strike going the way of Falcom, and now how much push can they get out of this?
Okay, look at this, right? When it comes to takedowns, Kazakhstan has more takedowns than Lau, but this is the objective gameplay by Lau. They know when to strike, what to strike, and that's how they're controlling the map right now.
Yeah, and now with this minion wave, they have the numbers advantage. Maripet is up at about 20, which is an eternity. Villicone taking some tower shots. The top lane, it was all a bit of a bait in that sense, but the top T3 does go down.
Yes, this is what they're really, really good at. Okay, the strike, the players of Kazakhstan in the middle, and then you send Fokam onto the top lane to push, and that's how they got that top lane, just like that. They didn't get the middle, but that's fine. They got one lane at the top, especially when the Overlord is up. It is perfect situation for them.
Yeah, actually, like incredibly perfect. You know, definitely the mid and the top at the same time. You just like pick your poison. Which one do you want to go? And the top T3 was just enough to go down because again, Fokam, this is the guy. This is why Chano is so strong. I mean, he has so much damage. He's able to just burn through towers.
Yes, and he does have the protection by Velacone as well. He's been playing a really good frontliner. He's been opening up the map, and he's doing exactly that right now towards the top left side. But now he's getting together with his teammates. Now they're moving as a 5. Now, if Laos move together as a 5, it's going to be really, really scary. You got heroes that can engage. You got heroes that can do crowd control, can do the damage. So they're really, really scary now.
Yeah, they've got the, I mean, they've got Villicone in a bad spot. He Unruly Blades on back to safety, but a couple soaring signal shots onto the bottom T3. It's all about chipping it away, right? That damage is not going to be healed. It is going to lock in there. And when some of those minions here, they're going to be completely decimated by Laos here.
Okay, and here comes. Okay, they're going to put pressure onto the middle and onto the bottom at the same time. And they'll definitely take this one tower. Just waiting for the right space.
Yeah, looking for the right moment. He's looking to go for the Wind Slash. Again, the Shadow Vanguard is going to be vanquished, but the bottom T3 took a lot of damage already. They have the other Vanguard, so that should just be enough. Falcon with another soaring signal, and now they've taken this wide open as all of the T3s are down.
Look at this, right? Same formula. Distract the players of Kazakhstan at the bottom, let the middle do its own work, and now
the Umbrella Alpers. This is that moment. They found Villicone. They have the Ghost Ship. It says, where are you going to go? They do get the lockdown. They get the kill, but the Allies with the truth on the side. The flash setup play. They've gotten 2 members, make it 3. And now Kazakhstan, again, all the lanes will be pushing. Top lane is a problem. Somebody has to go fix it as it looks like the Vanguard is looking to end this. The Crystal is getting very low. Alahan is there to help save this as well. But now they turn to the Tyrant.
Oh, that was a really close one there. And this Tyrant, they should be able to get in. 3 players from Lao are still down. This Tyrant not going to be challenged by Lao. Lao, they might as well back up and try to manage the lanes. as they are not able to challenge for the Tyrant.
Yeah, but the top lane will continue to push. We're about a minute and about 15 seconds away from a Tempest Dragon. If Kazakhstan is able to take some of these towers, get to the high ground, best case scenario, probably not enough time as Falcom is up.
Okay, I'm just looking at the top lane right now. There, for you to push in, it's still going to take a while, so it's not going to be that easy. And plus, right now, Kazakhstan, they're aware of that situation. They're going to clear off the top lane, getting prepared for the Tempest.
Yeah, you want to push out all the lanes. You can't get backdoored. You got to make sure that all the lanes are in the right spot. All of the lanes will push eventually. So the longer Laos decides to kind of dilly-dally-o a little bit and just kind of stick around, that means more pressure onto the Kazakhstan side.
Okay, 40 more seconds before the Tempest is up. Both sides setting up right now. Nobody's going to overextend. Nobody's going to use the outs unnecessarily, especially the Unbridled Arbors, because it takes time for it to be available as you need to collect the Madness stack. So you're going to keep that for now, and you can see both sides just playing tag now.
Yeah, but Kazakhstan, this is not their situation, or not a good one for them, because all of the lanes will push eventually, right? Top lane is already there, and look at how Maripet is already rotating. This is an opportunity for Laos to start the Tempest Dragon. They want to push them back as far as possible. Now I've got vision. Let's start the Tempest Dragon with all the lanes pushing.
Okay, so now Tempest Dragon. But then again, Kazakhstan, they did a quick clear at the top. Now they're going towards the Tempest. But look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Ali Khan, he's going to split push.
Yeah. But there's no way he continues on. Like, the Super Elite minion is there. I think that, if anything, this Tempest Dragon, that means you have numbers on the Tempest Dragon. You could go for 5, but they find Alahan. Alahan looking to go. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used on top. Villicone is going to be there with the front line. Is he able to do it with the Wind Slash? He gets on top of Sakar, but he's not able to do anything else. It looks like Kazakhstan have expended some ults. They're not able to find a pickoff.
Okay, they have expended their ults, but then again, they have gained space. But now without outs, Laos, they still have 5 players.
Finding them in the brushes. Villicone might be a bad spot for him. The Cannon Blast covering his retreat. They're going to look to back off on this one. Sunkar, again, no madness, not enough to use that Umbrella Outburst. And the flash away, Bako. He just dodges a bit of a bullet here. Villicone needs to be careful. The Wind Slash is going to need some work. They find Sunkar, and it looks like they're going to have to go golden just to stay alive. But Sasuke, he's going to come back. Sage's Sanctuary looking to turn this around. Are they able to find it? They're trying to go for Maripet, but he's not able to find it. Shalahev is going to be taking down 2 members down from Kazakhstan.
Oh, it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over yet. Right now, Kazakhstan, they have to clear off their lanes. The minions are pushing at the top. While now, they need to reset themselves for the Tempest.
20 more seconds before they're back up. This is a window of opportunity for Laos if they want to go. They're actually just looking to clear the brushes, make sure things are safe before they decide to go. Maripet is still there. If you go in, yes, this is a bit risky because Maripet still has that smite. It's a bit of a 50-50, but he's been spotted out. They've had the sentries on top. They're going to start this Tempest.
Okay, they're going to start right now. Tempest down to 50% of health. They need Alikan together with them right this moment, but Alikan's just too far away. This Tempest.
Oh, Maripet, he's looking to go in, but he gets control. Tuesday making sure that he gets his Sage's Sanctuary. He's going to be popping. Falcon gets the Tempest Dragon. Maripet gets picked off. The buff is just way too much. Voxel just trying to stay alive, trying to deal with Villicone, who's been on top of him. Falcom is there. He's using his perfect positioning, staying on the outskirts. Oh, nice cannon blast onto 3, slowing them down. But with Maripet down for 30 seconds, it looks like Laos have found a way to end.
Oh, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. Kazakhstan, they need to defend with all their might right now. But the waves are coming in. They have to put in everything in this final push.
Yeah, they need to just deal with the minions more than anything else. The nice 2-man stun the Umbrella is using. And now Voxel is going to be killed. They've taken him down. The box is going to lock him in. But Studazai gets taken down as well. Alahan, he's going to be gone. Arsha just running for the hills, just trying to stay alive in the fountain. And this is going to open things up for Laos as they will take game number 1.
Triple strike to end the game coming in from the Chano himself. That was a 22-minute game. Took the Tempest Dragon. 3 towers had to be burned down coming in from Kazakhstan base. This is an absolute cinema coming in from both teams, fighting back from each single team fight.
All right, we knew it was going to be close. But we didn't want it to heart attack level of close. That's at least that was my goal, all right?
And we have the theory at the backstage, right? Like, who has been casting with Tempest?
It's got to be you, Hollow.
So now we know it's Hollow, right?
Because I love Tempest Dragons, right?
Yeah, don't we all, right?
We swipe right on each other, right? Dragons
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, we're keeping PG here.
I swipe right in the game. That's what I'm Tempest Dragon.
But I got to tell you, though, that game coming from Kazakhstan, team fighting is just superb.
Yeah.
Yes, we did see like some moments coming in that they actually faltered, but Ali Han as a player, the number of truth mantras that he found in the backline on towards Fulham, that was just splendid in pushing all the way to a very late game scenario.
He was so good on Virtus Pro. I know that Virtus Pro didn't have the greatest of time, but Shisuke, he was making so many plays. Alahan, that is. And he was just so good. And I love the fact that he's continued on because you're seeing just how amazing of a clash laner he is.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? I really like, okay, he knows where to dive, who to dive, and so on. And besides that, honestly, both sides, they played really, really well.
Yeah.
I think this is a top quality game.
Of course.
Like, if you talk about mistakes, it's hard to point out mistakes. It's just like, who's better than each other?
I mean, you can't just be like, oh, that team, you know, they're better than them because they just won this game. That's over, right? But I think that, I want to see like a best of 5, best of 7 because I think that that's the true test between these two teams. Unfortunately, we're only able to play a best of 3 here.
I think if you were to really identify like what exactly went down that caused Kazakhstan to be in that particular state, we have to go back to draft, right? Where in the early game, in the draft itself, you can see the channel being prioritized, and you can start to see if the channel doesn't fall coming in from the side of Team Laos, they could always make a comeback because that's just the damage of what you can actually do on that specific pick. Let alone you have a Charlotte, one of the best late game clash days to actually be in the game itself. Now, one more thing. The rotations coming in for the side of Team Laos, way better compared to Kazakhstan. You can say the team fights were 50-50. When it comes to rotations, Laos had every single rotation better over Kazakhstan.
Well, is that because they have a lot more mobility, right? Because they have the Charlotte, they have the Mai, so there's mobility there. You can kind of say that the Monza has a dash as well that gives it slight mobility, and that's why their rotations were more quicker.
Yeah, and actually, Sudazai, Mai really falls off late game, but he had such an impact as that secondary support of just, again, controlling them, pulling them back, and just having, that secondary stun, essentially, that control, enough for Fulham to kind of just knock them down. I mean, there's a reason why they picked it. First, Laos, again, just an absolute monster throughout.
I mean, that was a really active pick coming in from the side of Sudazai. Every time he saw an opportunity, he would jump on towards it, gather a lead for Team Laos and making sure that they can continuously get those objective leads. And in the late game, the moment that Baksol used his legal immunity in front of the members coming in for Laos, immediately Sudazai, spell and flash in, find Sadaka.
Yeah, that's the one you want to talk. I mean, they did such a great job of target prioritization, right? And it's not easy to do, especially because if you're looking at Kazakhstan's lineup, I mean, the Truth, the Ghost Ship, the Umbrella Outburst, you got to navigate these things to find a way to get on top of Boxhole. So it's really about his positioning more than anything else, because you had guys that could be that meat shield, but if you're getting isolated, it's a you problem, not a them problem.
Yeah, but I also have to give credit to Velacone, right? Like how he went in to open up the map, and then he starts the engagement for the most part with his Unruly Blade. So he knows what sort of damage he's able to absorb, and that's shown by the stats as well. He has the most damage absorbed here. Now, in comparison with Kazakhstan, you have at least 2 players with 200 plus damage taken, but for Lao, it's only Velacone, so they are very dependent on him to be that frontliner guy.
It further adds on to your point, right? Like, there's only a single frontline player coming in for South Laos, which is Velacone on that Dun, so that his job as a frontline, if he falls easily, it's immediate GG over for Laos. Every time you see Velacone getting caught out of position, the entire formation coming in from Team Laos starts to split up, and this goal chart is really amusing because it's a roller coaster, up and down, but it's always within a 3,000, which is very little.
Yeah, I think I died every single time there were these giant changes of gold here, because the way that they were able to swing back and forth, I mean, even Laos, they were behind, but they had the victory, because it doesn't really matter about gold at a certain point, but the way that the two teams are able to just, counter punch one another was an absolute feat to watch.
Yeah, they kept it nice and tight, right? And also that's because of the objective gameplay. Right? Both sides are able to play the objective game very, very well.
Yeah, you can see Ali Han in these mini highlights. You're just finding the markers on the channel and setting up the team, isolating Velacone all the way to the back end here. And as of this point, to the front line, there's just not a lot of fights here. And these are the moments that all of us say about Sudazai. See, the moment that Bakso uses Flash and Legal Immunity, it's go time coming into the Maestro. They're trading himself for a farm lane, a main carry coming from Kazakhstan. Perfectly worth.
Yeah, and this is also the problem with D-Ren J. He's like, yeah, he's like this jack of all trades farm laner. He has a lot of different things that he has. Oh, Alahan, that truth. Yeah. That was a highlight reel of highlight reels, right? And the fact that it's like 18 minutes in, you see that, you're like, oh, how did this team lose?
Exactly right. That play just now stopped Laos from going back and getting the Tyrant, which extended the game into this important Tempest Dragon, where the fight was so back and forth. But you gotta give props to Boham as well. He positioned so well at the end of team fights, making sure that Alihan couldn't get towards him. If Alihan was to get hands on towards that channel, this game could pretty much go into anyone's favor.
Yeah, and actually that comes back to more Vilacone and Kampang, just keeping him shielded, right? Hocom let him work around the wings on the outside and use that range advantage, and that's kind of what you saw here. The way that Laos was able to kind of weather that storm, that onslaught. There's so many different ults that were coming at him, and there's a reason why, of course, Hocom was MVP.
Yeah, Falcom, yes, KDA, 837 with damage up of 30.5%. Very, very good, well-positioned and winning his early matches. But I would say that he also owes it to his teammates, right? To like kind of open up the space in front and pretty much minimal disruption towards him.
It was very stressful for him as well, right? Because every time that you want to go up to do any damage, you have to be careful of Alihan just flying into the backline and looking for that troop on towards you. So the first few times that it actually happened, it cost him heavily. So when it went to the 18-minute mark, the 20-minute mark, it started getting better and better and better for the farm lane player of Laos.
Finding it out, I mean, 837, 30% of the damage. This is exactly what you want. I mean, the fact that he wasn't dying, it just speaks volumes about his play. He was able to, like, if you're able to stay alive and only die 3 times in a 20-plus minute game, you know you're doing things well. Like, the team relies on you to stay alive, to stick around, and he did such a phenomenal job here.
Yeah, sometimes playing farm lane is like a horror game, you know? It's like, you don't know what comes next, and you have to react accordingly. If you fail to react, you're dead. You're back to the respawn base.
I thought you were gonna go a different route and be like, yeah, Farm Laner's like a horror game because everybody is against you. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's true too. You know, in the late game, everything in the early game that we saw like yesterday from Emmanuel, like he just clears mid and goes back to bottom and just to like pick up some kills. And then like you see on this game itself, every time you play farm lane, there's at least like a party of 8 people just dancing around in bottom lane, going for a team fight when you're like, guys, I just want to farm. Why can't I farm?
Obviously, they're not going to let you farm that easy, right? Yeah. But kudos to both sides. I think this is a very good quality game overall.
It is, it is.
And yeah, it kind of highlights the reputation of two teams, right? Like yesterday, we saw Kazakhstan played a good game, and Lao coming in here with competitive experience. They're showing it on the ground.
Yeah, and going both ways, right? I think that we wanted to see a competitive game. Both of these two teams, you can see the level very similar, right? It was just really come back to the micro plays, that Tempest Dragon, those like little pieces. I mean, it was just so close at the end of the day.
Yeah, this close matchup, this epic finale of the matchup can only be happening at one sweet spot. It's definitely going to be at Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, our official venue sponsor and hotel partner sponsoring us for this event. We thank you so much for sponsoring the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Please do check out Marriott Petaling Jaya if you're interested in a nice day hotel.
Yeah, and not only that, like all the teams have been here and just well rested, and we're able to see this top tier because again, the internet is great. The phones have been, you know, flawless in that sense. It's just been really good because again, we're gonna go into game 2 to see exactly how these teams somehow go back into the drawing board, figure out Laos. I mean, Kazakhstan, what do they need to do here, Sir Cloud?
Oh man, I think they already did good, you know. But maybe if that's that one thing, right, is to try to play with the pace of Lao. But not to say that Kazakhstan doesn't have good pacing. Their pacing is quite good. So, I don't know, it's really down to those minor details, right? Could it be like who engages first? Could it be like who baits someone first? Like those minor stuff. What do you think, Sagi?
I think it's more on like playing as one, right? Because Kazakhstan, we know that they don't really have much competitive experience compared to the whole team of Laos that plays together as a single team. It's more of the cohesion, the teamwork that we always emphasize for such teams. They just need time, but time is running out because if you lose this game, you're 1-1. Not the best of the world because you're still in the competition for your respective group, but you want to be 2-0 if you're Kazakhstan. 2-0 means that you are soft secured for that top 3 spot.
Yeah, if you're able to do that, I think that would, like, I want to see a game 3 more than anything else. So Kazakhstan, like, I will do whatever I can, you know, manifest energy for them to bounce back, because that was so close. They had so, I mean, it wasn't like a winning situation, especially when you're talking about the gold, but they had a great opportunity. And it comes back to the draft here, as it looks like Laos sticking to the Mai.
From what I hear from you, Holler, it sounds like you're calling for game 3, basically.
Oh, I want the game 3.
We want the game 3, man. It has been really exciting, and then it starts to go back to basics here. Like, if it's not broken, why fix it, right? We saw the fact that Alihan had a fantastic game on towards the Dharma, so they locked that in again. Is Laos going to pick that channel up again? What do you think?
Why not, right? I think that if it ain't broke, why fix it? I mean, they're going to go with the Dune, and now they're going to go with the Dolia to kind of just double up on it. This is going to be way more annoying for Kazakhstan.
Okay, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how the Dolia will happen here, right? Of course, one thing about having the Dolia is that we did discuss about this. Having the Dolia, your synchronization, your chemistry has to be there. So let's say if the Dolia refreshes the Dune, and then the Dune like backs off, not knowing that his skill is refreshed, then it's not going to be the right plan, right? So we need to have that communication. But like how we know that they do have competitive experience, I'm sure they have that level of understanding.
And it looks to be pretty fine here coming in for the South Laos here, especially how they played Dune in the early phase of the game. Very aggressive in sorting out and finding those aggressive picks, aggressive jungle invades here. I can probably be expecting that Laos will be trying to ban out the pick like the Ata coming in on the final ban.
So they're going to go with the D-Range. Bakhol played this one just in the last game. I kind of feel like this is, like, I think there are better farm laners here. Like, I don't know about the D-Range. Again, utility kit, all that. But if you ever get out of position, and Bakhol has proven that, hey, sometimes he's not always in the right spot, this doesn't seem like the best case scenario for him.
I think it also makes sense in a way where you want a farm lane that is self-sufficient, plus has the ability to counteract against a Maestro jumping on towards you. If he jumps you, okay, let's just press that spell 2 button, get out jail card, and then flash away, or be sufficiently tanky enough with that semi-tank build to really sustain in those team fights, right? And you can see Kazakhstan, it's almost 80% of the same draft. They can't complete the full-on 100% because Yuan is locked away.
Yeah, and by having this 80%, I think is really, really good already, right? Like what we discussed, when you ask me that question, I kind of find it hard to okay, what should they do better? The draft looks fine to me and all that, but then again, it's just some small executions inside the game. So for them to maintain all 4, I think it's all right.
I think it is okay too here, but this is a lot of, you know, eggs in one basket. Bakhol is got to be the guy, right? Everybody else is just set up to make sure that you have a good game. If you get caught out, your team just loses. So again, it's like the protect the president's type of strategy here.
Well, if you're talking about all the engages has been happening on towards the phase, coming in from full farm, coming in from last game, he's picking up a Marco Polo this game. Much more mobility compared to a channel, but lesser late game damage compared to a critical marksman here. This could be a double-edged sword that Laos has actually drafted for themselves, but I'm excited to see how they actually play this out.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the Fever Barrage is like, oh, that's the dream, right? When everybody's grouped up and you're able to get the perfect one. But if you're looking at the Kazakhstan style, I mean, pick your poison. Everybody has some sort of stun, right? So you have to be flawless. Everybody else has to be creating all this disruption so that you're able to, again, just get this Fever Barrage off, you know, flawlessly.
Yeah, so the Dune has to kind of bait off those skills first, right? That's the ideal situation. You bait off those big stuns, bait off those big skills, then you come in later. That could be possible as well.
If there's a draft that actually favor in this second game of this BO3, I gotta say Kazakhstan's draft is looking super duper consistent. But this absolute banger of this series is coming to a game 2. Laos leading the series 1-0 in score against their opponents Kazakhstan. Will Laos take the series 2-0 clean and end the day, or will Kazakhstan bring us to a game 3?
Thank you, Sagi, as we get into game number 2 here, and this Laos has done almost everything right. Kazakhstan really taking the fight to them. It was super close. Again, I expect the same in this one as well.
Yeah, expect that too. A few changes here, of course, in terms of the draft, but when it comes to execution, let's see how consistent they can be. That's going to be much more important as we approach this game. And so far, based on the start, Laos seems to be very, very aggressive. And Kazakhstan, now is their move since we're done with the first wave.
Yeah, as soon as this is what you want to do, right? The Mai, you want to be on all lanes. You want to constantly be threatening Kazakhstan at a moment's notice and let them play scared. because also it affects their rotations as well, because you're like, where is he? Is he going around? Could he be in that brush? You never really know.
Okay. From what we had learned from game number 1, right, Lau becomes really, really active when Velocon starts to jungle invade.
Yep.
When he starts to jungle invade, he opens up the map, and not only that, he becomes a target man for himself. When he's that confident to be the target man, that's where Kazakhstan would need to be careful to not overly use their skills onto him when they see him, and think of it just as a bait.
Yeah, I think that would be best case scenario. Kazakhstan, again, they need to be a little bit aggressive as well, because they have a lot of stuns, ways to kind of get them, and now the flash away. See, this is a good one, right? Because you've threatened, you forced Kampeng to use the flash out early, and it looks like Sunkar has to just leaping savior away as he was teleporting in the heart of the enemy team.
Yeah, and all 4 of them, at least 3 of them now gathered in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't think they can really engage right now. If we were to look at the 3 that's gathered in the middle, that's not that much. Oh, whoa, that happened just like that.
Yeah, just you blink and you miss it. Arshan giving up first strike on that one. Just kind of, again, it's about just sticking around. Laos are very fast. They're going to find Sunkar yet again. The wind slash controlling him. He's not level 4. And is he able to stay alive? Not enough. Sudase with the Kachusen and the wind slash on. They're going to continue this chase. And Bakshol, he's going to get dove under. Sudase just setting it up. They're just bouncing off the tower aggro, and that's going to be enough. They cycle through all, but Alahan looking to start up. But what can he do? He gets under tower. The wind slash is going to be used on him, and you wanted to see teams brawl, and they're going at it.
Man, they just didn't want to let go of Bakzol at the bottom. They like what? One go in, another one goes out, another one comes in just to try to tag the tower damage so that they deal enough damage to get that takedown. Man, that was just flawless execution by Laos.
Yeah, absolutely flawless right here. I mean, this is exactly how, like, Laos are playing fast. They're playing aggressive, and they're playing within themselves, right? This is the discipline that you're talking about, because when they go, everybody's on board. There's no questions whatsoever.
Oh, absolutely, right? This just shows the chemistry that they have here. And especially if you're playing like with the Dolia, right? You really need to be on point in terms of your communications and also understanding whether, okay, the Celestial Melody is on to who, when to use it, and all those things need to fall in place for them to come up with a really, really good execution. And they're going to do it again at the bottom, it seems. They're putting so much pressure at the farm lane. It is so much pressure that they have to swap the Dirige to the top.
Yeah, that's going to, I mean, you're going to have to take whatever sort of space that's given to you. It's not best case scenario for them. But okay, let's talk a little bit about this whole synergy thing and trust, right? Whenever we talk with Adam, whenever he's on the desk, we're always like, hey, Adam, what do you do if you have an esports team? How do you kind of build that? And he's just saying, oh, we just got to hang out. We got to go to the movies together. What is your thought process? But before, okay, it looks like the tire's going to be taken here, but please answer that question.
Well, I guess if it was me, looks like the Kazakhstan players will need to have a good meal together.
Yeah, okay. Just starting with food, right?
Yeah.
I think that just kind of, it builds a bit of a rapport in that sense. But now Laos, it looks like they've done quite a bit, but Sute misses the Kachusen, finding Bakshol. Nice 2-man stun on this one, but he's going to just dodge the ghost ship, if you will, and he gets on out of this.
Disciplined gameplay. Velocon is just there to steal away the jungle creeps. That's about it. And once they're done with that, they pull back. And while all that is happening, they are kind of pushing in the middle. But the main key point here is that they managed to steal one jungle creep, and that's about it. Look at how much discipline they have not to overcommit.
2.5k lead for Laos. They're doing everything right at this point. The way that they've been able to kind of even invade your jungle. Everything is not safe. You were talking about how you need to invade and be in somebody's house, and now you need to counter that by jumping into theirs. It doesn't seem like Kazakhstan has been able to do that.
Oh, they don't have the space. They don't have the space. And their type of heroes are not the type that can invade early on. So that's going to be another issue. Whereas you have the Mai on the other side that can clearly invade.
Yeah, they got the pushback onto him. Sunkar not even able to get his ult off. Arshan taking a lot. He's going to try to turn this. They have the wheel as well. And Alishan doing a little bit of work on side. He finds Falcom, but he's going to be probably taken down as well. Villicone gets the revenge on him. Kampong is going to be out 2 members down from Kazakhstan, as now they're going to look to just retreat.
Okay, they get 2. That's okay for Lao. Whereas for Kazakhstan, at least they traded back with 1. But it's not only about like getting that 1 trade back. It's that they also lose a lot of resources from their own jungle.
Yeah, they're going to lose everything. And this is why when you take or you get kills, you got to get something out of it, right? If it's a tower, even better, but taking away the enemy jungle. You got something, basically like a goodie bag on this party on out.
Oh, a goodie bag, yeah. That's a big goodie bag here. And after clearing off like the bottom side, they got the buff, they rotate back to the middle. Again, this is highlighting what Sagi talked about, like their rotation is really on point. Right? Now they're moving towards the top and they're ready to take another fight.
Yeah, and Villicone, again, just with that vision, Sunkar, he's going to get on back, but Villicone just wrapping around. Who's around him? He knows that he's going to be, tanky enough to survive the potential first one. They find Sunkar. He's going to take a lot of damage on this one, but he's not going to commit the ult. Laos, again, just trying to push it out, push those buttons, because again, if he uses that, he doesn't have it for the next big team fight.
Yeah, very good call then not to use the Uprider outburst first, because they know that more is to come.
Yeah, it looks like the Wind Slash from Villicone. He's just been an absolute menace. Space created, top T1 down.
Oh, and that's a tower down, and that means that more space is going to be open onto the top side. The Overlord is up though, but Lao, are they going to go for it yet? Probably not. Maybe they feel like, okay, it's not 10 minutes yet. So this Overlord to totally commit to it when all 5 players of Kazakhstan is still in the game, it's not worth it yet.
Yeah, and you saw the push from Laos in the top T1. They took it down, but you're thinking, okay, Laos is definitely winning, but Alahan is counter-moving. Right, he took the bottom T1 himself. So they're trading towers. It doesn't look as great for Kazakhstan because they're down about 3K at this point. But Laos, the way that they've been aggressive, taking over the enemy jungle, that's been the biggest differentiator.
Oh, here comes.
On. It looks like they find Marapat. Sunkar has already been taken down. He gets caught out, not able to find any value. Now losing the blue buff. This game has been all Laos here. And now with this mid T1 potentially going to be started on this one, they're just going to wait for the minions. And again, Falcom, he's got so much space. This Marco Polo needs that time and farm, and they're giving him plenty of it.
Yeah, Laos is moving as a team right now. Look at this. 5 players not too far apart from each other. Even if like, okay, mine goes up to clear the lanes, because of mine is a high mobility top of hero, he'll be back with his teammates really, really soon. Well, the Byron is a Crash laner. He can stay down there just to do that split push thingy. So I'm very sure that they will come back as a 5 or as a 4 at least together again, especially after getting this Tyrant.
Yeah, this game seems like Laos has really found that flow, right? They've gotten that moment. It's not even 10 minutes in, but it feels much later. They've just been completely dominated. They find Alahan. They get the Wind Slash on top of him, but he's going to get under the tower. The bottom T2 taken down by Kompang, and it looks like Laos with just yet another big objective.
Right now, they're probably trying to bait out the Unbridled Outburst. Unbridled Outburst is on, but no real space to use it.
Yeah, like who are you going to go against? Like Villicone is, I mean, they've done it in the past. I mean, you questioned it even in the last game when they actually found him, but that's really not the right target because he kind of wants to be baited in that sense. He wants to go, but now it's going to be used and it actually just pushes back Kompong. They're not able to get any sort of value. They're just like chasing around, trying to find something, but they cannot find a single kill.
Oh, and now they baited out the Unbridled Outburst. That's going to be huge for them to continue on pushing. And the Unbridled Outburst, okay, expired. Now they know they have the entire space for them to play. And in fact, that should be enough time for them to even take down the Overlord too.
Yeah, taking things away, right? It's a massive cooldown. Now he's got to build it up. That's going to take even more time. You've lost your jungle, all of the buffs. Things are looking very dire for Kazakhstan.
Now they took down the buff at the bottom. 20 more seconds before we see the Tyrant. Lao is ready for it. Songa should have enough time to stack up the madness for him to have that Unbridled Outburst again, but he has to do it really fast.
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes, Shadow Tyrant, that's going to be the next big target, up in about 5 seconds. And now Kazakhstan, again, he's just barely, like, not able to cast the Unbridled Outburst. He needs a little bit more madness, but look at how Kompang is just being aggressive, taking away the jungle camps at this point, but Laos just starting it up. They're going to take the Shadow Tyrant here, again, for free.
Yeah. Just sending 2 down, but Unbridled Outburst onto only 1.
Yeah, the ghost ship doesn't even catch him. They did not catch a predator. That was Kompang. Unfortunately for them, and now Kazakhstan, they have to walk the shame walk because, again, they've expended so many ults, didn't get any sort of value, and they've been pushed back into their base.
Oh, okay. Kazakhstan, they seem to be losing the plot right here. Unfortunately, they wasted 2 big outs earlier on, and that will open up the window for Lao to push.
Yeah, Vic alone up in front. The lane in the top lane, they're going to look to just, again, they're doing this. They haven't even taken the top T2, right? So they're just like essentially cutting the creeps, but they have such a huge advantage that they're able to kind of lock in Kazakhstan into their own base.
And now with Kazakhstan not able to come out at all, that's bad news. You have about a 7k goal gap between these 2 teams, and you still need to stack the mana. So Songa needs a little bit more time. Not only time, but he needs something to hit for his madness to stack up quicker.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Sunkar being forced out. I mean, yes, he's the roam, so he can kind of risk it a little bit, but they find Alahan, Kampang, finding him just in a bad spot. Thought he could be fine, because he did have his flash and all that, but just not enough to get away. And when you've lost your Dharma at this stage, I don't even think you can fight.
Yeah, no Dharma, but the good news, at least they do have the Unbridled Outburst right now together with the Ghost Ship, so they're ready to re-engage again. But ideally to wait for Alakan about 12 more seconds. They can wait this one out.
Well, I don't think they have a choice. I think they will wait, right? I think that, you know, again, you can't really leave your base when you only have 4 members here. Laos, again, with this pressure, the Vanguards are also going to be making an appearance as well. Kampang is going to be there. They don't have minions, so they've been thwarted, at least for now. But Kazakhstan, the biggest piece to them of just extending the game is wave clearing.
Oh, and the Dolia purchased the Venomous Star. So that's going to be a counter towards Sankar's heal. That's going to be a good, crucial item for them in this final push.
Yep, and that will definitely help them out. Sankar at about half life needs to be a bit careful. The minions are slowly going there. The Shadow Vanguard is the top lane. And you're seeing exactly all 3 lanes being pushed, just going slow and steady. We don't need to risk it. We don't need to get out of position. We will continue to just put you in your base.
Just keep them in there. Ideally to bait out those big ults. Those big ults are still not out yet. That's why they're not committing to this fight. They're just waiting for who is going to pull the trigger first.
Yeah, they're looking for the right angle, right moments. But, I mean, Marupet taking a decent amount. He gets blown up by the Fever Barrage. He thought he was going to be safe. He thought he was going to be tanky, but it's just not enough. It looks like Falcom has enough to do some serious damage now.
Okay, if one Fever Barrage, you're able to take down Atta, that's a message there. That the gap between like damage output and damage able to be received is huge.
Yeah, absolutely huge at this point. But the minions, that's the only thing slowing them down. I mean, you still have 4 more players from Kazakhstan, 10 more seconds essentially for Marupet to be on back up. But now this is that moment. Nice 3-man. Now the Storm Strike, he decides to go in. They take the mid-T3. The Umbrella Outburst just covering at least the end guys. They've gotten Kampang, so they did get a little bit of revenge. They've traded away the mid-T3 as well as the top. Both of those are down. Can they get anything else?
Okay, time for Laos to pull back. They already got 2 towers, which is good enough at this moment. The bottom tower is a critical situation, but that's fine. They can come back again later because the tower is going to be up again. That should be their main focus.
Yeah, they'll just take this one because, again, Kazakhstan can't go and they can't contest because they have to fix the lanes. They have to do that housekeeping back home, ensure that they just don't lose this game. So, again, Kazakhstan on the back foot, down about 8K at this stage. This is a rough situation.
They're down 8K and they have to collect again the Madness stack for some guys, so that's going to take a while. And now they're being pushed back again because after getting the Tyrant, obviously Lao is going to push all 3 lanes. So they are prepared inside their base. They have to keep all their skills. They have to be the right chill mindset at this moment to execute their plan well.
Yeah, definitely need to be patient. I mean, all the lane, the top and the mid will auto push. The bottom lane is the biggest target here because it still has that T3, but it's teetering on the edge of its own life right there. So they'll deal with these minions as quickly as possible. You know, Laos doing everything right, but the biggest piece to this is Villicone. He's just had so much impact, and he's been this guardian, this troll under the bridge where nobody can pass.
Oh, okay, they took down the tower, so now everything is open for the side of Kazakhstan. Lao invading, and they might be looking to finish up the job now.
Yeah, they're looking to just end this one at this point. I mean, this is going to be the next big push here. They need to make some sort of play to just stay alive. Now they're going in, the Umbrella Outburst with that Ghost Ship. Villicone, he just unruly blades on out of this, navigating through all of it. All the big ults expended. Laos will just bide their time and look to push with the next big wave.
Oh, no big ults right now, but here they come.
Yeah, they're trying to. You have to get something out of this. I mean, all of your ults are down. If not, you're just going to auto-lose at this point. Because the Laos side, their skill cooldowns are very short in comparison.
Okay, here comes the next wave of minions. And Lao, they're getting ready for it.
Now they're looking to go. Kampang will start things off. He tries to go on, but Bakshol does a little bit of work. They found Sosuke. He's going to take him down. The Ghost Ship is going to not be enough. The Wind Slash covering the retreat. The Fever Barrage! Oh, it was so good, but he dies in return. The double strike by Bakshol. He was the one left standing, and because of his damage, they were able to hold on at least for now.
How is that not enough damage from the Fever Barrage? Probably it's because of blood rage from Maxwell that kept him alive. That's one factor. Probably Sungka with his heal together with his shield combo, and that's what held them together when the Fervor Rush came in.
I mean, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Kazakhstan, this is a bit of a lifeline. They have a chance. The Villicone is still a bit of a problem here. Who on Unruly Blade's on back on this one. But you gotta get some sort of play. They get the truth. They lock him down. The Honey Sweet Breeze, and it looks like Kampang. It doesn't matter how tanky you are when we have all of this damage here.
Oh, and they will get the Overlord right now. Lau is not going to be able to challenge for this one. Overlord in hand. This will give another lifeline to Kazakhstan.
They've got a chance. They take the mid T1. That's going to be a great start in terms of this comeback. More push, more areas for that. But Kampang down for about 22 more seconds. This mid T2 goes down. I mean, as long as they're not taking any T3s, I don't think Laos needs to worry, at least for now.
Yeah, they still have enough protection, right? But they have to get their act together at this point. They cannot create more room for Kazakhstan to win fights and push again. If they lose the next one, it's going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, for both sides, right? The next person who wins the next team fight just pretty much wins this game, right? Mid T2 down. Look at the bottom lane. Holcomb is there looking to push, dealing with the Shadow Vanguard. But again, he's a little out of position. He is definitely vulnerable.
Yeah, but it looks like Kazakhstan's not really putting...
Oh, they get the mini stun. They find him. Kampang was looking to go for this one. They thought they were going to look to just turn on him, but instead they find Kampang down for 40 seconds. Here comes the recall from Velcom. He will be back to look to fight.
Okay.
Bottom lane pushing. Bottom lane pushing.
Oh. Okay. Is he going to still push for it? Nah, he's kind of contemplating whether he should go, whether he should not go, but Kazakhstan says, okay, let's play objective, let's not worry about the pushing for now.
Yeah, but this Shadow Tyrant, that might be the next big piece. Volcom looking for the flank, the Ghost Ship not enough to lock him down because you got that on Unruly Blade. He has a get-out-of-jail-free card, and now Bakshol is turning it up. Needs to be careful with the Fever Barrage on the side. Volcom doing a little bit of work, but he gets taken down. Sage's Sanctuary, they lock him down!
Again, not enough damage for the Fervor Barrage because of Sungka and his heal and his shield and the blood rage from Bakshol. He's not able to get even a single strike from that fight.
I mean, the biggest piece to this is that Kampang was down. Why are you trying to take a fight 4 versus 5? It seems like you're compounding on one mistake after another, and now Kazakhstan definitely in it. They actually find Villicone, who has to Unruly Blade the flash away. The Ghost Ship is not able to catch, but Kazakhstan in the driver's seat somehow, with no towers up, have an opportunity to make it the ultimate upset against Laos.
Oh, this is disciplined gameplay, Holler. Disciplined gameplay shown by Kazakhstan. When to use what, when to wait for your opponent, and right now Laos has to get the act together again.
I mean, they have to just calm down, right? I think that they're getting a little impatient. They thought they had this game. When you take down all the T3s, you're like, okay, this game is over. We can kind of chill, put my feet up on the chair, all these things. But it's not playing that way because Kazakhstan is so resilient. The way that they're able to kind of weather the storm and find those small, minute plays to get themselves back into this.
Okay, this is going to be the big one, right? The Tempest. 40 more seconds to the Tempest. Who's going to be ready for it that time? It will depend on who can bait out who's killed.
I mean, but if they can get Villicone, that would be gravy. But unfortunately for him, he does get on out. The Ghost Ship not able to get the right catch. They've got the push in the bottom lane, which will help. Villicone still up in front, needs to be careful with his positioning here. Arshin is going to be there. He's going to flash on back. Tempest Dragon up at about 15.
Anyway, the Ghost Ship should be back up again by the time the Tempest comes up, so that still should be okay as long as the Umbrella Armors is not used now.
Yeah, look at Alahan looking to split push the top lane. All lanes have been fixed. Everything is just kind of, you know, in where they want to be for Kazakhstan, right? Taking that buff away will be huge if they're able to. Sunkar needs to stay alive, though.
Okay, just waiting for another right moment. Now, I can see that the Dolia is trying to bait out something there, but to no avail. Not yet.
Get the mini stun on the Villicone. He's going to be backing off. He's still very tanky, but again, you're seeing the power of Bakshol. The way that he's able to kind of chip them down. We're in the late game, right? Yeah, you're tanky, but we've got Bakshol on our side, and he just tears through that.
Yeah, and right now, all Kazakhstan needs to do is to try to keep him alive as long as possible. Allow him to get 3 hits from the back. Now they're going to start off the Tempest, and on the left side, Suchet is just waiting for the right moment, but he's not the right person to try to go in and smite. He does not have the smite, obviously.
Yo, if you're going for the Tempest Dragon, you need to go all in. This is that moment because the lanes will all push. You don't have any T3s. So if the opportunity is there, the Tempest Dragon is very low. The Umbrella Alpha's on the point. Alahan goes to the truth with the Fever Barrage. like he's going to be on the run. Maripet has to stay alive. He gets picked off. So to say, has gotten it. It looks like they've gotten only with 2 members down. Laos have figured out a way. How is Kazakhstan going to hold with only Alahan and Sunkar?
Oh my goodness, and they're not the best heroes to clear lanes either. So this is going to be a really, really difficult one for Kazakhstan. And they don't have the Unbridled Outburst to give them more durability.
Yeah, but this is that wave, bro. This is it. The Alahan with that truth, knocking him on the side. But he too will fall with you have the Tempest Vanguards. Alahan getting a little bit low. He buys Sage's Sanctuary just in case. But the Tempest Vanguards might have been enough to salvage this one.
Oof. Okay, this game is going to be extended here, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for a long night. And now with the Tempest.
I mean, you wanted a game 3, or did I want to? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm kind of hazy right now as to who wanted what, but we were definitely very close. We wanted a competitive series, and this has been the best one thus far.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And I believe this will go to the next Tempest for sure, because both sides, they're going to try to pull the handbrake, try to chill, try to calm down, and not engage when unnecessary.
Yeah, and this is that point, right? I mean, the T3's still not down. Right, so these Tempest Vanguards are gonna definitely help with the push, and they'll give you an opportunity, but the biggest piece is that eventually Laos's lanes will push in their favor.
This is gonna be a tough one, right? Who's gonna win this one? Now, goal is not gonna be an issue anymore. Whatever goal it is, it doesn't matter. It's all about execution.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at this point. Villicone, that's been the problem. They take the bottom T3, they're gonna equalize. Villicone about half-life, and they're trying to deal with the elite minions, but they don't have any more Vanguards to continue this push. Mid and top will continue to push in favor of Laos.
Okay, and now Kazakhstan playing the disciplined gameplay. They're pulling back because they know the next Tempest is gonna be up in less than a minute. Same goes for Lao as well. They cannot go out and try to search for the Kazakhstan players. They have to okay, let's play this discipline. Let's just clear off our lanes and get ready for the next Tempest.
Yeah, Laos have to just, they need to just push waves themselves, right? And at least at the same time, Kampeng needs to play a little bit more timidly. He's been going out of position, which has created the comeback because of, the single players that have been picked off.
Okay, look at this, right? So Sushi is going all the way to the back. He's probably looking at an opportunity to get the backline. Look at him, look at him. He's going to come anytime soon.
Yeah, he's going to potentially go, and now he defines it. He goes with his passive. He's going to go golden. But now it looks like it's Sage's Sanctuary. He's going to be popped for him. The ambush is going to be on his favor. And now it looks like the Unruly Blade Villicone is going to be running for his life. Laos is trying to, again, stay alive. They tried to go for the play, but they got caught out. So to say, he tried to go for the ambush, and he got killed.
Oh, so to say, I see that idea, but it's not over yet.
Oh, the Wind Slash. Villicone is still a bit of a problem. They're doing a little bit of work, but the return play, Villicone is going to be down. Kazakhstan over the wall. Ghost Ship is going to be set. They take the mid T3. Now they want to end the game.
And this is where they could potentially end the game, but then again, Lao will not make it easy for them. They're trying to go as they back all the way to the back line. But still, wait a second. Can they actually defend this one? Down to the last hit. But Lao, they don't have this. Wait. Not over yet. Not over yet.
They have back door. They have back door. They have back door. There's no way. Maripat's trying to wing on it, but it's been locked in. Lao somehow hold on because they didn't have any minions. Alahan, sliver of life. He's going to look to recall. He will be there, but at what cost? Can he hold on this one?
Oh, man, I can't believe what I'm saying. It was down to the last hit, and still they're able to defend it.
I mean, this is the backdoor protection. This is why you have to deal with the minions. They rush right in. They want to go for Alahan, but they don't have minions themselves. They need to deal with the super elite minions in the mid lane. They're going to look to clear this up. They will be patient, but again, they don't have time. Arshin is back up. Bakchol is up as well. Sunkar is there. Kazakhstan back at full strength.
Laos has to go for the Tempest instead, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Now Kazakhstan, they have to rush towards the Tempest. Tempest now, okay? Almost about half-life. They're getting close.
They don't have enough. They're going to look to rush this. Kazakhstan will look to start this one over the wall. Falcom is there, so they have that damage. They're trying to zone them away, but Falcom is trying to distract, but he's not able to get it. They get the pushback, and who gets the Tempest back? Falcom gets the Tempest Dragon! Arshin is going to go golden. He's going to try to stay alive and weather the storm. Alahan gets a little bit low. He needs to be careful. The flash away. Alahan has already been taken down. The Tempest Dragon Farfish just way too much. Laos taking him down, and it looks like Laos, with 4 members down from Kazakhstan, have taken the game.
And this is the moment for Laos to end the game for sure. All they need to do right now is just push down the mid lane and then once and for all. 26 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 1 more to go. All he might do is to defend. But what can he do right now without him on the gorge? Laos will take home this epic victory.
Play coming in from Nanfeng that he found the double Fever Barrage, cleared the wave, deactivated the tower just to make sure that he found the finishing blow on towards Kazakhstan. It's such a hot, breaking loss for the Kazakhstan team members, but what a valiant effort. What an absolute cinema for these 2 games.
I don't know, I mean, I'm still recovering from that game. Like, that was intense. There were so many different moments where Kazakhstan, like, they had that chance. There was like one last hit on the crystal, not able to do it. They didn't, I mean, the minions weren't there. They had backdoor protection up. Laos just hanging on by a thread, but that's all you need. And if you wanted cinema, you got it tonight.
Oh man, that was absolutely insane. No cap. Absolutely insane. No cap.
That was some different roller coaster compared to game 1. If game 1 was a bit back and forth, depending on team fights, that crystal rush coming in from the side of Kazakhstan, just for the side of Boham to just double Fever Barrage it at what, 5% HP? That was the best thing that happened tonight.
I was like, okay, game 1 was epic, and I was like, there's no way.
There's no way, right?
Right? I was like, okay, the game is over. I mean, with the way Laos was playing this early to mid game, everything was kind of just in their favor. But then, small mistakes. Back and forth. They were just stacking up. And then you saw that Kazakhstan had that window of opportunity, and it was just so close. It's a game of inches, my friend. And unfortunately for Kazakhstan, they were just that close.
Oh man, I don't think any other game can get as close as this.
That was
like this is super.
That was insane.
Like,
this top, the one that Abdulaziz stole the Tempest Dragon with the Angel up, was the Quadra Strike, because we were expecting like, okay, game 1 was like pretty good, right? And then game 2 is like, okay, maybe Laos woke up and then they're like trying to pack the bag, send it to 2-0, and then we have a good night. But no, the composition coming in from Kazakhstan was so solid. No one could answer the DRNG in the late game, and then we thought, okay, the Marco Polo probably fell off. We saw the fact that the farm wave for Ham found like a good flank, but then he made the mistake. He faltered one after another, and then the late game comes. That backdoor protection, my goodness.
Can I just say, let's welcome Laos to the stage, right? I think that we wanted epic games, and Laos more than stepped up to it. What an absolute crazy game. Everybody's stepping up. So to say, that flank attempt to try to go for that ambush, and one of his 2 deaths, that was the moment where I was like, oh, they're screwed. Kazakhstan wins, but apparently you need backdoor protection to keep yourself alive. I mean, that game, insane.
And you know what? This is something that we did discuss during the drafting phase, right? It's like, okay, it's not broken, don't fix it. And it just shows again, although Kazakhstan, unfortunately, they didn't win this one, but they're showing that when it comes to the draft, there was nothing wrong about it.
Nothing wrong about it.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong. I just stick to the same heroes. I mean, they were all good. It was about execution, and it came down to the late game decision making. That was like the biggest differential. I mean, it was so close. We saw multiple Tempest Dragons. We saw, you know, my heart rate go up and down at the same time. I think I died like 3 times on that game, but still, like, I had more deaths than Sosuke.
I think this is the grand venture coming in from Poham on that Marco Polo. When it's a good Fever Barrage, it's really good. Even under the circumstance when Kazakhstan secured the Tempest Dragon, they still managed to win over that buff. And in the final few moments, that's where this Marco Polo, this double-edged sword actually shined for Laos.
Yeah, at some point, I thought that Marco Polo goes in with a Fever Barrage. Oh, where's his damage? Oh, there's so much sustain on the other side. But the key thing wasn't his damage onto the opponents. The key thing was his damage onto the minions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the wave clear.
Yeah, the
multiple time, it really came back to just like who cleared the wave, the minion wave first.
Yeah.
Right? That was like the biggest differential. That's how close it was.
And the minion waves, after 20 minutes, every single minute it passes by, it grows by strength. So if in any case, one single minion marches to a single tower, it can take it on in less than 5 seconds. So that's how strong minions are post 20 minutes. And you can start to see Bagzo, Boham, 300,000 damage dealt in this game alone.
Have you ever had 300,000 damage?
I don't
in a
think
game?
so.
Yeah, right? Like, this is like the longest game thus far. I think it's like 26 plus minutes of the Asia Games qualifier thus far. But seeing 300,000, I don't think I've ever seen that number from one single player. Again, we'll have to verify. Maybe I did, but this is as crazy as it gets of a game.
I'm glad that you don't pass the question to me because it's irrelevant for my role, that is. For my role. But yes, I mean, it's a long game. This could be the longest game so far.
No, it was.
It is,
It was.
right?
Wait, did we have like another double Tempest Dragon game before this?
We did have double Tempest, but I think the actual timing of this one
Okay,
was,
we'll have to check that
yeah.
out. 26-19. So for this exact game, right? Look at this roller coaster, right? Like you guys were wondering, like, okay, so this is the second longest one.
No, this is the first. This is the longest one. There was another one that was 25 minutes.
35.
No, 25, 35. There was another game that was a little bit shorter than this. And then this is now the longest.
This is now the longest
This
game.
is the longest.
All right.
You know what? If you can't break records by getting the fastest game, you might as well break records by getting the longest game.
Right? Oh my.
That's actually a terrible idea. Let me be very
Well, let's go back to this gold graph. This is exactly our caster's heart rate monitor. It was looking like very steady chill. We're going up to a nice slope up until those trolls start coming in. But let's break down with these highlights here. The early game was looking super duper good coming in from Team Laos. Every single play, every single rotations, everything was in their control. They got all 3 towers in the early game very, very early. This is when some of the mistakes started coming in from Kampen. You can see, okay, this stuff justifiable because you still got the 2 towers, but this one caused it a lot.
Yeah.
It's a good theoretical position coming from Fulham, but then you burn the Sage Sanctuary, and you know Sage Sanctuary.
Yeah.
That item only has 2 charges.
Exactly. Actually, Kampeng was dead, right? And they decided to make a play 4 versus 5. Terrible decision in hindsight.
Exactly, and this is the highlight of the game.
This one.
Like, okay, 24 minutes, minions are marching in. First Fever Rush goes in with the Purify, stuns everybody with the Winter, and then comes in with another one, with a brink of health. Nobody got him with the last hit, and he still managed to swap it to a Sage Sanctuary at the very last, coming in for the side of Kampeng. And then they have Doomsday here to take down the Ata. That was just marvelous. And at this point, you can see the Ata slow respawn coming in from the top side from Marapat. So this is a 4v5 up front in favor of Laos. So this fight is a no-brainer here, rewarded towards Laos with the Tempest Dragon with a team fight victory in the 26-minute mark.
Crazy game. I mean, the Tempest Dragon buff, like this was that buff was enough for them to overcome Kazakhstan in the end. Kazakhstan's team fight was very good. They were doing such a great job, but it got to that point where Laos needed any sort of edge to, again, win that team fight.
And our MVP, of course.
Has to be him.
Has to be him. If it's not him, I'm out of here, right? Fulham, congratulations, you're the MVP with a KD of 858 and the damage output of 37.3%, damage taken 10.5%, and a total goal of 23.3%. But what made him the MVP was that
play.
clear.
That play.
Play.
Double Fever Barrage. That was just absolute insanity coming in for the side of Fulham here. Well deserved, the miracle boy in this game too.
And just enough. And taking 10.5% of the damage taken, that's phenomenal of your positioning, right? You're able to stay alive and to use those Fever Barrages at the right moment, plus you have the Celestial Melee. That's the dream, man.
Wow. What a way to end the day, man. This is an insane series here. I was thinking that we're going to go to a 3rd Tempest Dragon game in Game 3.
I don't know if my heart would allow that. I would have to call my doctor. But I think that, I mean, look, I do want to see more. I think that we would have been blessed if we were able to see like a best of 5 because these two teams, the way that they're at and how competitive they are, this is what Honor of Kings Esports is all about, these type of games.
Yeah, nothing is decided at the finishing of the draft. Everything is executed well when you do it well as a 5-man unit in Honor of Kings. And this time alone, who executed it better? It was Laos.
And nothing is decided until the crystal breaks.
Exactly.
Yeah. That one last, man. I mean, imagine if like you're Kazakhstan, you go back, you review your board, you'd be like,
Why didn't you hit the crystal?
Why didn't you hit the crystal? All those small things will pop up, right?
God.
Oh man.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, Sagi, you've been into enough like team discussions, you would know.
But it's one of those things where like the crystal, like yeah, they probably should have attacked it. But when you see the Fever barrage on top of it, you're like, okay, I gotta stop him. You're so tunnel visioned on trying to stop him more than anything else, so that you know what I mean? Like it's more about the player, and the timing and the way things worked was just like really unfortunate for Kazakhstan here.
I think this comes into a question or a discussion where experience really matters.
True.
Like, let's say some more experienced regions or countries or teams, something like Philippines, Indonesia, they've been through a lot.
Yeah.
So these moments, they are more calm and composed, whereas Kazakhstan, although they have limited experience, but their gameplay is really good up there, really high up there. It's just that the experience factor to compose themselves, to calm themselves in these moments, it just isn't there.
Yeah, not just yet. I think we saw that on both sides. They were like, when you see teams and it's like, 5-10 minutes into the game and they're willing to skirmish, like, you know that there's a little bit of fire in them and they need to kind of rein that in a bit. You got to be very smart in terms of the movement. Not to say that both of these squads are going to be, made mistakes, but you can tell that they're willing to fight at a moment's notice.
Yeah, willing to fight at a moment's notice, willing to do it all for the win, for their region or country. But let's throw it over to Mara on the interview stage to check out one of the best series that we had so far with the winner Laos.
After 26 minutes and 19 seconds, Team Laos takes the victory. That was the longest game so far in this competition. And in that game number 2, oh my gosh, everybody was screaming. We didn't know what was going to happen. In the early beginning of the game, it looked like you had control. But then at one point, your opponent, Team Kazakhstan, almost made a comeback to a point that the high ground tower had very little life yet. Tell us what was going through your minds, the communication, what was happening with the team at that point?
The game 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We're so confident we can beat them, end them early. Yeah. And
what about when you had very little life yet on your high ground tower?
It
was back and forth, back and forth.
แบบตีกลับไปกลับมาเทื่อบ่ตายเทื่อนะเขาเกือบชนะรอบแรกแล้วเกือบตีป้อมกับเจ้าได้แล้วแล้วก็ป้อมเฮาเกือบถึกแตกเกือบเหลือเลือดน้อยเดียวนะพวกโตรู้สึกจังไดจึงคัมแบ็กได้
we just in communication we just say all in what we have. Yeah.
Were you nervous?
Yeah,
what was happening? What was going through your mind? What were you feeling?
He feeling nervous and the team says stick to the plan and they say go all in.
And it worked?
It works.
It worked. Congratulations. That was one of the most intense matchup ever. But even game number 1 was quite good. It was a very close game. Your opponent, Team Kazakhstan, their composition excelled in locking down and chain crowd control. But even with that, your team still managed to escape, re-engage, and reposition. How was Team Laos so effective in executing against that style of composition?
โตเฮ็ดแผนจังไดจึงชนะกับเจ้าได้แบบในเกมอินเทนส์ที่แบบว่าเกือบเสียแล้วเกมแรกนะเฮ็ดจังไดจึงคัมแบ็กได้
For the first game, this is our first match. Yeah, we still a little bit excited and yeah, we still believe in our heroes, our plans.
And it was great. It was great. Congratulations with that first 2-0 sweep, even though it's your debut. That was so great. And for sure, everybody that's watching at home right now, they're going wild and they're congratulating you as well. What would you like to say to everybody watching?
Thank you for watching. And yeah, we can do it. Yeah.
Definitely you can, especially what we've seen. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what do you guys think about that? Let us know down below in the comment section. But we're going to be talking about that a little bit more with the casters. Lead the gorge.
And you can definitely do it, Team Laos, because that was an insane game and a absolute cinema that both Team Laos and also Kazakhstan delivered us in that for a treat. Because, guys, we've been through like, what, 2 days of full 2-0s, and then coming into the third day, we got our first 3-game series in the first series, and then coming into the last series, double tempers game. But it's okay, double tempers is fine. But to that extent of having that close of an end, oh my god, that's just a treat, man.
That's the first game that they played on stage. And
Oh,
you're
yeah.
thinking like, oh, is every series going to be like this for Laos? Like, I mean, I'm all for it, but I think that it was just really exciting, right? I think that having that opportunity and to do that, the things that they did, the way that they did it, it was unmatched, right? We've been with, like, for 3 days. I mean, we saw some competitive games, but that one was just absolute cinema.
Based on what you just said, now I know who's going to cast all the Laos games.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah, I mean, I got to check the schedule. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, it seems like every Tempest game, every third game and all that is all holler.
I mean, it's a good news, right? If viewers want like Tempest Dragon intense games, they can always watch for Hollis like casting schedule, and you'll always get some good games all over the board. So this is going to be Group A. There won't be much change except for the fact that Uzbekistan has defeated Pakistan coming in for the first series of the day. Looking at a 1-1 here, currently leading the pack along with Philippines and Indonesia. And Group B, we have Nepal getting their win against Jordan here, putting them much more ahead of the curve, with Myanmar coming second, Kyrgyzstan finding a fresh win to tie up the score at 1-1, and Jordan, UAE still yet to find their first win. Coming to Group C, this group has been a group of fantastic games. Vietnam still sits comfortably as the group leader, but Laos' debut today with Kazakhstan was an absolute banger, and Saudi Arabia and India still has to find their first dub in the group. And coming to Group D, I don't think we had any games today in Group D, but it's still no shifts towards the standings. Republic of Korea 1-0, Syria 1-0 tied for first. Singapore and Sri Lanka has played against them, but yet to find a single win, and Hong Kong, China has yet to play their first game. They will find their debut likely tomorrow.
Yeah, and actually, I'm very excited to see them, Hong Kong, China. I think that there's a lot of expectations in terms of this team as being one of the favorites in Group D, but walk me through at least the schedule for tomorrow here.
Well, for tomorrow, we can see Group A, B, C, C, D. Oh, A, B, C, D, everybody will start playing here. For the start of the day, Pakistan will take on against Mongolia, both looking to find their first win. Myanmar against Jordan. India will come up against Laos. I think that 4 p.m. game at UTC +8, that's going to be an interesting one. Kazakhstan will take on KSA for another Group C matchup to see whether they can solidify their spot in their respective group. And finally, the debut of Hong Kong, China will come at 8 p.m. against Syria for the closing game.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Sir Cloud, yeah, I will be on the Laos series tomorrow. So I guess I got what I wanted? I don't really know, but yeah, I will be there on that series with India.
And you know what? Before we started like watching today, right? My thought was like, okay, tomorrow's schedule. I looked at it. It's like, oh, it's going to be Hong Kong, China's debut. I look forward to seeing them. Now, on top of them, I look forward to seeing the India-Laos game.
That's going to be packing a big punch here, considering that Laos and also India, they all have like a pretty similar playstyle, where India like to play specific picks that like to drag towards the late game, and Laos is really, really dominant in the early phase, likes to invade the jungle, likes to capitalize off early game leads. So we're definitely in for a treat for a third series of the day, and a lot of the Hong Kong China fans are waiting for the debut of the team, and that team is also a monstrous one to look out for because they have so much competitive experience.
Yeah, and I mean, coming all the way from Fearless Esports, AG, AG Global as well, so they have that, and bringing that onto the stage where Group D, where, again, there's a lot of other titans in that one. It's going to be an interesting watch. We have so many good games every single day. Please do stay tuned because, again, we have like 9 days in a row of this Asia Games qualifiers, and they've been bangers of days.
Absolute bangers here. But if you're also fans of updates coming in for the Honor of Kings official app, do check out June 17th for the comprehensive improvements for the lobby interface. New UI and in-match controls are definitely coming in with a lot of new heroes, with a lot of new stuff, new events. So do check out the new game of Honor of Kings coming in on June 17th.
Yeah, June 17 is like what, 2 days from now?
Yeah, 2 days
from now. Yeah, lots of good stuff there. But of course, you can't only like just play the new update on just any phone, right? You have to play the new update on the best phone possible, which is the iQOO.
Yeah, the iQOO 15R, official gaming phone for the 2026 Asian Games Esports event for the Honor of Kings here. So you gotta give it props, right? This phone has been sustaining 26-minute games and still going well, back-to-back Tempest games, and you know it. It's been trial and tested, and if you need a good phone, check out iQOO 15R.
Yeah, I think that we should get access to them as well, especially on the desk, so that we can kind of get some stats, or just because I need a phone, that's all.
On the desk? You mean
I was going to say just the
room?
desk, that's an excuse, but yeah, I'll just take it with me just to test it out, right?
I mean, it's been a long day, guys. Like, today has been a roller coaster, I would say. Vietnam still continuing with their dominance, and then we had like Uzbekistan coming back from a 1-0-1 like deficit into a 2-1 convincing win. And to end the day, we have back-to-back Tempest games with like crazy tower defense, with crazy crystal like inches. I don't know, man. If today is not one of the best series that you've been watching, you can count on Holler to bring you even more action tomorrow.
I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse at this point, but I'm super excited to just watch competitive games, and we definitely saw some today.
Yeah,
exactly right.
I mean, lots of good games. Oh, man. Now we're still somewhere in the middle of this competition, right? But yet the games are really ramping up right now. I'm sure there are a lot more to come tomorrow onwards.
But hey, that's probably the end of the show for today of Day 3 of the Asian Games Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Zagi, your desk host for today. With me are the casters of The Gorge, Andrew and also Holler. We will say goodnight.
Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what
It's an honor showtime.